Warhammer 40k, I have special abilities. Chapter 1. Prisoner number 444. At the bottom of the largest and oldest hive city complex in the entire hive world, that is, the bottom hive, a war is going on. In front of the only passage from the bottom nest to the lower nest, the Planetary Defense Force established a position where the soldiers of the 44th Infantry Regiment and their commander Bull were stationed. "You bastards, our army in front is fighting against the evolutionary sect, but you are lazy. Hurry up and build supply points and fortifications for me, or I will let you have a taste of the power of the whip. Quick, quick! We don't have much time to waste." Amid the angry roars of Captain Boar, the soldiers of the infantry regiment sat in trenches dug out of the metal ground, eating or lying down to rest. No soldier would disobey his commander's orders, but it was not the soldiers whom Bull was reprimanding, but another group of people. It was not the engineers but the prisoners who were busy on the battlefield. These prisoners were extremely ragged and exhausted, working numbly amidst the roars, pouring fortifications or moving boxes. Chin Mo is one of these prisoners. His coat had been torn into strips of cloth during labor, and others could see the black lines on his upper body. These black lines look very strange. They are obviously tattoo-like lines on the flesh, but they look like metal. There was also a collar around Chin Mo's neck, with the label Prisoner number 444 hanging on the collar. Unlike other prisoners, the collar around Chin Mo's neck is a psychic suppression collar, indicating that he is an untrained psyker. Owner. As Bull continued to roar, an old man holding a scepter walked up to him and respectfully performed the Sky Eagle salute. "Karen." Bull raised his chin and looked down upon his psychic servant. "You old guy always likes to interrupt me when I'm talking, but this time you better have a proper reason." At this time, Chin Mo raised his head and looked at Bull and Kalen. A psyker servant, which is rare. The relationship between the two people is obviously very deep. Karen has interrupted Bull countless times just on the battlefield, and Bull has never punished Karen despite all kinds of dissatisfaction. They are very tired. Karen looked at the prisoners with eyes so sunken that his pupils could not be seen. "We still need them to be cannon fodder, so I suggest letting them rest for a while." Bull raised his eyebrows and stared at Karen for a few seconds, then turned to look at Chin Mo. No one can lie in front of Karen. When he said that these prisoners were very tired, he must have sensed it with his own psychic ability. After thinking for a moment, Bull nodded slowly in agreement. The prisoners were able to rest for a while. Then a team of soldiers in charge of logistics walked over and distributed food and water reluctantly. "Number 444, your food." Chin Mo received the military rations, lowered his head and took a look and realized that this was the military rations unique to Tai Long's nest, and it was higher than starch. There is no differential treatment when it comes to meals. Prisoners and soldiers eat and drink the same. However, this is not because Bull treats the prisoners equally, it is just because there is no way to treat them differently. When Chin Mo opened the military ration packaging box, he saw a square white candle inside. "Looks like a candle." And when Chin Mo dug out a spoonful of candles and put it into his mouth, he found that the texture and taste were worse than eating candles. When the candle-like solid food enters the mouth, it smells like rancid protein. When it comes into contact with saliva, it quickly turns into powder and sticks in the throat. At this time, he must suppress the instinct to cough, because inhaling too hard before coughing will draw the powder into the trachea. After enduring the discomfort and finishing the food, Chin Mo threw the lunch box aside, took out a somewhat broken diary from his pants pocket, and looked through it carefully. This records everything that has happened since he traveled to the Warhammer universe until now, as well as the happiness and sadness he experienced in the original world before traveling to the Warhammer universe. Chin Mo was afraid that he would forget these memories, because these memories could give him a bit of psychological comfort in the dark life, so that he would not collapse. The things in the diary are very plain, just a running account. The general format is: what did I, Chin Mo, do before, who are my family and friends, what happened to me when I was a child, what games do I like and what music do I listen to. These things were the life of every ordinary person during Terra 3K. It is such a plain and ordinary record that allows Chin Mo to smile from the heart despite being in a dirty and smelly trench. Chin Mo was so focused that he didn't even notice Bull and Karen walking towards him. After walking to Chin Mo and standing in front of him, Bull looked sideways at his psychic servant. Karen also looked at Bull in silence. The two of them had such a tacit understanding that they could understand each other's thoughts with just one look. Bull put his hands behind his back and lowered his head to look at his waist. There hung a chainsword. Bull shook his body from side to side, swinging the chainsword with the movement and hitting Qin Mo's head. Ha 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 ha. Bull laughed, he liked this scary feeling very much. And when Qin Mo raised his head and looked at him, he saw hatred and anger in the deep black pupils. At the moment when their eyes met, Bull even had a hallucination. He felt that what he was seeing was not a prisoner, but some ancient and terrifying existence among the stars. Psychics all have this virtue. Haha. Bull forced a smile, and then looked at Karen. Kalen raised his hand, and the notebook in Qin Mo's hand floated in front of him, letting him look through it. Then what is written on it? Is it an illusion unique to you psychics? Bull asked. Karen was silent at first, then shook his head, I don't understand. Quarren saw that the text in the diary was not in Gothic, but in another language. The structure of this text was strange, and it would be damned if he could understand it. But this writing doesn't look crazy. It is different from those weird and twisted words that were first awakened with psychic powers and then corroded and carved everywhere. At least it can be initially determined that although Qin Mo is an untrained psychic, he is still rational. Prisoner No. 444. Karen returned the diary to Qin Mo. Why were you arrested? Because I was taken as prey by a noble who went hunting in his nest, and then I chopped him into charcoal and was caught. Qin Mo replied. Karen was silent, staring at Qin Mo with his empty eyes, using his psychic powers to probe the mind of this psychic. Buell waited for a while and asked impatiently, is he telling the truth? I don't know. Karen shook his head, I can't get into his head. Whatever, we need manpower now anyway. Bull said urgently. Seeing the two people asking questions inexplicably, Qin Mo didn't know what they wanted to do. Karen immediately gave the answer, we need your fighting ability. The key to the psychic suppression collar around your neck is in my hand. I will open it when necessary. Chapter 2. Bombardment. Open a psyker's collar. Qin Mo stared at Karen with a smile, have you thought about it? Psykers are extremely dangerous. An untrained person with awakened psychic powers is like a time bomb. It would be fine if they just went berserk and destroyed. The most terrible thing is that the souls of psykers are extremely obvious in the subspace. They can easily be targeted by the four evil entities and become their tools to extend their claws into the material universe. So when he heard that Karen decided to turn on the psychic suppression collar when necessary, Qin Mo himself thought he was crazy. Don't worry, I know the flaws of psykers. Karen pointed to the scepter in his hand, I will ensure that after liberating your destructive power, you will not be able to survive. You will either die in the hands of the rebels, or I'll kill you. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo looked at the scepter. A golden scepter with the imperial double-headed eagle emblem on the top. It is not a walking stick for the old man in front of me, but a weapon. From now on, you don't need to participate in the construction of fortifications. Recharge your batteries. Karen ordered, turned, and left. Bull glanced at Qin Mo and followed Karen away. Qin Mo rolled his eyes at the two of them and lowered his head to draw something in his diary. What he does now is one of only two recreational activities. The first is to look through past records. The second is to draw the blueprint of the weapon. Even Qin Mo himself felt strange. He didn't know why he was suddenly interested in scientific research, and there seemed to be something guiding him. He obviously couldn't understand calculus, but as long as he wanted to study something, various theories related to it would immediately appear in his mind. So this is both a research process and a learning process. Maybe I was blessed by Tsianch. Qin Mo murmured. He said this to himself more than once. After inadvertently blurting out the real name of one of the four subspace gods for the first time, Qin Mo remembered that this was the Warhammer universe, and it was easy to be corrupted by directly speaking the name, especially as he was a psyker. Maybe it was because the name Tsianch was translated from Tsianch, or maybe it was for some other reason. Anyway, there were no consequences, so Qin Mo didn't care so much. He was obsessed with designing a protective device called the gravity shield. People who wear the shield are immune to physical long-range attacks because the shield generates a gravity field. The wearer in the center of the gravity field is not affected, but there is strong gravity within 2 meters around him. Cannonballs and bullets will be squeezed and crushed as soon as they enter the vicinity of the gravity field. This protective device has been designed and only needs to be manufactured and assembled. This is not difficult for Qin Mo. He has even thought of 100 ways to make this thing perfect. Qin Mo put the diary in his pocket with satisfaction, then lowered his head and looked at the puddle at the bottom of the trench. Strictly speaking, this puddle is not water, but the coolant used by the logging gun. I don't know which clumsy guy made it flow out. Qin Mo's face was clearly reflected in the puddle. He admired his own face and couldn't help but sigh, Qin Mo, you are such a genius. When Qin Mo was intoxicated with the sense of accomplishment, he suddenly saw a very small object in the puddle. And strangely, the object is getting bigger. What is this? Qin Mo curiously stretched out his hand and touched the object. When he touched it, the object trembled, making him realize that the thing was not in the puddle, but was reflected by the water in the puddle. Qin Mo raised his head and looked upward. Boom! There was an explosion in the trench, and a large amount of metal fragments flew around, followed by a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the position. All the soldiers and prisoners stood up in horror and looked towards the direction of the explosion. That was the trench at the front of the position. Everyone was confused and didn't react at all. Until the second explosion appeared in the center of the position. 10 soldiers sitting together on the outside of the trench were located near the center of the explosion. The dazzling flash instantly obscured them, and then a piece of debris flew out of the smoke and landed at Bull's feet. The bombardment is coming! Bull roared loudly, jumping into the trench and climbing down first. Kalen was standing next to Bull. He did not dodge but hit the ground with his scepter, and a purple energy enveloped him and Bull. The first 2 shellings were obviously calibration shots. After the 2 calibrations were completed, a large number of shells fell like raindrops, and the entire position was filled with explosions and screams. The bombardment was so sudden and unreasonable that neither the soldiers nor the prisoners expected it, so that they were so disorganized that they did not even have time to hide in the fortifications when they were bombarded. Of course, it was useless even if you tried to hide. The fortifications had not yet been repaired, and they were rotting away faster than the soldiers' bodies under the bombardment. As the leader of the regiment, Bull huddled under the protection of Karen and watched in horror as his soldiers were bombed everywhere. How could this place be bombarded? Bull asked in shock. This position is located at the entrance to the lower nest, and the planetary defense forces enter the lower nest to fight, which means that this position is equivalent to the rear area. If the rebel group known as the Evolutionary Sect wants to threaten this place, it must first defeat the planetary defense forces' front lines. Have the battle lines been penetrated? Bull shuddered at the thought. Regardless of whether the rebels penetrated the front line or sent a small group of troops to attack here in a roundabout way, more than half of the soldiers on the position had been lost in the shelling. We must evacuate. Bull couldn't stand it anymore and shouted to Karen, use your psychic power to give the order to retreat. No, now is not the time to retreat. Karen shook his head slowly, looking towards the front of the position with his deep pupils. A large number of rebel soldiers have followed the shelling and attacked the position. If a retreat order is issued at this time, the entire infantry regiment will collapse, and the result of the collapse in the hive will be to be slaughtered to death by the bottom nest rebels who are familiar with the terrain. That psyker! Bull suddenly thought of Qin Mo, find him, open his collar, and let him push it first. Of course it has to be like this. Karen nodded in agreement, closed his eyes and used his spiritual energy to find Qin Mo's position on the battlefield. Before Quarren found Qin Mo, whose face was hit by the shell, was not blown to pieces, but his body had been scarred by shrapnel. If someone could use thermal imaging to take a look at where Qin Mo was lying at this time, they would see a large amount of heat energy produced from the explosion converging on Qin Mo and pouring into his body. Qin Mo's body gradually recovered, but his brain, which suffered a strong impact, had not yet fully recovered. He was half asleep and half awake, seeing hallucinations. Chapter 3. Genestealers. In the illusion, Qin Mo wandered among the stars. Absorb the energy of stars and devour intelligent life in the star system. This life lasted for a long time, until Qin Mo came to a star system on the edge of the Milky Way, and he suddenly saw a ray of light. This light shattered the dimensions within the star system and pulled him in. The strong energy impact even tore apart his self-awareness. The pain when his consciousness was torn apart awakened Qin Mo. He broke away from the illusion and opened his eyes to look around. Surrounded by the slowly dissipating smoke, the approaching rebels could be vaguely seen. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. After waking up, Qin Mo's first reaction was not to run away or hide, but to search for the diary in his pocket. Then he sadly discovered that not only could he not find the diary, he could not even find the trouser pocket where the diary was stored. The whole pair of pants was blown to pieces. Qin Mo lay in the trench and groped among the metal fragments. At the same time, he prayed to the emperor, praying to the Lord of mankind to bless him and find the most precious thing to him. The Lord of humanity on the golden throne seemed to really care for Qin Mo. Qin Mo finally found the diary, which was only 1 in 100. Only one page of the thick diary was blown away, and almost half of the page was burnt. No. Qin Mo was extremely sad. He could rewrite the memories in this diary, but this diary was placed on his body before he traveled through time and brought to this world together. It was also the last gift his mother bought him when he was 7 years old. Attack! Attack! For the Lord of Evolution! For our Savior! The shouts reached Qin Mo's ears, and the rebels had approached the edge of the trench. Soon the ground was shaking slightly, accompanied by the sound of creaking tracks. This proved that the rebels were not just infantry, they also had tanks. Qin Mo rolled up the remaining half-page of paper in his pants, stood up and looked at the rebel soldiers angrily. These rebel soldiers are Genestealers, hybrids of Tyranids and humans. These freaks were terrifying in appearance, but Qin Mo was not afraid. He just wanted to give these freaks some color. At this time he was also found by Karen. Karen walked through the battlefield at a speed that was not suitable for an old man like him, using his spiritual energy to resist the incoming bullets, aiming to get as close as possible to Qin Mo. When there was still 50 meters between the two parties, Karen used his psychic power to send the key to Qin Mo, "Hurry up and unlock your psychic suppression collar." But it was still a step too late. Before the key was delivered to Qin Mo, he was already overwhelmed by rebel soldiers. But in the next second, a 360-degree sea of fire spewed out from among the rebel soldiers. Dozens of rebel soldiers around Qin Mo and the keys flying towards him were all burned to charcoal. Qin Mo floated to a position 2 meters above the ground, with flames gushing out of his eyes and electricity rushing through his body. The label on the psychic suppression collar, which reads Prisoner number 444, is burning. The rebel soldiers noticed Qin Mo and immediately focused fire on him. The tank built by the rebels also stopped advancing and turned its turret towards Qin Mo. Qin Mo, who was the target of public criticism, did not dodge. He raised his hand and pointed it at the rebels. He released flames and lightning from his two palms respectively. These two attack methods were extremely efficient, and the place where the flames and lightning swept across was cleared. As for the tank that was preparing to launch an attack, it did not escape the attack. The metal on its turret was twisted and deformed. The ammunition rack that was originally located in the vehicle body was pulled out of the twisted metal, and then was struck by lightning and exploded. The turret shattered, and flames shot into the sky from the car body. Karen, who was watching, swore that he had never seen such a scene in his life. A psyker wearing a psychic suppression collar is using his psychic powers to kill everyone. Although the psychic suppression collar produced by Tyrone Galaxy is relatively backward, its ability to be handed over to the Empire as a tithe is enough to prove that it still has the function of suppressing psychic energy. Retreat! Bull shouted to Karen, while he delays the enemy's attack. We can't retreat, we must hold on. Karen turned back and shouted to Bull, it's not certain whether the battle line has been penetrated. If we retreat. Quarren was killed in the middle of his words. Cause of death, did not notice that there was a rebel soldier nearby carrying a bomb, and he happened to be hit by the lightning released by Qin Mo. Seeing Karen's body tissue and his scepter flying toward him, Bull immediately ran away with the guards without hesitation. Bull's vehicle was a Centaur troop carrier, just large enough to hold him and his personal guard. There are a total of 8 of these private guards, all wearing power armor. Although there are not many in number, they do not have to charge into battle, and they are completely sufficient to protect their masters. The situation was urgent. Bull did not wait for the guard to open the door for him. He rushed to the door of the personnel carrier and pulled the door open while getting into the vehicle. But just as Bull sat down, he suddenly saw a person in the personnel carrier. This person looks like a human, but with long legs, squatting on the ground to eat the driver. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere was very awkward. 2 seconds later the man screamed and lunged at Bull. Bull waved the chainsword in panic. His guards did not dare to shoot and could only try to rush forward and pull the two people apart. However, they found that the weirdo was extremely powerful and a bunch of people were pulling together and were pulled from the car to the outside. The scene is very confusing. There was chaos not only on the personnel carrier side, but also on the position. The soldiers fought in small groups. Some soldiers saw comrades in the trenches in front of them, but enemies in the trenches behind them. Some soldiers fought alone, only to find themselves mixed in with the rebel soldiers. Some soldiers were suddenly suppressed by the firepower of logging rifles and were unable to raise their heads. They were about to curse the logging rifle gunners as idiots, but found that it was the rebel soldiers who were manipulating the logging rifles in the rear. Part of the reason for this chaos was that the infantry regiment was unprepared for a sudden attack, but more of the reason was that Qin Mo walked through the rebels and disrupted all their tactics and formations. After dodging a shell and blowing up another enemy tank with his backhand, Qin Mo quickly scanned the situation on the entire position and realized that he couldn't last long fighting alone. Qin Mo felt exhausted from exerting his spiritual power with all his strength. The bunker in the center of the position. Qin Mo shouted to his soldiers. The shouts were immediately drowned out by the sound of artillery fire. Qin Mo could only use actions instead of words, and rushed to his own soldiers to help them rescue them one by one. Without verbal orders, these soldiers knew who they should follow now. They fought hard on the road opened by Qin Mo and gathered with other soldiers of their own. The cycle continued until more than 200 people who were still alive gathered again. Together. In the end, the survivors and Qin Mo went straight to the bunker in the center of the position. The bunker was only half finished and had not yet been topped off, but at least it still had walls and fixed logging guns as cover. Chapter 4. Rescue. What should we do? I'm a prisoner. I didn't get a gun before. What else can we do? Just defend. I don't have a gun. I don't have a gun. I don't have a gun. I'm going to operate the logging gun, with my laser rifle. Some prisoners are still alive. They only have tools like shovels and hammers in their hands. These are smart people. They at least know that they should find the soldiers around them and then fight side by side with them. This is the reason why they survive. The fixed logging gun in the bunker spit out tongues of flame half a meter long, and lasers shot out from the shooting holes. The existence of these people has greatly relieved Qin Mo's pressure. Now he does not need to clean up the enemy's infantry. He only needs to keep an eye on the rebel infantry who are carrying bombs, and then pay attention to whether there are any armored vehicles such as tanks. That's it. But there were too many rebels, and sooner or later they would all rush to the bunker, so Qin Mo realized that he had to prepare for close combat. He scans the battlefield as he attacks his enemies. Kalen didn't know when he died, his scepter stuck in the ground. Among the corpses stood a chainsword. Qin Mo immediately stretched out his hand. The two weapons levitated, flew into the bunker and landed on the ground. This is telekinesis, Qin Mo's third ability besides releasing flames and lightning. Qin Mo not only cared about himself but also others. He used telepathy to control the weapons and equipment scattered on the battlefield, found bulletproof armor, pulled it to the bunker and distributed it to others. The armor used by the Planetary Defense Force is not as high quality as that used by the Astra Militarum, but it is still bulletproof, but it will shatter after a few shots. In addition to bulletproof armor, Qin Mo also took bayonets and more laser rifles. These laser rifles are submodels of the M35 rifle and can be equipped with longer bayonets. Just as Qin Mo was focusing on fighting and preparing for the battle, the sound of artillery firing came from a distance. It's over. The soldiers who were fighting fiercely raised their heads and looked at the sky. Everyone was huddled in the uncapped bunker. If the shells fell, they would be killed in one fell swoop. Focus on fighting. Qin Mo stopped everything he was doing, raised his head and looked at the sky while forcing himself to stay focused. The cannonballs were already flying, and Qin Mo could sense all the cannonballs. He even knew that there were 20 of them in total. These shells are not a whole. For Qin Mo, it is a bit troublesome for him to use his last ability. After trying it out, Qin Mo turned his attention from the shells to the air. The shells had fallen, but they did not break the air in front of them, but exploded in the air as if they hit the ground. Qin Mo distorted the physical laws of part of the air, making it temporarily as hard as metal. This was his last ability besides releasing lightning, fire, and telekinesis. Qin Mo, as well as the soldiers and prisoners who were not killed, are about to face another test. The rebel soldiers lost a large number of personnel in the shooting. They planned to use a charge to completely overwhelm the stubborn enemy, so they added bayonets to the laser rifles in their hands. How much ammunition are left? Qin Mo asked the others. The report is gone. Upon hearing this reply, Qin Mo remained silent and opened his hands. The chain sword lying on the ground floated, the hilt fell on Qin Mo's right hand, and the scepter was held by his left hand. The soldier who was still alive picked up his laser rifle in silence and attached his bayonet. Prisoners who had not learned to use bayonets picked up tools such as hammers and shovels. Before the hand-to-hand combat started, Qin Mo looked at the enemies coming towards him and wanted to say something exciting to boost his morale, but he was not good at speaking and after much deliberation he couldn't think of anything to say. At this time, this situation did not require any inspiring words. Qin Mo knew that the people fighting alongside him only needed a slogan. "It's my honor to fight alongside you." Qin Mo pressed the button on the hilt of the sword, and the saw teeth of the chain sword roared and spun, "For the Emperor! For the Emperor!" Everyone roared and rushed out of the bunker. A prisoner ran at the front with a shovel held high, and soon disappeared among the rebel soldiers. Qin Mo didn't care about the others, ran hard and jumped, landing in the center of the rebels. The right hand swings the chain sword to chop the enemy, and the left hand raises the scepter high and hits the ground hard. The endless sea of fire spread to clear an area in all directions. This empty area was quickly filled by the incoming rebel soldiers, and then they immediately hit the lightning that spread out. "Kill him with a bomb! For the savior!" Hearing the shout, Qin Mo turned around and pointed his scepter in the direction of the shout. A bolt of lightning shot out from the double-headed eagle symbol, piercing all the enemies carrying bombs and those behind them. This feeling of using a power far beyond that of ordinary people to defeat 1 against 100 made Qin Mo very excited. He did not notice that the scepter did not increase his ability, but only played a similar role in extending his arm. "Bombard them!" After turning around and killing an enemy, Qin Mo suddenly heard someone roaring. "But our compatriots! Bombard them!" Qin Mo immediately became anxious. At this time, he could not concentrate on modifying the laws of physics, which meant that the bombardment would inevitably fall around him. But just when he was worried, a flash of light appeared in the distance, followed by the roar of an explosion. I don't know which place occupied by the rebels was bombed, but that place was extremely important to them, because they were all running towards the place where the explosion occurred. Even if Qin Mo slashed an enemy on the head with his chain sword, the enemy was still moving towards the location of the explosion before he completely lost consciousness. The battle ended when the rebels disappeared without a trace. "Fuck!" Qin Mo sat on the ground and gasped, looking around for anyone still alive. Those who survived were walking towards Qin Mo tiredly and sitting next to him. There were about 200 people alive when they entered the bunker, but now there are less than 20. "Gray." A young soldier stepped forward and saluted Qin Mo as an eagle. "What should we do next?" "You ask me." Qin Mo was a little surprised. After all, he was just a prisoner, a psychic prisoner, and these soldiers never listened to his arrangements. After hearing Qin Mo's doubts, Gray and the other people who were still alive were also confused. Only then did they realize that logically speaking, they should not listen to Qin Mo's arrangements. But the principle is one thing, and how to actually do it is another. "Let me think about it." Qin Mo didn't want to give up. After all, he not only wanted to survive, but also wanted to get rid of his identity as a prisoner. "That thing on your neck." Gray pointed at Qin Mo's neck. "Doesn't it have any effect? Do you need to take it off?" "What?" Qin Mo was stunned and reached out to touch it. Then he remembered that he had a psychic suppression collar around his neck. Chapter 5. Individual Gravity Shield. "I thought the collar was blown up." Qin Mo raised his hand and released flames to burn the collar, his expression extremely shocked. The fact that he had been fighting with a psychic suppression collar until now shocked him greatly. He no longer thought about what to do next, but thought about why he could still use psychic powers while wearing this thing. This is not scientific at all. Releasing fire and lightning out of thin air, and also affecting matter in the material world, this should be the embodiment of spiritual energy. But if it was psychic power, why wasn't it suppressed by the collar? Qin Mo suddenly felt that the source of his power might not be from subspace, but from another source. But it doesn't rule out the possibility that the collar can't suppress psychic powers that are too strong. It was a pity that he had awakened his psychic powers the day before yesterday and was arrested the same day and sent to the front line. He was not turned away and sent to the Black Ship. Otherwise, he could have tried Sister Silence to see if she could suppress her psychic powers. If it can be suppressed, then the collar's suppression effect is not strong. If you can't, then your power is not psychic. No. Thinking of this, Qin Mo felt lucky that he was not sent to the Black Ship. He would not be able to ask Sister Silence for testing in the future. Curiosity for knowledge was not as important as his life. What's wrong with you? Seeing that Qin Mo's face was not very good, Gray asked. Nothing. Qin Mo shook his head and began to think about what to do next, and then said to everyone, first of all, of course we should leave this position, and then we have two choices. The first is to go to the nest along the passage, and the second is to stay and continue fighting. After hearing this, everyone lowered their heads and thought about it. Although they didn't say anything, Qin Mo estimated that this group of people must have chosen to go to the nest. After all, the battle line may have been penetrated by the enemy, and it would be unlucky to stay here. If we leave. Gray looked solemn. Will the friendly forces guarding the exit of the passage let us pass? Although the hive is in urgent need of manpower now, the soldiers who escaped from the lower nest should be executed to set an example for the soldiers defending the lower nest. But I am only speculating. I don't know whether they will be executed. Qin Mo replied. Everyone was extremely hesitant. On the one hand, he really wanted to escape to the next nest, but on the other hand, he was afraid of being executed. But this is a necessary choice, either stay in the bottom nest and face the rebels, or take a gamble and see if you will be executed. I still have my family, and they will suffer if I am executed. I must stay. Gray raised his hand. I'll stay too. I can't let my daughter and wife not get even the pension because I deserted. I have no family, I just want to stay and kill the rebels, for the Emperor. For the Lord of Mankind. Those who chose to stay raised their hands one after another, a total of 5 people. The remaining 13 people were silent, but their silence had already shown their attitude. Please leave. Qin Mo stood up and looked at the weapons of the 13 people, but please keep the weapons and ammunition, I need them. Those who decided to go to the nest all stood up and performed the eagle salute to Qin Mo. Whether they were facing higher-ranking nobles or military officers, these people had never saluted so rigorously and respectfully. Although Qin Mo was a prisoner, without him no one would have been able to insist on the rebels' evacuation, and there would not be the opportunity to choose whether to go or stay. We will leave the weapons behind, and in addition to the weapons there will be food and water. May the Emperor bless you, loyal warriors. 13 people neatly stacked weapons and ammunition on the ground, and then piled water bottles and military rations on the weapons. One of them, whose military uniform was still relatively intact, took off his clothes and boots so that Qin Mo could remove the rags on his body. Change the article. After leaving everything they could, these people walked away in 3 steps. There were 6 people who chose to stay, including Qin Mo. Although they all stayed voluntarily, they couldn't help worrying about the next situation. What do we do next? Go find the rebels and fight, or stay in position? Gray asked. Of course we can't stay on the position. The explosion that saved us was obviously caused by other friendly forces. We must find the still alive friendly forces and join them. Qin Mo said, sitting cross-legged on the ground, and began to disassemble the laser rifle, but I have to make something before then. Gray didn't know what Qin Mo wanted to do. He watched in bewilderment as Qin Mo removed the electronic parts of the rifle, and then melted the shell of the rifle with his hands wrapped in flames. Everyone else also stared blankly. Don't be in a daze. 2 of you will go guard the surrounding area, and the rest of you will help me find all the metal or electronic parts that can be used. Qin Mo ordered the crowd. Yes. Gray turned around and looked at another soldier with excellent eyesight. The latter nodded in understanding and went on sentry duty with Gray holding a laser rifle. Others were looking for what Qin Mo needed on the battlefield. Half an hour later, all the weapons and other metal and electronic parts that could be found on the position were piled in front of Qin Mo. Leader Bull's troop carrier could not be brought over, but everything that could be dismantled inside was dismantled and brought to Qin Mo. Did you dismantle Boar's troop carrier? Qin Mo asked without raising his head. Yeah, I was going to fix it, but the engine of that troop carrier had 3 claw marks that went deep into the core. That can't be repaired. Qin Mo nodded and continued to focus on manufacturing. This scene was very novel for the soldiers. Gray found another person to stand guard and stood in front of Qin Mo to observe his every move. Pieces of metal melted in Qin Mo's hands, were brought together and then quickly cooled into a hole. The hard metal became soft and was kneaded by Qin Mo into any shape he wanted, like plasticine. 2 slender metal rods were controlled by telekinesis to float in front of Qin Mo's hand. When he needed to make adjustments to the details of the creation in his hands, the 2 metal rods would act like scalpels and perform more precise work than human hands. At the same time, the wires in the broken electronic parts were pulled out, and then twisted and deformed to connect together, as if they had never been broken. Under Gray's curious gaze, something like a backpack was created. "What is this?" "A backpack," Gray asked. "Put it on your back." Qin Mo pointed to the backpack. Gray immediately stepped forward and put his backpack on his back. Then he felt as if he was carrying a heavy artillery shell. The backpack was ridiculously heavy. "Individual gravity shield," Qin Mo said and raised his hand, and a grenade floated on the ground towards Gray. "It can defend against live ammunition attacks." Gray didn't understand what a gravity shield was, and it was the first time he even heard the name. So Qin Mo demonstrated. He shook his finger, and the safety of the grenade floating in front of Gray was opened. Everyone except Qin Mo fell down. The grenade exploded a second later, its normal explosion releasing shrapnel, which were then retracted and pinned to the ground. Everyone looked at the pile of debris on the ground in shock. As you can see, its function is to help you resist live ammunition attacks, but this thing is powered by a rifle battery. One battery can theoretically run the gravity shield for 10 minutes. Qin Mo said flatly. He was not at all proud of this creation called the gravity shield. There is a gravity generator inside the shell of the gravity shield. The principle is to consume energy to create a gravity effect. The effective range is not a circular area but a hollow ring. After all, the user cannot be squashed by gravity. Qin Mo has been studying this thing for a long time, but when it was actually manufactured, it was limited by the materials at hand, and the gravity shield produced simply could not meet expectations. It is too heavy and consumes a lot of energy, but it is no problem to save a person's life, and it also has a special purpose. Such as running around with a gravity shield during hand-to-hand combat. "What if we encounter a laser rifle?" someone asked. "The laser will penetrate you and the gravity shield together." Qin Mo answered frankly, paused, and then said, "But the laser rifles in the hands of the rebels were all stolen from Xiaokao. Most of the weapons in their hands should be it's a homemade live ammunition weapon. It's good if it can block live ammunition. Don't be too greedy." Gray agreed. Greeding is a good thing when it comes to weapons and equipment. Qin Mo sat down and began to make gravity shields for others and himself. "Send 2 people to scout out whether there are friendly forces nearby. If there are any, we will rush there immediately." Chapter 6. Rebel Psychers. After Gray took another person out for reconnaissance, the remaining people either continued to watch Qin Mo perform creation magic, or looked for other potentially useful things on the battlefield. It turns out that the search just now was still too general, and many things on the position were not collected. For example, the power armor worn by Bull's guard soldiers. These power armors have been torn into pieces and look like tatters at first glance, which is why they were missed before. I don't know where Chief Bull went, but all his guards were killed. I found the only piece of power armor that was still intact. Each of the 2 soldiers walked to Qin Mo holding half of the power armor and placed it on the ground. Then someone asked, "Should we go find Bull?" "No need." Qin Mo stared at the power armor and shook his head slowly, then patted the chainsaw sword on his waist. "His chainsaw sword is in my hand, he should have turned into a torn biological tissue on the battlefield, the Emperor doesn't even know where he went." After saying that, Qin Mo focused on studying the power armor in front of him. Almost as soon as he saw the power armor, the principle and structure of this thing appeared in Qin Mo's mind. This power armor is the export product of the Tyrone Galaxy in addition to population and psychic collars. These power armors are all handmade by the craftsman family of the Hive in the Hive City. The power armor is called Richarden 1. This thing is very expensive, but its performance is estimated to be the worst among the power armors used by mortals in the entire human empire. "Can you make this thing?" When a soldier asked Qin Mo, everyone else present turned their eyes to Qin Mo, expecting him to say yes. Although the power armor produced by the Richin family is not great, it is still power armor. Qin Mo said nothing, still staring at the power armor. The structure of this power armor and the secret technology passed down from generation to generation of the Richard family used in it are like children's toys to Qin Mo. He can not only imitate but also improve. However, Qin Mo cared more about the horrific wounds on the power armor than the power armor itself. What penetrated the power armor was not bullets or lasers, but sharp claws. The chest of the power armor was inlaid with 20 mm of alloy armor to protect the heart, and it was torn to pieces. This proves that a relatively pure-blooded Genestealer joined the battle in the melee just now. The purer the bloodline among the Genestealers, the stronger they are. Not to mention tearing apart power armor, they can even tear through the Terminator armor worn by elite space warriors. We have to be careful. Qin Mo looked up at the soldiers. If you see an enemy crawling on the ground without weapons, you must turn on the gravity shield immediately and notify me. Yes. The soldiers nodded in unison. But they didn't understand why Qin Mo's mind jumped so fast, suddenly jumping from the power armor to the enemy. I can imitate this kind of power armor, but these junks are no longer usable. Let's wait until we find more metal materials in the future. Qin Mo added. Not just power armor. In Qin Mo's vision, he would use his scientific research talents to arm the entire team as much as possible, regardless of the cost. Because the combat effectiveness of the soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force can only be said to be stronger than that of civilians, and it is very likely that more soldiers will not be found for a long time in the future, then the combat effectiveness of these few people can only be enhanced through weapons and equipment. We found friendly forces. Gray rushed back and shouted to Qin Mo. Let's go. Qin Mo put his gravity shield on his back and turned around to leave the position. At the same time, 1 kilometer due north of the 44th Regiment's position, local Planetary Defense Force soldiers were fighting the rebels. The soldiers were stationed in a 10-story metal building. Most were assigned to guard the front and back entrances of the building, while the rest stood by the windows on each floor and fired at the rebels. By analyzing the intelligence provided by the scouts, the officers concluded that the rebels had at least 20,000 people, 20 times more than their own side. If it hadn't been for the sudden and inexplicable retreat of most of the rebels, the number of people attacking the building would have at least tripled or even quadrupled. The rebel soldiers looked weird and there were many monsters mixed in among them, but they were not stupid. Their infantry surrounded the tanks and pushed forward against the hail of bullets. Every 10 meters of advancement, the tank would stop, turn the turret, and fire a shot at the window of the building. The shells sometimes hit the metal walls and bounced off, and sometimes they were lucky enough to hit the windows. After gradually marching to a position 70 meters away from the main entrance of the building, the tank no longer shot at the windows, but turned the turret to aim at the main entrance and fired. There are a large number of bulletproof bunkers in the lobby on the first floor. Even if the shells are hit, they will not be able to hurt the people hiding behind the bunkers, but they will be unable to lean out from behind the bunkers to fight back. Attack! Attack! A commander with a big purple head opened the hatch and came out, shouting orders to the surrounding soldiers. After watching the soldiers leave the perimeter of the tank and rush towards the main entrance, the commander got into the car and personally operated the tank gun and aimed it at the main entrance. He saw soldiers rushing into the first floor and then being cut into pieces by logging guns suddenly raised from behind the bunker. The commander smiled and fired, and the shells shot into the first floor and exploded. After the explosion, all the people and heavy weapons who stood up to fight back behind the bunker were destroyed by shrapnel. For the Evolution Sect! The commander shouted wildly. But just when he was about to completely clear the first floor in the same way, he suddenly heard a woman's voice suddenly appear in his mind. A psyker and 5 other people suddenly joined the fight. The troops you deployed at the back door did not stop them. They had already entered the building. This is a reminder from the bishop of the evolutionary sect. The commander made an agreement with the bishop before the war, that is, as the commander, he can personally drive the tank to join the battle, but he must retreat immediately if he receives psychic communication. I will retreat immediately. The commander tapped the driver's shoulder. Back off, brother. The tank went from slowly advancing to slowly retreating. The commander stared at the first floor inside the main entrance with a sight glass and was ready to fire at any time. Soon he saw 6 people running directly from behind the bunker. The leader of them held a chainsword in his right hand and a scepter in his left hand. He looked like a psyker. Go to hell! The commander fired decisively. Qin Mo, who was running, immediately raised his scepter, temporarily distorting the physical laws of the cannonball. So the shell that pierced the barrel stopped suddenly, then changed from forward to backward, flew back into the barrel and exploded. The commander sitting in the tank was not injured because a psychic barrier was in front of him. The commander and ammunition rack survived while the crew was blown to pieces. There are psykers. Qin Mo continued running and began to scan all enemies within sight, looking for the rebel psykers. While searching for the rebel psyker, Qin Mo approached the tank and activated the gravity shield, instantly crushing the tank into a flat piece of metal. Chapter 7 This is not psychic power. Where are the psykers? Qin Mo searched around and still couldn't see where the rebel psykers were, so he turned his head and asked the soldiers who were in a daze on the first floor. These soldiers have been fighting the rebels inside the building, but they have only seen one psyker so far, and that is Chin Mo. Don't stand outside. An officer ran down from the second floor to remind Chin Mo, let's defend this building together. Chin Mo was unmoved after hearing this reminder. He stood in the hail of bullets with a gravity shield on his back, scanning every planetary defense force soldier on the first floor. The soldiers looked very stunned and frightened. The continuous attacks of the rebels made them tired and frightened. Chin Mo realized that he needed to do something to boost his morale, so he looked at Gray. Gray nodded silently, looked at the other 4 remaining soldiers of the 44th Regiment, and then walked with them behind Chin Mo. There was a distance of 3 meters between everyone to avoid the scope of gravity shields from overlapping. The best defense is offense. Chin Mo turned his head to look at the rebels sweeping toward him, and stepped forward. Gray and his comrades marched and shot, fearless but still worried. Although the gravity shield allows them to walk safely in the hail of bullets, what if someone among the rebels uses a laser rifle? When Gray was worried, he caught a glimpse of a large number of rebels armed with laser rifles gathering in the distance. He immediately turned to Chin Mo to warn him, but Chin Mo had already responded first. The laws of physics are selectively distorted within a radius of 500 meters, and the hit rate, which is affected by many factors, is modified to a fixed condition of absolutely being unable to hit. All the lasers fired at Chin Mo were deflected towards the ground. Chin Mo continued to move forward for 10 steps, then raised his scepter high and struck the ground hard. A fan-shaped flame spurted out from the ground. The flames rushed forward and burned everything in its path. Metal was melted and human bodies were reduced to ashes. People hiding in the building could clearly see that this single attack wiped out a large area of rebels. Chin Mo raised the scepter again, pressed the button on the chain sword, and said with the buzzing sound of the saw teeth turning, "For the Emperor." His majestic figure stood in the hail of bullets, and neither bullets nor cannonballs could hurt him at all. On the top of the scepter in his hand, the golden double-headed eagle symbolizing the Empire shone brightly in the firelight. Every soldier in the building who saw this scene felt their blood surge. They felt that the Lord of Humanity sitting on the golden throne had set his sights on this battlefield, expecting his people to show courage. For the Emperor! The soldiers roared and poured out of the building, charging towards the rebels fearlessly. Chin Mo charged at the front. He turned off the gravity shield and wielded the chain sword to kill every enemy in the way. His heroic fighting posture inspired his own soldiers even more. Everyone was proud to charge in the front. But Chin Mo's current state is not as strong as he appears. He is actually very tired and numb. His body is as heavy as lead, and his eyelids are so heavy that he cannot turn his head even if he uses the strength supplied to his head. Open your eyes. This state is due to the modification of the physical laws when facing the laser rifle. The scope of this ability has been raised to the limit as much as possible, thus draining most of Chin Mo's energy. It was in this weak state that Chin Mo met his most feared enemy. The enemy was not a sturdy Genestealer aberration, but a small purple-skinned thing with the same size and wretched appearance as Gollum in The Lord of the Rings. Its name is Brain Maggot Demon Pet. They possess the most threatening ability to psykers, Sonic interference. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The Brain Maggot Demon crawled onto a rebel soldier and stared at Chin Mo from 100 meters away, with purple light flashing in his tiny eyes. It's apparently already using Sonic interference abilities. Chin Mo originally planned to retreat, but he suddenly realized that this guy's psychic interference did not have any impact on him. The two sides just looked at each other for a while. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Brain Maggot Demon Pet. Chin Mo. When a puzzled expression appeared on the face of the Brain Maggot Demon Pet, Chin Mo raised his scepter and released thunder and lightning, chopping everything within a 30-meter radius around the Brain Maggot Demon Pet's location into charcoal. After dealing with the threat, Chin Mo looked around. Under the fierce counterattack of their own side, the rebels, who had lost their commander long ago, finally couldn't hold on any longer. Those in the rear began to collapse, but most of them were still fighting. Chin Mo was ready to completely disintegrate the morale of the rebels. He floated into the air and began to accumulate strength to unleash the most ferocious attack. Soon the rebels discovered that in a circular area with a radius of 50 meters in the center of their side, all physical phenomena became very distorted and weird. The metal ground beneath your feet is sometimes soft like a sponge, sometimes flowing and churning like sea water, and people who step on it fall into it and drown. The bulletproof armor on his body changed many times in just 10 seconds. Sometimes it flowed along the body, and sometimes it penetrated into the body and ran in the blood vessels. The bullet fired at the planetary defense force came from behind and hit the shooter in the back of the head. The bayonet he thrust out dug a hole in his abdomen. These physical phenomena killed all the rebels in the area of effect, and caused the rebels who witnessed these phenomena to have a psychological collapse and flee desperately. Even those in the planetary defense force who fought alongside Qin Mo were frightened by the strange power he displayed. When Qin Mo fell, except for Gray and the remaining soldiers of the 44th Regiment, everyone in the vicinity subconsciously retreated to keep the distance between them and Qin Mo. I am not psychic," Qin Mo said weakly. But the people around him didn't understand, and they didn't know why he said this. Only Qin Mo himself knew that when the brain maggot demon pet could not interfere with his spiritual energy, he was absolutely sure that his power was definitely not spiritual energy. But there is no way of knowing what it is. The soldiers and officers all looked at Qin Mo in fear. "He just saved your lives!" Gray yelled at the others. "You guys would have been torn apart by the rebels, just like everyone else in the 44th Infantry Regiment except us." Hearing this angry rebuke, everyone else lowered their heads in shame. The shame is real, the gratitude is real, but so is the fear. "I need to rest." Qin Mo stepped forward towards the building. He almost fell down as soon as he took a step. He continued walking with the scepter as hard as he could. The battle just now had completely drained him of all his energy, and he was just relying on his will to hold on because he didn't want to crawl around in front of so many people. Gray immediately stepped forward to take the chain sword, then took off the backpack on Qin Mo's back and carried it himself. "This guy is right, he saved us." A strong soldier walked over and wanted to carry Qin Mo on his back, but Qin Mo just handed him the scepter and then helped another person from the 44th Regiment walk. The medic who was still alive stepped forward to check Qin Mo's body. The others either walked into the building together, or took a few steps to clear out a room in the building where they could rest. Chapter 8. Weird Dream. Night. "So, half of the rebels who attacked your place escaped for no reason. It's not that half of it is gone, it's that it's all gone." On the rooftop of the building, everyone sat together, setting off a fire to charge the laser rifle's battery, and chatting at the same time. Gray told him why he and Qin Mo came here. But not everything was said. The identities of the gravity shield and Qin Mo were deliberately concealed by Gray. At this time, the other 4 survivors of the 44th Infantry Regiment sitting next to Gray also tacitly concealed the fact that Qin Mo was a psychic prisoner. As for why, Gray felt that the only people who knew Qin Mo's identity and that he was still alive today were the survivors of the 44th Regiment like him. If the rebels will be wiped out in the future, they can help Qin Mo forge evidence of his death, and then report to his superiors that Qin Mo is dead, so that Qin Mo can spend his life in a place like Daikyo that cannot be controlled. And if the rebels cannot eliminate everyone in the nest, they will die, so there is no need to report. "As the commander of the 47th Infantry Regiment, I salute you. I feel sorry for the death of your comrades." The officer took off his military cap and observed a moment of silence for the deceased of the 44th Infantry Regiment. All other soldiers and junior officers also took off their hats and observed silence. 3 minutes later, the officer suddenly asked the question he had always wanted to ask, "That psyker. I'm sorry, I can't think of a more respectful way to call a psyker. Has he been trained and certified by the Empire?" "Of course." Gray nodded. "How else do you think the double-headed eagle logo on his scepter came from?" "That's good." The officer breathed a sigh of relief. "Otherwise, once he loses control, it will be a disaster for the entire hive and even the entire galaxy." The speaker has no intention and the listener has the intention. Gray frowned slightly, lowered his head and recalled an incident he had experienced in the lower nest when he was a child. A psyker went berserk under severe life pressure. He first accidentally killed his wife and daughter, then cried and hugged the bodies of his wife and daughter. In less than a day, he annihilated a total of 80,000 Planetary Defense Force infantry and armored troops. This incident has even caused the Planetary Defense Force to fail to recover to this day, and the strength of the Planetary Defense Forces is very different from that of the rebels. With Qin Mo's amazing strength, if a psyker of his level loses control. Thinking of this, Gray trembled. "Speaking of which, I don't think it's easy for him to lose control, right?" The officer said again, his mood seems to be very stable. "Have you ever lost control before when you were with the 44th Regiment?" "Of course not." Gray recalled Qin Mo's situation. He was indeed very stable. "What's his name?" the officer asked. A weird name, Qin Mo." Gray replied. It sounds a bit familiar. The officer recalled, my ancestors once fought side by side with an angel named Qin Xia. They went to attack a space facility called Kareem Stargate. Later, this angel named Qin Xia was on the heavenly spear. The soul returns to the golden throne. Sir, I once read this story in a book. Is the battle group that the angels serve in called White? What is it? No, my grandfather specifically told me that it was not a war group but a legion. Legion? Are you kidding? Your grandfather must have remembered it wrong. After all, that was hundreds or even thousands of years ago. Thousands of years? Tens of thousands of years. The people of the 47th Regiment were chatting happily, but Gray and a few people from the 44th Regiment were silent, which was out of tune with them. Gray wanted to see Qin Mo's condition, but was afraid of disturbing him, so he just sat in silence. In the room on the top floor of the building, Qin Mo lay on the only mattress and fell asleep, still dreaming at the same time. He dreamed that he was traveling back and forth among the stars, and he could go wherever he wanted throughout the galaxy. I also dreamed that I was playing with a small toy, shaping a planet into what I wanted according to my own ideas. Qin Mo also had this kind of unconstrained dream before traveling through time. It was just an unrealistic dream. But when the illusory dream disappeared, Qin Mo woke up from the bed and found himself in a gorgeous bedroom. This is neither a hive nor a battlefield. It is a place of splendor, and the bed under your body is soft and spacious. When Qin Mo looked at all this in surprise, he suddenly saw a girl sitting on the ground crying in the corner of the room. The strange thing is that the girl's appearance keeps changing. Sometimes she is a cat, sometimes she is an old man, sometimes she is even a tank or a logging gun. Traitor! It turned its head and looked at Qin Mo, accusing him angrily. What traitor? What are you talking about? Qin Mo asked. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I've forgotten a lot of things, but I don't know why I just want to call you a traitor. It looked confused, looking at its ever-changing body. Why am I broken into pieces? A lot of chunks and you can keep it intact. What's your name? Insight, mimicry, engineer or, I forgot, why did I forget this? I seem to have forgotten a lot of things. No matter what your name is, you should be called a traitor from the moment you betray me. After saying a lot of words that Qin Mo couldn't understand, it turned into a male aristocrat, suddenly jumped at Qin Mo and strangled his neck. You ate my friend. Give it back. Qin Mo woke up with a start, sat up and gasped, realizing that everything just now was just a dream. Damn! I'm so tired that I'm going insane. Qin Mo rubbed his temples helplessly, and then thought of something very important. Qin Mo found his scepter in the corner. He melted the double-headed eagle on the scepter and took out a piece of paper. This piece of paper was the only page left in the diary that had been blown to pieces. After making the gravity shield, Qin Mo hid it in the double-headed eagle. Qin Mo didn't keep this page just to remember it. He always felt that he could restore the entire diary in the future by relying on science and technology. After browsing the contents on the paper, Qin Mo hid the paper in the double-headed eagle again. At this time, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open, and a soldier stepped into the room. When he saw Qin Mo awake, he immediately saluted as an eagle. Captain, he invites you to come over for a meeting. Why should I go to the meeting? Qin Mo asked in confusion. Don't you want to go? The soldier was confused by the question. Okay, I got it. Qin Mo felt that being able to attend the meeting was because the people here valued him, so he got up and followed the soldiers to the meeting place. When Qin Mo was walking in the corridor, all the passing soldiers leaned against the wall to give way and lowered their heads. Seeing their looks, Qin Mo knew that Gray must not have told anyone that he was a prisoner. Otherwise, even if they didn't arrest him, their eyes would definitely be full of disgust and dissatisfaction. It seems that those gravity shields were not in vain. Qin Mo thought so. Chapter 9. It doesn't matter, I will be responsible. After arriving at the conference room on the 5th floor of the building, the soldier performed the eagle salute and stood aside while Qin Mo pushed the door open and entered. Gray and the officers above the class level of the 47th Regiment were sitting on the ground, and their attention was attracted by the sound of the door opening. When he saw Qin Mo come in and sit down, the group leader said to everyone, "Let's start the meeting." Everyone nodded. Then the leader introduced himself to Qin Mo, Klein. Qin Mo. What should we do next? After introducing himself, the group leader immediately asked questions, which caught Qin Mo off guard. When he saw everyone turning their attention to him, Qin Mo lowered his head and thought. In order to provide Qin Mo with more reference conditions, Leader Klein began to tell what he knew now. The intelligence provided above shows that there are only 30,000 rebels in the bottom nest, and we dispatched 170,000 people to enter the bottom nest. We obviously have an advantage. But the rebels actually number 300,000 people. They have even established an industrial zone in the bottom nest. They can be self-sufficient. 3 days ago, our front line was defeated in 1 day. The marshal and all the senior officials around him were assassinated. Fortunately, he had noticed something was wrong before he died and ordered 50,000 people to build defensive positions in the name of establishing a supply base. After speaking roughly, Klein closed his mouth. Continue. Qin Mo said. Of course I should continue talking, but what you don't know is so I can get to the point. Klein nodded. I don't know anything. Qin Mo raised his head and looked at Klein. I'm not a regiment leader or an officer, I'm just a top soldier of the 44th Regiment. I foolishly entered the nest and then foolishly built fortifications. I don't even know why the top brass built defensive positions when executing their offensive plan. Okay. Klein nodded vigorously and told everything he knew without any reservations. Then Qin Mo understood the current situation. Communication is interrupted. Except for the 50,000 soldiers who were ordered by the marshal to establish defensive positions, the other troops who continued to implement the offensive plan can be judged as completely wiped out. As of now, no one knows which defensive positions have been breached and which defensive positions remain. There is no way to communicate with each other. In other words, the most pessimistic but reasonable speculation is that except for this building, any other defensive position may have been breached. Unless someone can prove that other positions still exist. At the end, Klein gave an order that only regiment-level officers knew, that is, once the attack plan failed, the only passage from the bottom nest to the lower nest would be blown up. Who gave the order to attack in the first place? Gray was extremely angry. This is simply a fraud. I have reason to suspect that the higher UPS in the Hive City just want us to die. My family is in the nest, but as far as I know, the attack plan was planned and executed by the marshal himself. Klein answered helplessly. I think the most pessimistic situation is not that there is no one else except us, but that the entire nest has been controlled by the rebels. Maybe. Your Majesty, how did the intelligence come to such a huge fallacy? That's enough. Qin Mo raised his hand to stop. The most important thing for us now is not to discuss whose fault the attack plan was, but how we should survive and take revenge on those fools when we get out alive. Hearing this, Gray stopped what he wanted to say and nodded in approval. Qin Mo turned to look at Klein. Have the higher UPS in the army sent you a battle plan? For example, a map with various defensive positions, or something else? Klein did not hesitate to take out a map and hand it to Qin Mo. Qin Mo spread out the map and checked the positions near the 47th Infantry Regiment. There is a position 70 km due east, garrisoned by 2 regiments. There is a position 50 km due west, garrisoned by 4 regiments. The rest is at least 100 or 200 km away. Before traveling, Qin Mo couldn't intuitively feel the hugeness of the Hive City, but now he can feel it. If we want to survive, we must first resist the rebel offensive. Qin Mo raised his hand and crossed all the positions. We need to confirm which positions on the defense line still exist and which ones have been breached. If they have been breached, if there is too much, we will have to retreat and re-establish the defense line, otherwise we will continue to defend. What's the point of continuing to defend? Can we wait for reinforcements? Klein asked. We can't wait for reinforcements, but I can guarantee that as long as you give me enough time, I can increase our combat effectiveness exponentially. Qin Mo replied. At this time, Klein's eyes drifted towards Gray and the other 4 survivors of the 44th Regiment. They were all carrying a metal backpack. This may be the reason why they were able to survive in the hail of bullets as if they were in no one's land. Therefore, Klein had every reason to believe in Qin Mo's promise. He nodded in agreement. I agree. Please tell me your order. Okay, we. Qin Mo hesitated, then asked, why do you act like one of my subordinates from the beginning to the end? Klein gave Qin Mo a strange feeling. He was very different from Bull. This guy actually showed his willingness to obey orders instead of ensuring his command authority. Because I want to live. I don't care who is commanding, I only care if a powerful psyker can stay with us, because if there is another attack and you are not here, then everyone in the 47th Regiment will be dead. Klein said extremely frankly. Qin Mo understood Klein's thoughts. This guy wished he could directly become the commander of the 47th Regiment, because then he would have the responsibility to fight for the lives of everyone in the infantry regiment. Of course, this was a theoretical duty. After all, if Bull ran away directly, the soldiers below would not be able to stop him. Okay. Qin Mo lowered his head and looked at the map, pointing to the position due east. I will go here first to confirm whether there are any living people on the position, but before that I will help you consolidate your defenses. First of all, this building is not reliable. It will be blown down sooner or later. We need to make it bigger and bigger, and then build an underground part. Soldiers can fight on the ground and rest underground. We have too little heavy firepower. We must add heavy logging guns and fixed melta guns, and reduce every window into a shooting hole and an observation hole. Then. I'm sorry to interrupt. Klein raised his palm. No one is responsible for logistics now. We don't have an engineering force to build fortifications, nor a convoy to transport a large number of heavy weapons to the front line. We only have the few people we have now. It doesn't matter, I will be responsible. Qin Mo stood up and looked down at Klein. Now, ask your people to find metal and electronic parts for me. If you can't find electronic parts, look for copper and rubber. After hearing the order, Klein nodded doubtfully. Chapter 10. The Power of Star God. In the afternoon of that day, when all the soldiers went out to collect metal and electronic parts, Qin Mo had already begun to expand the entire building. This was the second time Gray saw Qin Mo perform creation magic, and he was far more shocked than the first time. Under the control of Qin Mo, in a square area with a side length of 100 meters, the hard metal ground became soft, and under the control of his mind, it was shaped into the desired shape, or attached to the building. When one piece of ground turned into a deep pit, Qin Mo began to copy the same method to another piece of ground. The entire building was gradually expanded to 5 floors, the walls were thickened by centimeters, metal rods were floating in the air, and shooting holes were interspersed with the metal. These firing holes are oriented in a fixed direction, but ensure that after setting up heavy weapons, they can be directly aimed at the attacking rebels. There are shooting holes that are opened in the forward direction, and there are also shooting holes that are opened obliquely. When the expansion was completed, the metal rods were stretched and sewn into the wall like a line of tofu, acting as steel bars. The special alloy used in the bottom nest floor is not used by dogs for making weapons because its plasticity is extremely poor, but it is the best material when used as a wall. Klein watched the building turn into a fortress, and then felt very puzzled. This fortress doesn't even have a door open, how can we get in and out? Then Qin Mo gave him the answer with practical actions. The door of the building is no longer opened directly on the ground, but has become a semicircular underground passage. Anyone who wants to enter the building must first slide in through the external opening, and then climb up the stairs. After entering the building, you must walk through a maze of narrow passages, with thick walls with shooting holes on both sides. Klein felt that this entrance and exit design was really vicious for attackers. The wall cannot be blasted through, and the curved entrance and exit cannot be penetrated by tanks. Even if the attacker's infantry climbs into the building under strong firepower, they will still be huddled in the passage and then be slaughtered by heavy weapons behind the wall. On the other hand, if you look at it from the defensive perspective, this is simply an angelic design. Give me a flamethrower and a melt cannon, and I can hold out for a year under dozens of times the enemy's attack. Klein first praised the fortress, and then asked what he thought was a very critical question, but we also need supplies. How should materials be transported into the fortress? Lucky like this. Qin Mo raised his hand, and the wall immediately opened like a door. I understand. Klein raised his eyebrows and nodded. After expanding the above-ground part, Qin Mo began to work on the underground part. In order to prevent the underground part from being infiltrated by Genestealers, Qin Mo just dug holes in the core of the building that had to be entered from the ground. This is truly a power that far exceeds that of ordinary people. Klein sighed with emotion. Although psychic energy is scary, it is also really useful. I'm not a psychic. Qin Mo said. He had never thought of himself as a psychic before, and had never taken those hallucinations and dreams seriously. And now various signs have shown that he is definitely not a psyker, otherwise things like the Chinook suppression collar and the brain maggot pet would not be of any use to him. As for the source of this power, Qin Mo recalled his previous hallucination after being shattered by a cannonball, and he thought it was probably the Star God. Star God? The Star Gods were born long before the birth of all races in the Milky Way, parasitic on the stars to absorb energy. These Star Gods are the gods of the material world. They have the power to transcend time and dimensions. They can create black holes and create a planet out of thin air. It is easy for them to twist the laws of physics. There are some similarities between the power of the Star God and the power of the subspace, such as releasing flames out of thin air, or causing abnormal phenomena in the material universe, and manipulating objects with ideas. Qin Mo is now 80% sure that his power comes from the Star God, but he still doesn't know which Star God it is and why he has this power. I'm going to make weapons. When the soldiers come back, let them send the things they find to me. Qin Mo didn't want to explain too much and turned around to leave. Although he could mobilize the 47th Infantry Regiment at will, Qin Mo didn't intend to take too many people away to find other positions. His plan was still to arm Gray and the others as much as possible. After all, when civilian buildings are expanded into fortresses, more defenders will be needed. In Qin Mo's vision, the six-man team would covertly move to various positions as quickly as possible, so he needed equipment that could move quickly. Considering the concealment, it is best that this equipment is not a vehicle, but a miniaturized equipment that can be integrated into the power armor. Then the answer is ready to come out. Jetpack. The gravity shield will be integrated into the jetpack. This jetpack will have the functions of generating a gravity shield, maintaining short-term flight and long-distance jumps, and storing items. Weapons should also be integrated into the power armor, and energy weapons must be used primarily, since kinetic energy weapons cannot penetrate gravity shields. Wait until you have time to improve the gravity shield before using kinetic weapons. After comprehensive consideration, power armor integrating jetpacks, gravity shields, and energy weapons should be designed to focus on defense against energy weapons. The energy consumption of various weapons and equipment is a big problem. Qin Mo believes that he should design a large capacity battery that can be charged with thermal energy, so that when the energy is about to be exhausted, everyone only needs to gather together, and then distort the physical laws within the range so that the flame cannot ablate the metal. Or the human body, just breathe fire directly to charge it. In addition to individual equipment, Qin Mo also plans to design drones. These drones are divided into types according to different purposes. They can carry kinetic weapons or medical supplies, or only have reconnaissance capabilities, or they can be used as mobile bunkers. Finally, there are heavy weapons for the fortress. This does not require wasting brain cells. It is nothing more than making logging guns, flamethrowers, or melta cannons. As long as Qin Mo recalled the appearance of these heavy weapons in his mind, he could understand the principles and structures of these weapons and make one-to-one imitations. All of these creations are far from perfect, but it is precisely because of this that they are easily designed and manufactured by Qin Mo. When he suspected that he was a psychic before, Qin Mo didn't dare to create a large amount of things he wanted so presumptuously, but now that he believes that he is not a psychic, he is not afraid. As for leaving the bottom nest in the future, what to do after these technological creations that have not been reviewed by the Empire are discovered? We can first get out alive. And if these things are affected by spiritual energy? Damn, this is a fatal thing. Qin Mo suddenly thought that among the Genestealers, not only were there individuals who could use psychic powers, but also the psychic powers of these individuals were not weak. Research into anti-psychic technology is imperative. Qin Mo plans to first use the principle of a psychic suppression collar to build a psychic suppressor. Chapter 11. Like a mosquito. After 4 Terra days passed, the day and night research and manufacturing finally came to fruition. While the soldiers were carrying their heavy weapons to various parts of the fortress, Qin Mo ordered Gray and the other 5 to put on power armor and immediately go with him to the position due east to check the situation. Wait a minute, don't these power armors need to be tested? No testing required. Qin Mo walked at the front of the 6-man team, advancing through the winding and twisting passages in the fortress. Klein followed Qin Mo nervously and worriedly, followed by the elite soldiers he had just selected. I don't think we should be in such a hurry. We should at least test whether there is any problem with the power armor first. Test it with battle. Okay, let's test it in battle. Seeing that Qin Mo was confident and stubborn, Klein had no choice but to compromise and not mention testing the power armor for the time being. But there is one more important thing. Gray and the others are just ordinary soldiers. The 44th Regiment has always been a logistics supply group and has not participated in many battles. Are you sure you want to only take them? Klein said and glanced at Gray, then looked at the soldiers behind him, signaling to them get ahead of the curve. Qin Mo understood Klein's idea, but he would not bring the elite soldiers of the 47th Regiment, so he decisively rejected it. Gray and the others may not be the strongest soldiers, but they must be the most determined, and they are shoulder to shoulder with me. Having fought before, they are more familiar with my fighting style. Okay then. Klein felt that this reason was quite convincing, so he could only compromise again, stop and watch Qin Mo and the others leave. It wasn't until Qin Mo opened a door on the wall at the end of the passage and was about to walk out that Klein suddenly shouted, "Don't confront the rebels head on. We have few people after all." Qin Mo walked out of the fortress without saying a word, and the door he opened on the wall immediately closed. But just as Klein sighed helplessly and turned around, another door opened in the wall. Qin Mo returned to the fortress and reminded Klein, "There is a Shinix suppressor in my room, which is the square metal box. If you are attacked and find a psyker, don't forget to turn on the Shinix suppressor." Suppressor, but that thing needs to be charged, and it can only be effective for 2 days at a time. I can't forget it. Klein looked back at Qin Mo. I formed a team of 5 people specifically responsible for guarding and using the suppressor. Then I'll be relieved. Qin Mo turned and left. The door on the wall closed again, and the wall returned to a tight fit. The power armor can maintain short-term flight. It only took 2 hours to cross a distance of 70 kilometers. The energy was exhausted during the journey and the battery was recharged once. Since he was not sure whether the position due east still existed, when he got within 2 kilometers, Qin Mo ordered to advance on foot and released a drone to detect the situation on the position. Does the position still exist? Qin Mo glanced at the drone that quickly flew high into the sky, then turned to look at Gray who released it. Gray didn't respond immediately. He cocked his neck and stared at nothing in front of him, looking a little stupid. Gray was checking the HUD screen integrated on the visor, staring at the lower right corner, where the drone's perspective screen was projected. The position was filled with smoke and no one could be seen at all. Life scan. Qin Mo reminded Gray, "This is a unique function of the reconnaissance drone." Gray immediately said, "Life scan." After activating the life scanning function, the drone directly marks the detected life on the HUD with green punctuation points, and displays the data in the lower left corner. Humans, 5,723 people. Mutated species, 9,938 people. Analysis: based on the current rate of reduction of pure human beings in the scanning area, it is expected that the defenders here will be killed in 1 hour and 21 minutes. For reference only. The position has not been breached yet, but it will be soon. Gray raised his hand and swiped in the air a few times, then asked in confusion, "I remember you said that the system of this power armor has the ability to share information. How does it operate?" Reach out your hand and click the combat mode in the lower left corner as if the HUD screen is in front of you. Information sharing will be forced on. Qin Mo taught helplessly. He originally had a good idea, integrating an electronic system into the power armor, which could analyze the battle situation, monitor the status of the power armor, and share information. As a result, this thing is really a bit esoteric for ordinary big-headed soldiers, and since changing the action mode and combat mode of the power armor is a matter that requires careful consideration, it cannot be changed with voice commands, which is very cumbersome in the eyes of Gray and the others. Done. After Gray awkwardly clicked on combat mode, all the information he saw was shared with other power armors, and other people wearing power armors also saw the results of the life scan. Everyone can clearly see the location of friendly forces and the positions of all rebels on the position. The difference in numbers between the two warring parties on the position was not very large, but the rebels still had an overwhelming advantage over the planetary defense forces. This is thanks to the aberrations on the rebels' side. Aberrants are very strong individuals among the Genestealers. They use industrial equipment to fight and use powerful force to make up for their major deficiencies in intelligence. When the Aberrants launched their attack, the position was filled with smoke by the rebels, and the planetary defense force was forced into hand-to-hand combat. Until the 6-man group from the 44th Regiment appeared. Before the power armor landed, the powerful momentum emitted by the jetpack had blown away the smoke on the position. The two sides in the melee looked at the 6 unknown people in the center of the battlefield in shock. When they saw the double-headed eagle on the scepter, the rebels realized that they were definitely not their own. The rebels did not attack rashly, but looked carefully at the 6 people wearing power armor. The position that was originally full of shouts of killing has quieted down. Death. One of the largest aberrations held the head it had pulled from an unknown person in its hand and looked at Qin Mo fiercely. Qin Mo turned to look at Gray, who nodded in understanding. For the Emperor. Gray rushed out from Qin Mo first and headed straight for the aberration directly in front. The thick power armor automatically adjusts the nozzle angle of the jetpack when running to provide thrust for the power armor. This makes the power armor heavy but not slow. Ah! The aberration threw away the head in his hand and charged at Gray with a sledgehammer raised high. The two tall and strong individuals all rushed towards each other. In the minds of the bystanders, they had already imagined what might happen next. Either the metal and machinery were superior, and the aberrant body was knocked away. Either the body that has evolved to power is better, smashing the power armor and the people inside into pieces. Even at this moment, Qin Mo himself thought so. Until Gray rushed to a position 5 steps away from the aberration and suddenly turned on the gravity shield. While the stones and debris around his body were instantly flattened, the unknown aberration already held a sledgehammer high and jumped hard, falling towards Gray. Pagee! The aberrations that jumped within the scope of the gravity shield were slapped to death by an invisible force, leaving a pool of smoothed mud on the ground, like a mosquito that was slapped to death. Gray's forward speed slowed down briefly and then quickly increased to the limit. The jetpack's nozzle spit out flames backwards, pushing the entire power armor to run at high speed. Chapter 12. Hold on, hold on. The rebels began to focus fire on Gray, heavy logging guns, laser rifles, live ammunition weapons, no matter what they were saying, but these weapons could not hit Gray. The live ammunition weapons were blocked, and the energy weapons hit the energy coating on the surface of the power armor. Deflected. For the Emperor. Qin Mo raised his scepter and chain sword high and charged at the nearby aberrations. Fight. For the Emperor. The officer of the Planetary Defense Force jumped out of the trench and shouted to his subordinates. The melee that had just been interrupted by Qin Mo's sudden arrival was now continuing. The battle on the position was very chaotic, which was absolutely beneficial to Qin Mo and Gray and the people wearing power armor. You don't even need to follow tactics, you just need to slowly advance on the battlefield with the gravity shield on, and use the multi-barreled energy guns integrated in the left and right hands to sweep randomly. Even if there are rebel soldiers rushing over with bombs or bayonets, it doesn't matter, they will be stopped by the gravity shield. The most deadly energy weapons for gravity shields cannot destroy power armor. Each joint of the power armor is integrated with a shield generator specifically designed to deal with laser weapons. It only requires a small amount of energy to destroy power armor. The surface generates an energy coating and deflects laser weapon fire. The only flaw of power armor is that it consumes too much energy. When all equipment is activated in combat mode, it can only last for 1 hour of combat. But this shortcoming is not known to the rebels, and even if it is known, it is useless, because when the numerical gap between the two sides is not very huge, not many people can survive for more than an hour. Turn off the energy plating of the power armor and allocate energy to the weapon system. Full firepower. Gray quickly ran to Qin Mo, who was advancing steadily and focused on fighting the aberrations. While covering his progress, he gave orders to the power armor. When the words plating off appear on the power armor integrity display system below the HUD, the weapon system receives the maximum energy supply. In the power armor designed by Qin Mo, energy can be allocated at will. For example, fully supplying the gravity shield can expand the scope of the gravity shield, or fully supplying the weapon system to make the weapons integrated in the hands more powerful and faster. Gray's gravity shield overlapped with Qin Mo's gravity shield, which was the closest distance between two people with gravity shields. Gray tried his best to help Qin Mo shoot those infantry who didn't need his special care, while Qin Mo concentrated on using his extraordinary power to kill the aberrations. For the Emperor. For the Emperor. Gray's head only stared straight ahead. The intelligence system integrated in his power armor marked every enemy in the field of vision. Gray would use the multi-barreled laser guns on his hands to shoot at the enemies. The mark disappears completely, and then you can target the next group of enemies. The two of them were caught in a fire as no one expected. However, the live ammunition weapon was easily intercepted by the gravity shield. Occasionally, a few laser beams would hit and leave scorch marks on the power armor. Whenever this happened, Gray would turn the muzzle and fire suppression fire in the direction of the laser. Even if the rebels drag heavy logging guns or even anti-armor artillery over and fire, it will be of no avail. As long as they dare to fire, they will inevitably face Gray's intensive care. I am the Emperor's warrior. Heretic bastards, learn my wrath! Gray shouted excitedly. He felt that he was invulnerable, and the rebels in front of him who were helpless in the face of the gravity shield were like ants. Qin Mo killed an aberration with lightning and then turned to look at Grey. He couldn't see what Grey looked like in the power armor, but he could make a rough guess. The other people who were killing the rebels with power armor in every corner of the position were all the same. Soldiers who once had to hide in battle and pray to the Emperor that the next bullet would not land on them were now invincible on the battlefield wearing power armor, and it was difficult not to have the illusion that they were invincible. Grey and the others need to adapt. As the person who created these power armors, Qin Mo didn't have any trouble in his heart. He always felt that they were not exciting and efficient enough. Qin Mo has always wanted to create a masterpiece that he is proud of. This masterpiece is not just a technology or a weapon, but a goal. The goal is to allow soldiers to kill the most enemies in the shortest time with the smallest number of people after being thrown into the battlefield. Qin Mo was so multitasking, mainly focusing on thinking, and the remaining energy on dealing with the enemy. Until the last aberration was chopped into char by lightning, the remaining rebel soldiers' morale collapsed and they fled desperately. The Emperor! Victory! Grey raised his arms high and cheered. The multi-barreled laser gun on the hand part of his power armor was running at such a high speed that it was constantly spraying sparks. Yes, we won. Qin Mo turned around indifferently and looked at the friendly soldiers who were fighting side by side before. 2 officers at the level of regimental commanders came out. When they saw the double-headed eagle scepter in Qin Mo's hand and the power armor on his body, he concluded in his heart that these were either nobles or the elite of the elite. They were all higher than them anyway. Salute to you. The 2 officers saluted with an eagle, and the other soldiers also saluted. The Emperor directed me to support you. Qin Mo accepted everyone's respect with peace of mind. At the same time, he also used these people's respect for him to say something that could boost their morale. Sometimes lies are more important than the truth. For these soldiers struggling in the dangerous underhive, there is no better morale than the thought that the Emperor is watching over them. These people cannot prove it. Otherwise, who can explain why 6 people fell from the sky at the most critical moment, chopping melons and vegetables to kill the rebels until their morale collapsed? Your Majesty the Emperor! Praise be to the Emperor, praise be to the Lord of mankind! The soldiers raised their heads and looked directly above, as if the hundreds of meters directly above them were not a dark space filled with huge pipes, but the sky where the stars could be clearly seen. Seeing the happy expressions of these people, Grey raised his hand and scratched his helmet twice, then turned his head to look at Qin Mo. After feeling the gaze, Qin Mo also turned to look at Grey and shrugged, special period, you know. Grey nodded silently. Ahem. Qin Mo cleared his throat to attract the attention of everyone present, and then he took out the communication device from the jetpack behind his back. This is a communication device integrated with a psychic suppressor. You can use it to communicate. The psyker will find a way to throw this thing in front of the psyker. Thank you for your generosity. The officer reached out and took the communicator. What should we do next? Hold on. Qin Mo said 2 words. With all due respect, my lord, if we continue to stay here and the rebels launch another attack and you go to save others, we will be dead. Hold on. Qin Mo emphasized. Yes. The officer nodded. I won't let you stand on this beaten position and defend like a fool. Qin Mo walked forward, picked a relatively intact ground, and then used his best skill. Under the eyes of everyone in amazement, a fortress was quickly built. The abilities belonging to the star god were refined even more. When building this fortress, the range in which Qin Mo could apply physical distortion was expanded 4-fold, and the construction speed of the fortress was naturally accelerated exponentially. Hold on. If the situation is critical, use communication equipment to contact me. I will arrive within a day. If I can't make it, continue to hold on. In short, this place cannot be lost under any circumstances. Qin Mo instructed. You will only hear the news of the loss of the position from other people. The officer's eyes were firm, and his right hand held the chain sword at his waist tightly, because at that time, all the officers and soldiers of the 87th and 31st Regiments had returned to the Golden Throne. Chapter 13. Rebel Psykers. I feel relieved with your words. Qin Mo nodded with great satisfaction, and then prepared to take Grey and others to other positions. Please wait. A soldier suddenly stood up and called Qin Mo. Qin Mo slowly turned his head. What's wrong? It's useful for us to hold on here, right? The soldier asked. As soon as he finished speaking, Everyone present looked at Qin Mo, waiting for his answer. This is a question that most people want to ask but don't dare to ask, and now a stupid young man asks it. After all, the offensive plan has been completely ruined, and the reason why the soldiers on the still existing positions are still holding on is not because they are brave and loyal, but because they have no other way to go. Of course it is useful. Qin Mo nodded, because if you stick to the position for a while, I will have more time to check the situation in other positions, and then I will integrate all the soldiers who are still alive, and we will let's clean up the rebels in the bottom nest together, and then walk out of the bottom nest with victory. This plan seemed feasible at first glance, but what Qin Mo said later was too optimistic. No one present believed that everyone could really get out of the nest. But this is the same reason why they still stand their ground. There is no other way to go, this is the only life-saving straw. Why did we end up in this situation? Emperor, please tell me. Who made the attack plan? Are we involved in the conspiracy of the nobles in the upper nest and spire areas? Some soldiers began to complain. Seeing that the situation was not going well, the officers immediately prepared to draw their guns and execute some people, but when they were about to take out their guns, they were stopped by Qin Mo. Qin Mo just watched the soldiers wailing and crying coldly. He knew that the psychological endurance of carbon-based life was limited. These people were almost on the verge of collapse. Forcibly suppressing them would only be counterproductive. They did not object to continuing to hold on, but only complained that the attack plan should not have been carried out, and angrily criticized the stupidity of some people in the hive. These people were just venting. After the soldiers' complaints gradually subsided, Qin Mo said, "Are you done with howling? Then go to the fortress to defend. Even if the chance that we can break out of the nest and beat up the governor is less than 1,000th, but we gotta try it." Hearing this, the soldiers stood up tiredly and walked towards the fortress. Everyone seems desperate but they really don't want to wait to die, and the hope of surviving and settling their scores becomes their source of strength. The officers glanced at Qin Mo gratefully and then walked towards the fortress. Qin Mo led Gray and others towards the next target position. Late at night. The 47th Regiment is located due west of the fortress, 50 kilometers away. In an abandoned building, a group of people rested in a relatively intact bungalow. Qin Mo didn't take a break and was using flames to recharge the battery, and Gray didn't take a break either. He released his drone to look for nearby positions. "Are you sure the military map shows there are positions here? If not, I didn't scan anything." Gray looked puzzled. He had used the drone's life scanning function to scan many times, and every time he scanned, he changed places but could not find the position marked on the map. "The bottom nest is dark both day and night, so I don't know when I can find it by using the drone's camera." "Can't you scan?" Qin Mo stopped what he was doing, raised his head and looked at Gray, then switched to thermal imaging. "How to switch?" "Switch with your mouth. I designed a separate radio device for the power armor just so that people like you can operate it without any problems." Okay. Thermal imaging mode. After controlling the drone in thermal imaging mode and flying around, Gray found the location of the position. This area was a gathering area for the undernest gangs and fanatics before the war, and that position was located in the center of the gathering area. As expected, of 4 regiments stationed there. From Gray's perspective, he could see a large number of people moving on the position. These people were not fighting the rebels, but were building fortifications. "Let's go." Qin Mo stood up and walked towards the position of the camp. "Aren't you going to call them?" Gray asked. Qin Mo didn't answer, but just walked forward. Gray glanced at his comrades who were resting, and then at the sentinel drone that was on sentry duty. After making sure that they were not in danger, Gray left with Qin Mo. Anyway, there was no fighting at that position. It was just a matter of running over to meet him, watch Qin Mo perform the magic of creation, and then do whatever he had to do. In Gray's expectation, this would be the easiest mission. The position is located in a square surrounded by high-rise buildings. It was previously a black market used by gangs in the Underhive to trade smuggled goods, but now there are only Planetary Defense Force soldiers stationed here. Everyone silently consolidated their position, until 2 flames appeared in the dark sky. They raised their heads and looked upward. Bang bang! Qin Mo and Gray landed at the same time. When they saw 2 people wearing power armor, the people on the battlefield stopped looking around and continued to do what they were supposed to do. There were even civilians on the ground. These civilians cannot fight, but they are helping the Planetary Defense Force build fortifications or helping to move heavy weapons. There are only a small number of logging guns among these heavy weapons, and most of them are energy weapons. Look. Gray tugged Qin Mo's arm and motioned for him to look to the left. 2 soldiers, one holding a bowl and the other holding water, were taking care of civilians who had lost their legs. Orderly and orderly, this was Qin Mo and Gray's impression of this position. So many people, so many weapons, it seems your plan can definitely come true. Gray said excitedly. Yet. Qin Mo nodded. Gray was suddenly surprised by his indifference. What's wrong with you? Qin Mo didn't answer. He didn't even know what was wrong with him, he just felt an unexplained discomfort. Physical discomfort. It's like a misophobic person entering a public dry toilet. Qin Mo couldn't explain the reason himself, it was just that he felt inexplicably disgusting and disgusted. I want to build a napalm bomb that covers a large area. Qin Mo gritted his teeth, blow up this cesspool. Hearing these words full of unreasonable hatred, Gray suddenly thought about the psyker losing control. Are you cynic? I'm not a psychic. Qin Mo retorted angrily. Okay, I think this is pretty good anyway. Gray took a step forward and walked slowly forward. Directly in front of them, a female officer was running quickly towards the two of them. She stopped and glanced at Qin Mo and Gray in surprise, with uncontrollable excitement in her voice. Are you the Marshal's guard? No, we are just ordinary soldiers, not the Marshal's guards. Gray confessed. I thought it was the Marshal's guard who came, and I thought all of us were saved. The female officer had obvious disappointment on her face. Are you here to seek asylum? Anyway, we are short of manpower now, so you are welcome. Join in. Gray turned his head and looked at Qin Mo, waiting for him to explain. But Qin Mo didn't respond. He lowered his head and the power armor on his body was trembling. What's wrong with you? Gray quickly stepped forward to help Qin Mo. Qin Mo slowly raised his head, and then Gray discovered that his faceplate had been burned red, and large and small holes were quickly burned out on the surface, and blazing flames were spurting out along the holes. Gray was horrified, and instantly realized that Qin Mo was using his ability. He would immediately release flames, burning the people here just like he burned the enemies to ashes in every previous battle. This place has fallen. When Qin Mo opened his mouth to speak, flames would spurt out from his mouth. She is the psyker of the rebels. Chapter 14. I am a human being. Before he could ask any more questions, Gray sensed that the terrifying danger was approaching. He subconsciously used a jetpack to jump to a position 100 meters above the ground, and levitated to look down at the ground. The people on the position were already unconscious. They were either running around or panicking and taking out weapons to shoot at Qin Mo. But these are useless. On the ground, a dazzling flash of light was released. This flash was so intense that it temporarily paralyzed the visual system of the power armor. There was a flash followed by a roar, and a third of the position was engulfed in flames. This was the first time that Gray saw Qin Mo perform such a terrifying attack. He seemed to be driven by rage, causing his destructive power to exceed normal levels in a short period of time due to the influence of emotions. What's wrong with you? Gray asked in the communication channel of the power armor. Didn't I say that this place has fallen? That female officer is a rebel psyker, and everyone here is a rebel. Impossible. If this is a trap set by the rebels, why would the female officer care so much about whether I am a soldier of the Marshal's Guard? Qin Mo did not continue to argue with Gray, but raised his hand and used telekinesis to pull him back to the ground from the air. Gray saw that the power armor and weapons on Qin Mo's body were not completely burned, but had many ablation marks. He probably used his special ability at the last moment to prevent the power armor and weapons from being burned as well. Without. Look at it. Look at it. Qin Mo walked towards a human-shaped charcoal block and pointed at its big head. Tell me, is this a head that humans can grow? Your head is the same as hers. Gray looked at the charcoal, and he could even recognize it as the female officer who greeted the two warmly. It's just that she was wearing a hat when she came, and now it's gone. The head looks big and long, a bit deformed. No, it's more than a little deformed. I understand. Gray nodded and smashed the charcoal block with one punch. Do you realize that I am right? Qin Mo asked. No, I'm still confused, but I know you were always the right one. Gray said, starting the combat mode of the power armor, raising his hands with integrated multi-laser guns, and looking at those who survived the flames. And approaching enemies. These enemies are not much different from normal humans in appearance, but they all wear helmets to hide their deformed heads under the helmets. There are also many normal humans among them, but these humans have stupid faces, eyes wide open and drooling, moving forward, and they seem to be controlled. Qin Mo suddenly realized why he felt disgusted when he came to the battlefield, because there must be one or more powerful psykers here, and those normal-looking humans on the battlefield were all attacked by this psyker. Controlled. Shall we fight or evacuate? Gray asked as he fired. Fight. Qin Mo was determined to eradicate this place. He closed his eyes and began to try to use the hatred and disgust in his heart to turn the unreasonable emotion into a source of guidance. In this way, Qin Mo suddenly sensed the source of his hatred. 700 meters ahead, one of the soldiers who were surrounding him. When Qin Mo's head suddenly turned forward, his eyes fell on a female soldier 700 meters away. Their eyes met, and the female soldier's face showed obvious confusion and fear. She didn't expect that her disguise would be easily seen through. Cover me. Qin Mo pointed forward and launched a charge. Gray followed closely behind, using multiple lasers to clear a clear path for Qin Mo, while also clearing away any enemies who wanted to surround and block him. After running 100 meters, Qin Mo jumped up and fell towards the psychic he found. Gray also jumped up and prepared to cooperate with Qin Mo. He knew the danger of psychics and couldn't help but worry. The two men wearing power armor crashed to the ground, and all enemies within the range of the gravity shield were crushed into pieces. Then the two men raised their heads at the same time to look at the psyker disguised as a soldier. The fear on the female psyker's face became even more intense. She was so frightened that she was trembling all over. She ordered the people nearby to stop Qin Mo at all costs, and at the same time, she ran backwards at an alarming speed. Kill her. Without saying anything else, Gray immediately understood how he should cooperate with Qin Mo. The two people supplied all the energy supply of the power armor to the gravity shield and energy plating, and at the same time ran towards the psyker in both directions. After running 2 steps, Gray suddenly fell to the ground, writhing in pain, and terrible words came from his mouth, "For the Emperor, for the evolutionary sect. For our savior." Qin Mo glanced at Gray, who was under control, and suddenly realized that he should make defensive psychic equipment, not a psychic suppressor that could only be effective within a fixed range. For example, it is similar to a shield, which can protect the wearer from psychic attacks, so that situations like Gray's current situation can be avoided. He didn't rush to the psyker, so the Shinik suppressor didn't take effect. While thinking about improvement measures for technological creations in his mind, Qin Mo's running speed had increased to the limit. His jetpack sprayed out a 1-meter-long flame vortex, providing the strongest thrust for the huge power armor. At this time, the psychic turned his head and unleashed his psychic energy on Qin Mo with all his strength, but it was useless. How could it be? The psyker was extremely shocked. She had no choice but to watch Qin Mo rush over, ready to accept her fate of being crushed into a cake by an invisible force. But Qin Mo suddenly turned off the gravity shield, pierced the psyker with the chain sword, and turned on the gravity shield again. At this time, the surrounding soldiers and the controlled people rushed towards him like crazy, but whether they shot at Qin Mo or chose to rush over and fight in close combat, the scope of the gravity shield was a desperate obstacle for them. "Give me the answer and I will let you die more happily." Qin Mo asked angrily, "Is this position a trap you set for me?" There was no response from the psyker, and the chain sword was spinning, making her feel like she was in hell. Just when Qin Mo wanted to continue questioning, he saw a smile appear on the psyker's face, her eyes turned purple, and the psyker became a microphone for another psyker. "What the hell are you? Why can't your magic pet interfere with your mind and control you? What's wrong with you?" she asked angrily. Qin Mo immediately realized that he was being targeted, so of course, this position was also a trap specially set up for him. "I am a human being," Qin Mo said. "You're a piece of shit, you freak, you." Qin Mo did not continue the argument and released flames along the chain sword, burning the psyker in front of him to death. Chapter 15. The pattern needs to be bigger. What happened to me just now? Gray's voice sounded in the communication system. He was extremely confused and had no idea what he had just encountered. "It's just about psychic abilities, what else can I do?" Qin Mo turned around and fought with the other rebels on the ground without further explanation. After returning to normal, Gray jumped to Qin Mo's side and fought alongside him. The two men quickly killed 1,000 rebels in the entire position. It feels like this power armor is really weak compared to your ability to release the sea of fire. Gray sat on the ground to rest. Qin Mo didn't respond, lowered his head and stood there in a daze. What's wrong? Gray asked. The rebels are targeting me. Qin Mo replied. Upon hearing this, Gray stood up immediately and looked at Qin Mo seriously, realizing that things might have gone wrong. The war has continued until now, with nearly 10,000 people in the two positions relying on Qin Mo's protection, and more people are fighting hard and waiting for support. Being targeted by the rebels means that the rebels will do whatever it takes to eliminate Qin Mo. After thinking for a moment, Gray didn't come up with any constructive suggestions. He just slowly called out, Qin Mo. What? Qin Mo raised his head and looked at Gray. Gray took off his mask and stared at Qin Mo with a firm tone. In my opinion, the value of everyone's life is completely different. Your value is more than the rest of us put together. If you need me to dedicate my life, you just say it. Qin Mo smiled lightly, turned around and walked away and said, You are already dedicating your life. Do you need to hide? Hide somewhere where the rebels can't find you. Gray followed quickly and suggested. Qin Mo shook his head without hesitation, I don't need to hide and I won't hide. The rebels can lay all kinds of traps for me, or they can use all the methods they can think of to assassinate me. It's best to be there wherever I appear. A large number of rebels came to besiege me, but I have plenty of ways to deal with them. Besides, the rebels' attention is on me, so the other friendly forces will face fewer enemies. Before we rush to support, the friendly forces have a greater chance of holding their positions. Gray looked up at Qin Mo's back and listened to him quietly. Until Qin Mo suddenly turned his head and said what he was going to do next. Let's go back to those 4 people, call them up, and then go back to the 47th Regiment station. Aren't we going to continue looking for other positions? Gray asked. I originally planned to quickly search and establish contact, but now it seems that this is not a suitable strategy. Qin Mo said while walking. He summed up the experience. We must first establish a complete logistics and produce enough weapons, and then come up with equipment for reconnaissance. We can't just wander around like headless flies and go wherever we want. We must also establish an intelligence system to know exactly the location and situation of friendly forces in the hive. Then we must assess their status and go directly to support them. The most difficult friendly force. We also have to upgrade the equipment we have. Gray couldn't understand most of what Qin Mo said. He only understood one sentence, which was about upgrading existing equipment. Aren't our current weapons and equipment powerful enough? Not enough. Qin Mo looked back at Gray. The situation needs to be bigger. Where are the toys we have now? After all, it is something you created. If you say it is a toy, then it is a toy. Gray felt that Qin Mo was too modest, but he had the absolute right to evaluate his creation. He could call it a toy, even if it was not a toy at all. This piece of power armor is priceless in the entire galaxy. Even taking out the gravity shield alone is enough to exchange for a hereditary noble title. Believe me, brother. Qin Mo stopped and patted Gray on the shoulder. When I complete the masterpiece I am proud of and let you see it, you will feel how fragile and inferior the weapons and equipment you are now are. Effect. Ha 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 ha. Gray suddenly laughed. He felt that Qin Mo was telling him a lively joke. But Qin Mo's expression was so serious that it didn't look like he was joking at all. The smile on Gray's face disappeared. Are you serious? In the next week, Qin Mo did not run around. He returned to the fortress where the 47th Regiment was stationed, dug out a huge cave underground, and then locked himself in the cave. During the period between Qin Mo's departure and his return, the rebels did not attack. When he returned, the rebels not only attacked the fortress, but their offensive was extremely fierce. No matter how fierce the attack, the fortress can be defended. Qin Mo does not need to be distracted from the battle at all. He can immerse himself in research and manufacturing in the cave. The first is logistics. In order to save time, Qin Mo decided to build a universal logistics machine. They are black spherical creations with a radius of 10 meters, equipped with anti-gravity engines and mechanical arms, and can search for any useful materials in any environment. These logistics machines are intelligently controlled by a main control integrated with AI. It will allocate a plan to search for supplies based on the information collected, or allow the logistics machines to transform themselves into production equipment to produce weapons and equipment needed by the army, or increase and decrease the number of logistics machinery. The Empire calls AI hateful intelligence. and strictly prohibits the development and use of hateful intelligence. Qin Mo didn't want to abide by this rule, not because he wanted to die, but because he could ensure that the intelligence he created would always be under his control. Because the design of the main control intelligence is based on the physical laws that have been distorted by the power of the star god, it cannot maintain normal operation under normal physical laws. And if someone tries to pollute the main control intelligence that controls the logistics machinery, such as using evil forces in subspace or chaotic waste codes, then a very inspiring sentence will be born in the galaxy. If you feel like you are stupid enough to look for trouble, remember that there are attempts to corrupt the master intelligence, which is based on the power of the Citan. In Qin Mo's vision and his inference results based on many factors, the logistics machinery controlled by the main control intelligence will be able to meet all logistics needs. As long as these things are designed and the main control intelligence and the first logistics machinery are manufactured, the logistics system will be automatically established. The main control intelligence can not only manage logistics, but also be responsible for intelligence. Qin Mo has designed a large number of things for the main control intelligence to collect intelligence, such as drones, detectors, and psychic detectors. These things can directly scan terrain, personnel, materials within a certain range. After designing the logistics and intelligence creations, Qin Mo began to work on the work that excited him the most. Design new weapons and equipment, and a new tactical system based on this weapons and equipment. Chapter 16. Masterpiece. The battery used to power the power armor is transformed into an energy engine, which can store more energy and slowly restore energy. The ability to automatically restore energy is not because its components are physically distorted, but because it absorbs energy from the surrounding environment, such as the residual heat energy from the muzzle of a laser gun, or the laser emitted by the enemy. The original energy plating was cancelled and changed to a capture stance that was integrated into the gravity shield. The current gravity shield has two abilities: generating a force field that crushes bullets from kinetic energy weapons, absorbing lasers fired from energy weapons, and then transmitting energy into energy engine. The power armor hand weapon has also been redesigned, from a multi-barrel laser gun to a laser shotgun, which compresses energy into light points and then releases it, but it still has the rate of fire of a multi-barrel laser gun. In addition to long-range weapons, there are also melee weapons. These melee weapons are all designed as heavy hammers. The surface of the heavy hammer is covered with a gravity field. It only takes a slight swing to cause horrific damage to the target. But these weapons are only for power armor to use for self-defense. The real offensive weapon is the deformable shoulder cannon. The shoulder cannon can transform into a mortar, heavy artillery, cannon, or rocket launcher. Of course, it cannot use material ammunition, but the killing effect after firing is far stronger than material ammunition. For example, in mortar mode, a ball of light will be fired, which will explode 100 meters above the target location, and the laser will fall to the ground like raindrops. However, no matter how powerful these weapons are, they are not efficient, and cannot achieve Qin Mo's ideal effect of solving a battle by putting two people wearing power armor on the battlefield. In order to more efficiently enhance the combat effectiveness of personnel wearing power armor, Qin Mo also designed a newer type of drone. There are more types of these drones and they are larger. Linked power armor supplies power to the power armor's energy engine, which can be recharged before the power armor's energy is exhausted, or allows the power armor to operate as an energy drone with full firepower for a short period of time. Fire support drone equipped with massive energy weapons. A transport drone that can transport soldiers to any location. Based on these brand new weapons and equipment, Qin Mo developed new tactics. Only 3 people wearing power armor need to be placed on the entire battlefield. These 3 people will arrive at the battlefield on transport drones. When there are no friendly forces in the combat area, they will cooperate with energy and fire support drones to carry out long-range bombardment. Destroy all the enemy's armor and fortifications before engaging in melee combat. The deployment speed and combat power of the 3-person team are not comparable to that of conventional armies. Qin Mo is proud and happy for his design and creation. This is the masterpiece he has been thinking hard about creating. But he forgot one thing. These weapons and equipment are indeed very powerful, but the cost is also outrageous, and some parts cannot be made without using the Star God's ability to process them. After completing the design in 3 days, and using another 4 days to create the master intelligent logistics machinery and manufacture 3 sets of weapons and equipment, Qin Mo decided to find a place to test his masterpiece. The opportunity came quickly. The position of the 47th Regiment stationed east of the fortress provided an intelligence statement, claiming that they had been found by another group of surviving friendly forces. This group of friendly forces was located 90 kilometers due east, and they requested support. Qin Mo agreed without hesitation. The only remaining soldiers on the position were stuck in a large bunker. The position had almost been lost. Except for the bunker, the rest of the place was occupied by rebels. The rebels who surrounded the bunker would throw a grenade into the bunker from time to time. If there was enough time, the grenades would be thrown backhand. If it was too late, someone would fall on the grenade. The few remaining personnel are dwindling over time. After struggling for half an hour, 2 light balls suddenly appeared in the dark sky above the bottom nest. These light balls illuminated the nearby area like the sun. The light ball exploded after falling 100 meters above the ground, and a huge amount of light beams washed the area around the bunker like raindrops. Then there was a buzzing sound, and a hovering aircraft stopped over the position, and 3 people wearing power armor jumped out from it. Qin Mo came to support. The other 2 people he brought over this time were Gray and another veteran who stayed behind to follow Qin Mo only to fight the rebels. Gray and the old soldier carried the gravity hammer with both hands. The chainsaw sword Qin Mo originally used was also replaced by the gravity hammer, but his scepter was not changed, because it was already a symbol. Scepter. He is someone who is guided by the emperor. The soldiers in the bunker shouted. They remembered that the people sent out to ask for help had said that the position on the west was saved by people holding scepters. Call the firepower drone over. Qin Mo said in the communication channel, then we will kill all these rebels. After receiving the order, Gray and the veteran immediately called for the fire drones assigned to them. 2 anti-gravity aircraft quickly flew over the battlefield. These aircraft were as large as transport aircraft. When they stopped and levitated, a large number of weapons extended from the bottom, using live ammunition or lasers to shoot at the rebels on the ground. Gray, kill the enemy as much as possible. Grote, go and destroy that aberration. Qin Mo pointed at the aberrations among the rebels directly ahead and gave orders to Gray and veteran Grote respectively. For the Emperor. Grote roared and charged forward, his speed quickly increased to the maximum by his jetpack. All enemies in his way were crushed by gravity until he rushed in front of the aberration. The aberration immediately roared and fought back. Grote turned off the gravity shield and hit the aberration on the head with all his strength. The gravity field on the gravity hammer crushed the aberration the moment it came into contact with it. Alas! Qin Mo sighed helplessly. He didn't want Grote to rush over and beat the enemy to death. Although there are new tactics, the way people wearing power armor fight has not changed. However, Gray has a fairly clear understanding of power armor. When Qin Mo made this thing, he heard the explanation when he went to deliver food. Gray, who was responsible for killing the enemy, called for the energy drone. When the drone was linked to the power armor, he raised his right hand to strafe the enemy directly in front and fired with the shoulder cannon. The shoulder cannon can fire 3 times in a row before overheating and being drained of heat by the energy engine. The firing mode of the shoulder gun was changed to mortar anti-infantry, uniform walk. The 3 luminous balls were thrown into the sky in the blink of an eye. The individual light balls were 100 meters apart and scattered after falling. Whether the rebel soldiers below were hiding behind bunkers or standing in the open space, they would all be killed, even under their feet. The metal floor was ablated with holes by the laser. G. The heat energy generated when the shoulder cannon is fired is absorbed by the energy device, and the second shot can be fired after 2 seconds. Chapter 17. Synthetic meat. Qin Mo didn't interfere in the whole battle. Grote strolled forward among the enemy troops, shooting at the enemies with his hand weapons. After being changed to a shotgun-like shooting method, this weapon was even more useful. Each shot could cover an area at an extremely fast shooting speed. Enemy. Gray was on full fire, using his shoulder cannon properly. In the HUD inside his visor, in the lower left corner is a bird's-eye view picture from a reconnaissance drone, and every rebel is marked on the picture. The reconnaissance drone can also be linked to the shoulder cannon. When the shoulder cannon adjusts the shooting angle, it will directly generate a killing range indication on the HUD screen, eliminating the embarrassing situation of missing a shot after firing. When the rebels are killed and collapse and choose to escape, the battle ends. Gray and Grote returned to Qin Mo, and the 3 of them walked into the large bunker together. All the survivors in the bunker looked at the 3 people with awe, walked from various positions to the vicinity of the 3 people, knelt on one knee and stared at the double-headed eagle on the scepter in Qin Mo's hand. Who is the most senior officer among you? Qin Mo asked as he walked. It's me, sir. A regimental leader wearing the same epaulets as Klein came out, walked to Qin Mo and knelt down on one knee. Qin Mo looked down at the regiment leader and gave him an order. Your current number is 472, which is too few. There is no need to garrison the current position. Move west immediately to join other troops. Yes. The leader nodded, a little surprised in his heart, because he didn't know how many people were left just after the battle. Qin Mo's order was immediately executed. The soldiers brought all their weapons and supplies and gathered on the battlefield. Nearly half of the less than 500 people were wounded. Some were supported by their comrades, and some were carried on iron plates. It is a bit difficult to ask these people to walk more than 70 kilometers. Qin Mo could only call the transport drone over and let the wounded get on the transport plane first. Seeing Qin Mo's kindness towards the disabled, the regiment leader finally couldn't help but ask an inappropriate question, "Are you a general? Are our defense lines still there?" Qin Mo didn't want to answer at first, but felt their fiery gazes, so he decided to respond, "I don't know if the defense line established after the failure of the offensive plan still exists, but I have already started to build a new defense line. There are now 2 fortresses." When they heard that there were only 2 forts, expressions of grief and despair appeared on the faces of the soldiers. Qin Mo decided to say something to boost his morale, but just as he was about to speak, a buzzing sound came from the air. Everyone was attracted by the buzzing sound and looked up to the sky. I saw 5 black balls suddenly falling from the sky, stopping and floating half a meter above the ground. A mechanical arm stretched out from the body to pick up anything available on the position. Seeing that his logistics machine was coming, Qin Mo looked away and continued to say something that could boost everyone's morale, "Soldiers, we. You. A low growl sounded. Not far away lay an aberrant body with big holes in its chest but still alive. The aberrant body roared and stood up. It dragged a pickaxe and staggered forward, staring at Qin Mo fiercely. A logistics machine happened to be searching for the surviving aberration. After the mechanical arm was retracted and extended out, it had a sword in its hand. It quickly killed the surviving aberration and then recovered the body. "Don't worry, this is our machine," Qin Mo said to everyone. The soldiers nodded, then looked back at Qin Mo, waiting for him to say what he had been interrupted twice before. "Compatriots, loyalists of the Emperor, let's wait." Qin Mo suddenly remembered something and opened the communication channel to the main control intelligence. "Why are you recycling the aberrations? Don't tell me they are for eating." The response from the main control intelligence came immediately. "According to my testing and observation, the rebel corpses can be reused. After multiple processes, they will be completely non-toxic, and there will be no side effects when used as nutritional supplements." Forget it." Qin Mo no longer hesitated. He also knew that supplies were scarce now. Even if the aberrant body was made into a nutritious ointment, he could only eat it with his nose pinched. Logistics machinery not only recovers the enemy's corpses, but also recovers the corpses of one's own people. After recovering the body of a dead soldier, the logistics machine walked up to the regiment leader. "I'm still alive." The leader was a little panicked, thinking that the machine was going to recycle him. The logistics machinery did not respond, and could not respond. It paused silently for a moment, and then opened a square hole in the shell. When everyone around was wondering what this meant, they suddenly heard a clang, and then a square object popped out of the hole and fell into the hands of the group leader. The faces of the dead soldiers are engraved on it, and there is a line of words below, "The ashes of those who died bravely in the bottom nest." The group leader was a little confused. Qin Mo heard the voice of the master intelligence. Human beings have the habit of commemorating the dead. The logistics machinery continued to work, and soon the entire battlefield was cleared, and then it took off and flew to the next place. "Sir," the regiment leader said while instructing his subordinates to pack up the ashes of the deceased, "I will follow your order and go to the position due west to join the friendly forces." "Okay." Qin Mo nodded, took out the communicator and handed it to the group leader. "If you encounter danger on the road, use this to call me. The channel has been adjusted. In addition, if you encounter a psychic, you can also throw this thing away. Get out, it has the effect of a psychic suppressor." "Thank you." The leader nodded and headed west. After watching everyone leave, Qin Mo ordered the main control intelligence, "Collect information about other positions as soon as possible." "Roger." Reconnaissance drones are already under construction. Night. The fortress where the 47th Regiment is located. Logistics machinery descended from the sky, put down metal boxes filled with food and left. The soldiers received the food, and 10 minutes later the entire fortress erupted in cheers. Qin Mo, who was making the fourth set of power armor, was attracted by the cheers and came out of the cave and walked to the ground to check the situation. This thing is really delicious. Klein walked up to Qin Mo with a box of food, took out a piece of food with a fork and put it into his mouth, chewing it with an intoxicated look on his face. Qin Mo glanced at the food in Klein's hand. It was solid synthetic meat. Is it delicious? Qin Mo asked. Yeah. Klein nodded vigorously, then glanced at Qin Mo and hugged the lunch box tightly in his arms. That boy Gray brought you one, and I can't share it with you. Don't worry, I don't want to share. Qin Mo nodded. While the two were talking, Gray walked to the cave with 2 boxes of food, handed one of the boxes to Qin Mo, and then placed his own box in Klein's hand. Are you crazy? Klein looked at Gray in disbelief that he actually gave him such delicious food. Gray didn't say anything and left with a sullen expression. Enjoy your food. Qin Mo smiled and put his share of food in Klein's hand, and then returned to the cave to continue making. Klein looked at Qin Mo's back, then lowered his head and looked at the 3 pieces of food in his hand, lost in thought. Chapter 18. The people of Daikyo are simple and honest. 2 days later. Qin Mo raised his hands to create the 6th piece of power armor, and at the same time used his mind to control the spoon to scoop out the food from the lunch box and feed it to his mouth. Then he discovered that he was actually biased against this kind of food before, and it was unnecessary to be hungry for 2 days. This kind of food tasted far more delicious and easier to accept than he imagined. While eating the food, Qin Mo also gained insight into how this thing was made. First of all, of course, are all the remains of creatures that can be found on the battlefield, or the corpses of some terrible creatures in the ruins of the bottom nest, such as giant spiders and so on. Then the logistics machinery responsible for food supply, commanded by the master intelligence, will purify the remains, extract the nutrients and biological tissues, and combine them together. These foods originally have no taste, but the logistics machinery will be taught by the main control intelligence how to synthesize taste factors and use harmless chemicals to combine delicious flavors and add them to the food. According to statistics compiled by 3 logistics machines, this food has a favorable rating of 100%. More than 70% of the soldiers found themselves more powerful or recovered faster from their wounds after eating it. These data have been incorporated into the data core to provide reference conditions for subsequent optimization of the food supply process. The voice of the main control intelligence came from the communicator in Qin Mo's ear. This is a routine report. After all, although Qin Mo hopes that the main control intelligence can be used freely, he must know what it has done. How is the intelligence work going? Qin Mo asked. The manufactured drones have been dispersed. At this moment, it has been found that 42 positions still exist. 18 of them are facing a fierce attack by the rebels, and 3 positions are about to be breached. Including the defenders on your position, there are a total of 357,231 people alive. If you want to support these positions, I will calculate the best support plan for you. Qin Mo was very surprised when he heard that there were more than 357,000 people alive. According to the information he had previously received from Klein, the Marshal only sent out 50,000 people to establish a defense line before feeling that something was wrong. So where did 300,000 of the 350,000 people come from? There is a settlement in the bottom nest called Kato. The main control intelligence said what it learned. Oh, no wonder. Qin Mo suddenly realized, picked up the power armor helmet and put it on his head. Calculate the best rescue plan for me. A 3-dimensional map immediately appeared on the HUD in the visor, and all existing positions were visually displayed on the map, marked with different colors according to the current situation. Those in a less critical situation are green, those in a critical situation but with a large number of survivors who can hold on for a while are in orange, and those in a critical situation with few survivors are red. The main control intelligence plans a route between the red positions. As long as you follow this route, you can support each position as quickly as possible. 2 of these red positions can be relieved by firepower drones. Only the Kato settlement located 1,000 kilometers due west requires your personal support. The main control intelligence said, I need you to provide firepower drones. Access to the phone, if you agree. I agree. Qin Mo nodded in agreement. Then on the map he saw, 4 firepower drones took off from the 47th Regiment's station and quickly flew towards the 2 red positions except the Kato settlement. It's time for me to set off. Qin Mo stood up and looked down at the 6th power armor he had just built. Then he suddenly felt empty. In his eyes, this power armor was no longer such a perfect masterpiece. During this period of research and manufacturing, Qin Mo discovered that he was not forced to do R&D and manufacturing by beliefs or difficulties, but that he really liked doing it. When technical difficulties that ordinary people need to spend their lives to overcome are overcome, and when creations that cannot be produced by the most advanced engineering technology are born in their hands, Qin Mo feels happy and satisfied from the bottom of his heart. But when technical difficulties are completely overcome and manufacturing is as easy as eating and drinking, this kind of happiness no longer exists. Qin Mo is eager to create more advanced and powerful creations, and this desire also allows him to understand that the power he uses comes from a star god who likes to create. There are more important things to do now. Qin Mo suppressed his desire for creation and curiosity, and ordered Gray through the communicator, "Call Tuo'er over, his power armor is ready." "Are we going out to fight?" Gray asked. "Of course." Qin Mo nodded, "We need to rush to a settlement called Kato immediately." Kato settlement is a small city in the Underhive. Bounty hunters in the city will search for ancient relics in inaccessible places in the Undernest. Gangsters have built factories in the city to produce weapons or other prohibited items, while civilians provide services to the former two in exchange for money and food. Qin Mo had heard a little bit about this settlement, and he thought it had fallen long ago. When he arrived at the main road in the city, where the fighting was fiercest, he found 2,000 Planetary Defense Force soldiers stationed on the road. "It's one of our own." When the soldiers saw the double-headed eagle scepter in Qin Mo's hand, they immediately realized that he was here to help. "Hold on." Qin Mo ordered the other soldiers, and then looked at the officers in the nearby trenches. "As far as I know, there are 2,000 of you, but almost all of you are on the main road. The battles in other parts of the city are who's fighting?" The officer immediately answered, "Yes." Just when the officer said a word, a car suddenly roared from behind the position and drove to Qin Mo, attracting his attention. Qin Mo turned around and saw that it was a pickup-like vehicle with a black cloth covering the bed. When the car stopped, 5 civilians stepped out. "This is a family, a husband and wife with 3 children. This is the front line, what are you doing here?" Qin Mo asked. "Come to support these losers." The man glanced at the soldiers, then jumped on the truck and pulled off the black cloth. Under the black cloth is a 4-gun heavy logging gun. The man began to adjust the shooting angle of the logging gun so that it was aimed at the rebels far ahead of the main road, while his wife and children fetched bullet boxes and skillfully attached ammunition chains to the logging gun. After the preparations were completed, the man immediately controlled the logging gun to shoot at the rebels, while his wife and children ran back to the car and took out the laser rifle equipped with a scope to join the battle. The smallest girl among them is only a little taller than a rifle, but she is already able to snipe enemies skillfully. As you can see, the soldier was quite helpless. Most of the battles in the city are carried out by the militia. The people of Daikyo are honest and simple, and they live up to their reputation. Qin Mo now knew why the city did not fall. Those who are powerless in the bottom nest have long been eliminated by the environment here. Chapter 19, A Complex Militia. For Arcado. The man controlled the logging gun to shoot at the most rebel areas. From time to time, 2 live rounds or lasers would be fired at the car, but he was fearless. During the frantic shooting, a small building full of rebels was collapsed, burying all the rebels inside alive. "Is this thing used for anti-aircraft defense?" Gray pointed at the logging gun. "It seems so, but he should have modified this thing." Grote nodded in approval. Qin Mo walked up to the man and ordered him, "You go to other places immediately. You and your machine gun are needed more in street fighting. I came here and you were responsible for defending this place." The man glanced at Qin Mo and remained unmoved. Qin Mo didn't explain, turned around and shot a ball of light with his shoulder cannon. The ball of light exploded over the heads of the rebels in front, and a huge beam of light swept toward the ground, clearing out all the rebels within the killing range. "Okay." The man immediately stopped shooting, jumped out of the car, took his wife and children and rushed to another place. Qin Mo turned around and looked at Gray, "You and the others disperse to various parts of the city. I will defend here alone." Gray nodded and used his jetpack to jump far away. Other people wearing power armor also jumped to various places, scattered throughout the city. After landing on the top of a tall building, Gray's eyes scanned the nearby area. In this neighborhood, the rebels are fighting a tug-of-war with the militia. There is not much difference in the weapons and equipment between the two sides. Some of the militiamen are not only wearing power armor but also holding strange-looking weapons. These weapons will release a beam of light when fired. It can penetrate the rebel tanks instantly. After ignoring the friendly forces who were not in a critical situation, Gray began to focus on observing the rebels. He found that he was on the side of the rebels. There was a heavy weapons position set up by the rebels in the building under his feet. This position was suppressing those who wanted to seize it. Militiamen all over the neighborhood. Death. Gray activated the gravity shield. The gravity shield immediately crushed the floor beneath his feet, causing Gray to fall directly to the ground at the bottom. The rebels on the first floor who were concentrating on manipulating heavy weapons were startled and looked nervously at the uninvited guest wearing power armor. Gray raised his right hand, and tiny balls of light poured out like a torrential rain towards the rebels in the room. When his right hand turned in a circle, all the rebels in the entire floor were wiped out. Gray calmly walked towards the undamaged heavy weapons and used the gravity shield to crush them into pieces of iron. At this time, a shell suddenly exploded outside the building, and a huge amount of shrapnel poured in through the window. Gray raised his head and looked in the direction of the cannonball. The image in the center of his field of vision was enlarged and penetrated the walls directly in front, showing the enemy manipulating heavy artillery in a building 700 meters away. Gray silently adjusted the shoulder cannon to cannon mode and fired. The beam penetrated the building and then penetrated all the walls along the path, blasting the heavy artillery 700 meters away together with the operator into pieces. After the heavy artillery was destroyed, a tank roared out from the corner. A beautiful woman holding a gun was spray-painted on the left armor of the tank. Ouch yet. Thanks brother. A man with a red coxcomb emerged from the tank turret. He shouted thanks and was frightened back by a shell that exploded not far away. Behind the tank followed a large number of men and women dressed in strange clothes. The common symbol of these people was that they all had red combs on their heads. Scarlet coxcomb head. Gray was surprised. I thought the bottom gang had already joined the rebels. Don't fucking push forward. The man in the tank got out again and shouted to the others with a communicator, the church is about to be lost. The church is about to be lost. The church is about to be lost. What did you say? How could the church be lost? Isn't that the home front? Back to the church. Return for help quickly. The tank immediately turned around on the street, while the man with the coxcomb hair ran directly back. Seeing the sudden appearance and withdrawal of this group of people, Gray's mood did not fluctuate. He completely distrusted the gangs in the bottom nest. In his opinion, it was better to clean up the entire neighborhood by himself than to let the gang members mess around. Gray rushed out of the building and walked on the road, shooting at the rebels while advancing under the rebel artillery fire. The shotgun laser on his hand cleared the infantry, and the shoulder cannon was used to smash buildings or rebel armor. The incoming live ammunition was intercepted by the gravity shield, and the incoming beam was absorbed into the energy engine of the power armor, converted into energy in the weapon and fired at the rebels. After walking to the end of the street and clearing out the enemies, Gray suddenly recalled what Chin Mo had said. When I complete the masterpiece that I am proud of and let you see it, you will feel how fragile and ineffective these weapons and equipment are now. Now that I think about it, it's true. If the power armor from before was definitely not so powerful, the energy plating would be overloaded, and then it would be shot into pieces by the rebels' energy weapons. The next block. Gray looked forward firmly and stepped over the burned enemy corpses. You still have 10 minutes to live, ants. The joining of Gray and others turned the tug-of-war into a battle of annihilation. Every neighborhood in the city was cleared of rebels. They no longer had to fight in street battles. They only had to stay in the building and wait to be blown up with the building. For the militiamen, there are many benefits to following soldiers wearing powerful power armor in combat. Those buildings occupied by the enemy no longer need to carry explosive packs to blow up. They only need to shout and warn the men wearing power armor amidst the sound of gunfire, and then the building will be completely blown to pieces. There are also disadvantages. That is, the warriors wearing power armor are not Kato people at all. They don't care that this city is the homeland of the Kato people. They will not hesitate to blow up a building that has existed for thousands of years. The reason may just be that they are too lazy to enter the building. Go there to clear out the enemies. Gray, who was always fighting alone, fought all the way to the edge of the city, and then met Grote, who also fought to the edge of the city, and others. Militiamen within the city also met at the edge of the city. The rebels who were driven out of the city fled in panic, throwing away their weapons and carapace as they fled. But these lucky few could not run far before they were overtaken by the rolling sea of fire behind them and burned to ashes. Are there any living enemies elsewhere? Qin Mo slowly fell from the air, the double-headed eagle scepter in his hand covered with blood. Behind him, 2,000 soldiers and militiamen were running wildly together. People from the entire city who participated in the battle were here. Thank you for coming to the rescue. The officer took a step forward and knelt down on one knee in front of the double-headed eagle scepter. Praise the Emperor! Praise the Emperor's envoys! The soldiers also knelt before the double-headed eagle scepter. Other civilians, gang members, and bounty hunters also knelt down, but instead of facing the double-headed eagle on the scepter, they faced Qin Mo. Everyone who has been holding on in the city until now understands that if reinforcements had not suddenly arrived, everyone would have continued to fight in the streets. Even if they paid huge sacrifices, they might not be able to save the city. Qin Mo glanced at everyone present and thought that the composition of this group of militiamen was quite complicated. Civilians, gangs, bounty hunters. With all due respect. A bounty hunter suddenly raised his head. It would have been better if you hadn't turned half the city into ruins. But of course, we still thank you. You have to understand that this is a war. Qin Mo turned around and walked towards the center of the city. When the war is over, I will build a new city here that will make the Shangqiao people jealous, called New Kato. This is your reward for fighting the rebels. Chapter 20. Reason. On the way back to the city center, militiamen and soldiers surrounded Qin Mo, and when he marched to a church, the people who had taken refuge inside came out. Most of them were wounded, with only 2 exceptions. A middle-aged man wearing the rank of Legion Commander on his shoulders, and a female police officer wearing the uniform of the Hive City Legal Department. Commander of the Lao-En Corps of the Logistics Force, and Riley, the intelligence officer of the Legal Department of the Hive City. The officer who had fought alongside Qin Mo came forward to introduce. Qin Mo was not surprised that there was a Legion Commander here. After all, Rayon was from the Planetary Defense Force. But how could Lena, an intelligence agent from the Ministry of Justice, be here? Is it possible that the legal department of Tai Lung Hive City is so dedicated that they can even take care of the bottom hive? Are you the Marshal's guards? Raoen looked at Qin Mo's power armor with raised eyebrows. How come I haven't seen this type of power armor before? We are not the Marshal's guards. Qin Mo shook his head. You came too late, soldier. Ron frowned and complained, Your Majesty, we have been fighting in the streets here for nearly a week, why did you come? Your Majesty, if you hadn't suddenly jumped out, I would have thought that the highest-ranking officer here would be the regimental commander. Gray said in a strange tone. While everyone was fighting the rebels just now, Lon and Riley were hiding in the church with the wounded. They weren't discussing the battle plan or anything else, because they hadn't received any orders from just now to now, and everyone was doing their own thing. Lon frowned, but seeing that the faces of the people present were not good, he did not dare to scold him. He just changed the topic. Are there any higher-level officers still alive? No, sir. Qin Mo shook his head calmly. After hearing this answer, Gray looked at Qin Mo, very surprised. From the moment he met Lao En, Qin Mo behaved very naturally, as if he was ready to give up his command. He even called Lon sir in his answer. This is really. Although you came a little late, I still want to praise you. You did a good job, soldier. Lao En patted Qin Mo's arm with satisfaction and praised him. After seeing Qin Mo's submissive look, Lao En became bolder. From now on, you must obey my orders, do you understand? Yes. Qin Mo nodded. Take me to a safe place now. The lady from the legal department next to me and I need shelter. Long glanced at Riley beside him. Laley smiled and nodded to Qin Mo. Okay. Qin Mo agreed again, then looked at Gray and motioned for him to call the unmanned transport plane over. Gray had a lot to say. He even wanted to rush over and slap Qin Mo and ask him if he knew what he was doing. You were giving away the army you had finally assembled. But Gray finally endured it. He chose to obey and immediately called for the unmanned transport plane. Night. 47th Regiment Station. Sir. Hello. Klein motioned to the soldiers on both sides of the corridor not to salute, and then walked straight into the room where Qin Mo was. Qin Mo, who was drawing a picture, heard the sound of the door opening and turned to look at Klein. Klein raised his hand to signal Qin Mo not to speak, then walked up to him and asked urgently, Do you know what the people you brought back are doing? What are you doing? Qin Mo knew that Klein was talking about Lao En. He is yelling at my soldiers, ordering us to clear out the largest room and find him the best bed, or customize one for him. Klein looked at Qin Mo with a smile. What were they thinking when they brought it back? Is this guy so stupid? Asking your soldiers for customized beds. Qin Mo was amused. He is a noble who went to the nest. None of these nobles are stupid. They can use conspiracy to kill you unknowingly. In their eyes, asking for a bed is natural. Klein was extremely serious. Klein would never question Qin Mo before, but this time it was different. He really couldn't bear it. Looking at Qin Mo's smiling face, Klein warned, "Do you know what will happen next? Your command will be taken away, your identity as a soldier will be revealed, and then you will run around and painstakingly put it together. The line of defense becomes someone else's, and you are still a soldier, even lower than me." "Why?" Qin Mo asked. Klein was stunned by the question and didn't know how to answer. Why did the defense line I integrated become his? Qin Mo continued to ask. He can release flames and lightning to kill a large group of enemies, can he create powerful weapons and equipment, or does he have a strategy that is beyond the reach of ordinary people? Can we hang up the rebel commander and beat him? This series of questions made Klein think deeply. After all, this is a war period. Qin Mo has accumulated prestige by integrating the defense line. Now people in all positions on the entire defense line have either seen him fighting or heard about it. And now almost all the soldiers have a judgment in their hearts, that is, they have been betrayed by the higher UPS, and the attack plan is a conspiracy. In this case, it would be useless for Lao En to plot again, unless he could provide more powerful military support than Qin Mo, or he could bring everyone out of the nest. After coming to the conclusion, Klein scratched the back of his head, frowned and asked, But if you are not afraid that he will snatch your command and you can't kill him, then why don't you leave him in that city? You must take him with you. Come over. I have a backup plan. I remembered it when I saw Lao En. Qin Mo said as he glanced at the door of the room and saw that the door was closed by Klein when he came in, so he continued to talk with confidence. I have a backup plan. The plan is to start digging the collapsed passage from now on and try to open up a road to the next nest as much as possible. Then we use Ron, and all the people like Ron we can find, to make deals with the top management to get a chance to be allowed to return to the next nest. After hearing the whole plan, Klein's pupils suddenly dilated, and Qin Mo became strange in his eyes. You want to escape? I can't believe you think like this. Klein said. I don't want to escape, this is a backup plan. I must rationally consider any good or bad results. Qin Mo said seriously, I will seek the possibility of defeating the rebels at all costs, but if I can't do it, I have to find another way instead of just sitting there and waiting to die. You're very rational. Klein understood Qin Mo's thoughts, and nodded in agreement. Should I arrest Lewin or something? You can take him with you and trick him into telling you where his family is. This will be useful when the passage is dug and we have to evacuate, Qin Mo said. Okay. Klein left immediately. Qin Mo turned around and started thinking. Everything he and Klein said was nonsense. If the attack plan was a conspiracy, then Lon, who was involved in the conspiracy, would not be allowed to evacuate when he wanted to evacuate the bottom nest in the future because of his noble status. Qin Mo wanted to get rid of Lao En, but he couldn't execute a legion commander in front of others. I have to think of a way. Qin Mo muttered to himself. Chapter 21. Follow me. At the same time, Gray patrolled the first floor in power armor, making sure he was ready to fight when the rebel attack began. After walking to the largest room on the first floor, Gray was suddenly called. When he turned around and looked at the person who called him, he found that it was Lon. Lon stood at the door and looked at Gray with a smile on his face. Do you have time to talk? Gray frowned and felt extremely disgusted, but he didn't know what he thought of, and suddenly nodded, okay. So Lon welcomed Gray into his room, closed the door, then walked to the table and poured Gray a glass of wine himself. What is this? Gray asked warily, staring at the wine glass. Wine. Ron smiled, picked up the wine glass, and handed it to Gray with both hands. I've seen black wine and orange wine, but I've never seen transparent wine. I don't know much about reading, so don't lie to me. Gray took the cup doubtfully. Lon smiled and said nothing, watching quietly as Gray picked up the wine glass, put it in front of his visor and smelled it. Although he couldn't see Gray's expression under his visor, Lon could guarantee that he must be very intoxicated. Then Grey opened his visor and drank all the wine in the glass. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. What is this? Emperor. Grey was shocked and stunned by the delicious taste of the wine. He timidly enjoyed the pleasure and did not dare to indulge in it. Poor man. Lon smiled and shook his head. It's just a wine made from fruits. It's a trivial luxury. Of course, for a layman like you, it's still a delicacy that even a nester like you wouldn't dare to dream about. After saying that, Lon made a move that shocked Grey. He gave away all the remaining half bottles of fruit wine. Thank you, sir. Grey took the fruit wine with both hands and carefully placed it in the jetpack. At this time, the relationship between the two has also become closer, and Grey is no longer as hostile to Lon as before. Lon first looked at Grey's attitude, and after thinking about it for a while, he decided to go further. You know, the wife of the governor's cousin is my sister, and I. Why were nobles like you sold? Grey interrupted Lon and asked. Everything is the marshal's fault. He underestimated the enemy and rushed in. This has nothing to do with the governor. Lon first answered the question, and then continued to say what he wanted to say. If we go out from here, I will recommend you to the Planetary Defense Force. General. After hearing this, Grey raised his head and looked directly at Lon, his eyes under the visor full of desire. Becoming a general is something that soldiers in the lower nest can't even imagine. Grey knew that this meant that he could become a noble, take his family and friends away from the lower nest like a cesspit, and become a family in the clean and tidy upper nest area. But you know. Lon knew that Grey had been persuaded. This is an exchange of interests, and you must also provide something that seems insignificant to me, but is extremely important at this moment. What is it? Grey asked. Loyal, Lon replied. Grey did not continue to respond. He lowered his head and pondered. Seeing his hesitation, Lon was not anxious at all. As a nobleman who was proficient in conspiracy, he had 100 ways to tactfully test out Grey's thoughts. In Lon's opinion, Grey is just limited by useless interpersonal relationships and unable to make rational judgments and decisions about his future. All it takes is a little testing. You don't have to be so anxious to give me an answer. Ron smiled and shook his head. I will go to other positions to inspect and tell the soldiers in other positions that a person who can truly accept the command of the entire defense line has appeared, and that is I. I want them to know this clearly. Grey listened quietly. If you are willing, you can bring your power armor and other warriors like you and come with me. Lon continued. After making the request, Lon waited quietly for Grey's reply. If Grey nods in agreement, it means that he longs for power and status. Although he is still unable to break away from useless interpersonal relationships and cannot make up his mind to betray Qin Mo, sooner or later he will stand with himself. Under the visor of the power armor, Grey's expression was very complicated. After thinking deeply for a long time, he stood up and walked to the door. Lon was disappointed and thought that Grey wanted to reject him, but Grey immediately opened the door and made a gesture of invitation. I should obey your order, sir. Very good, soldier. Lon was very satisfied and walked out of the room with a smile. In the corridor, Lon strode forward with his hands behind his back, his aura becoming domineering as Grey followed behind him. Lon was so happy that he didn't notice and couldn't notice how fierce Grey's expression was under his visor. Next door. Riley also has a room of her own. This room existed before the building was expanded into a fortress. It has a bedroom and bathroom with complete facilities. Since there is even a water supply in the fortress now, just turn on the faucet and water that can be used for bathing will flow out. The water has a strong smell of filter, but what else can you ask for in this bottom nest? Riley locked the door, took a shower and lay on the mat, recalling everything she had experienced today. Then Riley thought of the scene when Qin Mo took off his mask to reveal his true appearance when he was sent back. This man gave her a special feeling. It's not a feeling of love, nor reverence, or gratitude, but a familiar face, as if I've seen it before somewhere. Out of the professional habits of an intelligence officer of the Ministry of Justice, Riley took out her personal information terminal and looked up the name Qin Mo in the information database of the Ministry of Justice. There is only one such weird name in the hive, and the person who named it is in the information database of the Ministry of Justice. Name, Qin Mo. Prisoner number 444. Reason for arrest, uncertified psyker, attempting to use psychic powers to murder others. Under this string of information was a photo of Qin Mo, who looked very bad when he was caught and photographed by people from the Ministry of Justice. No 444. Riley took a breath and closed the information terminal hard, trembling all over. She remembered where she had seen Chin Mo. When arresting Chin Mo, it was precisely because of her participation in the dangerous operation to capture Chin Mo that Riley was qualified to be promoted to an intelligence agent. When Chin Mo was arrested, she was watching, but she only saw a glimpse. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Riley quickly put on her clothes, opened the door, and walked towards the room where Rao En was. He had to report to Rao En that Chin Mo was a prisoner. But when he walked to the door of Lon's room and pushed in, he saw no one. Lon took Gray out. Grote, who took over Gray's patrol on the first floor, came over and looked down at Riley in the power armor. Good evening, sir, can you take me to the Legion commander? Riley requested very respectfully. If you have anything, please report it directly to Chin Mo. Grote said. Sorry, but I really have something important to do. Do you know where the leader of the rebels is or something? Otherwise, don't talk nonsense. You're a guy from the legal department who has a lot of weird things going on. Please, sir. Why don't you let me take you to find Lon? A voice that sounded absolutely terrifying to Riley sounded from behind. Riley turned around tremblingly and saw Chin Mo. Chin Mo smiled very gentlemanly and stretched out his hand like a good man. Come on, madam, I will take you to find Lao En. I'm not looking for the Legion commander anymore. Riley shook her head vigorously, trying to walk back to the room as if nothing happened. But Chin Mo blocked her path and ordered in an irresistible tone, you don't have to ask for help, but you must come with me. Chapter 22. Death in Battle. Lon didn't know what happened at this time. He was walking on the road to the bottom of the nest under Gray's escort. I thought I was doomed, but I didn't expect that someone would integrate all the positions on the defense line. It's really the Emperor's blessing. Yes. You must have been fighting for a long time. Is the power armor on your body an ancient relic dug out of the bottom nest? Yes. You guys are so lucky. Yes. Lon said and Gray listened, and the two walked forward. After walking a certain distance, Lon suddenly felt tired. He turned around and asked Gray, why don't you call the transport plane? How long does it take for us to walk? I'm afraid we can't finish it in a year. Yes. Gray nodded again as before, but this time Lon was angered. Before, Lon could think that Gray was struggling in his heart, so he was not in the mood to talk nonsense. It didn't matter if he kept saying yes. But now that we were talking about business, Gray still said yes, which was unbearable. Watch your attitude, soldier. Lon reminded. Yes. Gray raised his hand and called the unmanned transport plane, the transport plane will be here soon. Humph. Lon thought to himself, that's pretty much it. While waiting for the transport plane to arrive, Gray suddenly asked, did you know that Chin Mo is actually a prisoner, a psychic prisoner? Yet. Lon nodded calmly at first, and then looked at Gray in shock. Hey! Chin Mo is not even a soldier, he is just a prisoner assigned to the 44th Regiment. Gray said. Lao En shook his head in shock. He never dreamed that Chin Mo was actually a prisoner. How could a prisoner lead soldiers in battle? Actually, this war has nothing to do with Chin Mo. Gray continued, the reason why he was imprisoned was because he didn't want to be hunted. Why should he fight for this planet, why should he lead us to fight, and why should we ask he has to be on our side instead of joining the rebels to kill us all? Lon listened quietly and understood what Gray wanted to express. That is, Chin Mo actually has nothing to do with this war. There is only one reason why he is willing to participate in the war, and that is that he is selfless and just. Then Lon felt hairy all over, he didn't know why Gray said this. Chin Mo protects us and leads us in battle. Grote once cursed him because he did not contribute when building the bunker, but after the 44th Regiment was almost completely wiped out until a few days ago, Grote still got the power armor and was not ostracized or retaliated against. He supported all positions in need along the entire line, supplying those who were running out of ammunition and food. After talking a lot more, Gray looked up. The unmanned transport aircraft has already flown over and is floating in the sky using anti-gravity engines. Gray suddenly took off and jumped onto the platform of the transport plane with the help of his jetpack. Then he took off his mask and looked down at Lon. The transport plane was rising slowly, and Gray stared at Lon with his hair blown by the air current, while shouting loudly, "Remember my face, remember that I executed you." Wait. Lao En raised his hands, "Don't be impulsive, we can talk." As he finished speaking, the shoulder cannon fired a beam. Ron's body was shrouded in the beam. When the beam dissipated, he was completely annihilated, and the position where he stood was melted through the deep pit. The shoulder cannon on Gray's shoulder continued firing until it cooled down. These shots ensured that Ron's biological tissue was completely wiped out and that no one would be able to detect the manner of his death through technical means. He picked up the gravity hammer and hit it on his arm. His left hand was immediately smashed into pieces together with the arm armor. Gray gritted his teeth and put on his mask, giving the return order to the transport drone. After a while, inside the fortress, Klein sat in the conference room, watching the medics bandaging Gray and listening to Gray's narrative. Lon and I met the enemy halfway. I didn't have time to activate the gravity shield. A psyker controlled me, and another aberration rushed over and smashed my arm armor. If I hadn't turned on the built-in psychic suppressor, I would have been dead. Listening to Gray's narration, Klein looked at Gray meaningfully, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Tell me the truth, did you kill Lon?" Klein is very familiar with some dark things on the battlefield. For example, if there are some terrible regiments with high internal cohesion, if they have to install a new superior, the superior will be squeezed to death. Klein once heard that his classmate who graduated from the military academy died. The soldiers under his command reported that the Emperor teleported this person away. "Of course I can't kill Lon," Gray said and gave the order to the mask, "Project the picture I captured." Then Klein saw Gray in Lon's room. From the moment he started drinking, to taking the initiative to escort Lon to inspect other positions, the scenes on the road were not captured. "You traitor!" Klein looked at Gray with disgust. "If Lon hadn't died, would you have sided with him?" Gray remained silent and did not respond. "Chin Mo is interrogating the female intelligence agent next door." Klein stood up and walked outside. "I will tell you everything. Be prepared to experience his anger." Gray still didn't speak, his head lowered and he didn't know what he was thinking about. Next room. Chin Mo is interrogating Riley. The appearance of a member of the Ministry of Justice in the bottom layer is very suspicious, and the possibility that she is a rebel spy must be ruled out. "You know I was a prisoner, right?" Chin Mo said with a smile, "I remember you. You should have been not far away when I was arrested. Your clumsiness and stupidity were impressive. Is this why you are willing to bring me and Lon back together?" Riley asked. "Yes." Chin Mo was very honest, and then picked up Riley's personal terminal, preparing to start directly from the database of the legal department and clear out his files in it. At this moment, Klein suddenly pushed the door open, walked up to Chin Mo and whispered to him, repeating to Chin Mo what Gray had just said. Then Chin Mo wanted to ask, "The Shinik suppressor will automatically turn on when a Shinik attack is detected, and turning on the Shinik suppressor will also activate the gravity shield. This is the power armor mechanism set up to prevent sudden attacks." Gray is "How did you get your arm ripped off by the rebels?" But this is on a scientific level, and what Gray did is on another level. "I understand." Chin Mo nodded. "He's a prisoner, don't believe him." Riley suddenly wanted to try something bold, betting that no one except Chin Mo knew he was a prisoner, so she yelled at Klein. "Are you a prisoner?" Klein looked at Chin Mo in shock, and then smiled. "I thought she would say that you were her biological father. In this case, it's not surprising that she said she was the Emperor." Chin Mo smiled helplessly. "Ha ha ha ha." Klein turned around and walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. Chapter 23. 100 Ways. You win. Riley leaned back in her chair and decided to lie down and die. "I decided to punish you and send you to the next door position to become a rifleman," Chin Mo said. "You can't punish me." Riley sat up straight. "Don't you need me alive to help you clear the files in the database?" "Just you." Chin Mo smiled contemptuously, picked up Riley's terminal and linked it to the visor of the power armor, and then ordered the main control intelligence, "Enter the database of the legal department of Tyrone Nest City and make 100 copies of my file." And then removed using 100 different methods. "Received, following your order, making 100 copies of your file." "No, I'm just kidding, don't make 100 copies. It will be bad if you overturn it." File deletion completed. Chin Mo picked up the terminal and entered his name and then searched. It finally showed that no such person could be found. Seeing this result, Chin Mo himself was surprised. "Didn't your database firewall upgrade?" I planned to create a virus overnight that could invade the database when offline, but it was deleted so easily. Riley looked at Qin Mo in astonishment. She didn't understand such profound things as database firewalls. She only knew that she had lost the last bargaining chip with Qin Mo. Your name is Riley, is this Riley Weiser? Qin Mo looked up the name on the terminal. Riley was stunned for a moment, and then instantly realized what Qin Mo wanted to do. No. Delete her file. Qin Mo ordered. Deletion completed. It's done. Qin Mo picked up the terminal and showed it to Riley. You can't find this person now. Riley's expression changes very wonderfully. First she is shocked, then angry, then sad, desperate, and then angry and confused again. She doesn't know what her fate will be next. You will be implanted with the memory of a dead soldier and then sent to the battlefield. But I don't have time to do your business yet. After announcing Riley's fate, Qin Mo stood up and walked out of the room, ordering Grode, who was guarding outside, lock up Riley. Yes. Grode nodded and walked into the room. Qin Mo walked towards the conference room without looking back, wanting to deal with Gray's matter. In the cave at the base of the fortress, Gray lay on the bed with his severed arm stretched out. Qin Mo sat in front of the bed and drew the design of the prosthetic arm while making the prosthetic arm. He was immersed in the manufacturing and determined to make the prosthetic arm thousands of times better than the original arm. Don't worry, the prosthetic limb will only be more sensitive and not worse than the original limb. I plan to integrate a telekinetic control device into the prosthetic limb. From now on, you can pick up objects from a distance, or lift and crush heavy objects from a distance. There will also be a psychic suppressor integrated into it. I'll attach the prosthesis to your heart and use the bioenergy produced by your heart to supply it. Gray became uneasy when he heard that the prosthetic limb would be connected to the heart. We have to operate a knife near the heart. What if something goes wrong with it? Will it induce heart disease? There is a 1% chance that something will go wrong, but you won't die. Trust my skills. Qin Mo insisted on his idea. I always feel like something will go wrong with this prosthetic limb. Gray was still worried. Isn't there something wrong with your original limbs? Have you ever had a sore back? Don't be a natural humanist. Flesh and blood are weak. Flesh and blood are weak. My mother died of illness. I know the fragility of flesh and blood better than anyone else. Then what are you talking about? Just shut up and wait. After the prosthetic limb was designed and manufactured, Qin Mo began the connection surgery. He twisted Gray's flesh and blood and the metal of the prosthetic limb, making them grow and intertwined as if they were native. Then he connected the device responsible for collecting bioenergy to the heart, and then fused the nerves with the artificial nerves of the prosthetic limb. Gray stood up and moved around, trying to get a water glass from far away. When the water cup floated over out of thin air, Gray stretched out his hand to hold it, feeling a more realistic touch than his original limbs. Now you can detect whether a person is still alive by just touching your limbs, and whether there are toxins in the air or on the surface of objects. There are many other benefits. Let's slowly experience and learn. Qin Mo said. This is really much better than the original one. I just don't know what I can transform it into to the greatest extent. I can transform you starting from your cells and turn you into an amazing war machine. That's really good. After chatting for a while, Qin Mo suddenly asked, did you kill Lao En? Gray, who was admiring his arms, stopped and turned to look at Qin Mo but didn't know what to say. He wanted to say that he didn't kill him, but he was afraid that Qin Mo would misunderstand him like Klein and wanted to defect to Lon. But if he admits that he killed him, judging from Qin Mo's previous attitude towards Lao En, there is likely to be a gap between him and himself. You did a good job, but don't make a decision before me next time. I want to kill Lao En more than you do. Qin Mo said calmly. Then why do you respect Lao En so much? You don't want to trick him into killing him? Gray asked. Some things don't necessarily have to be solved immediately. Qin Mo turned around and sat in front of the workbench and began to continue the design work of the new weapon. Gray curiously walked over to take a look and found that this was a conventional weapon used by infantry, and there was also a detection device. Gray could understand conventional weapons, but he really couldn't figure out the use of detection equipment. Now that the defense line has been integrated by me, we will launch an active attack on the rebels after we are ready. Qin Mo admired his masterpiece, an attack targeting the leader of the rebels. How do we know where the rebel leader is? Gray asked. I have a way to find it. This detection equipment is prepared for it. Qin Mo said confidently. The leader of the Genestealers is the Patriarch, a 6 to 7 meter tall terrifying monster with a carapace and sharp claws. It is the founder of the evolutionary sect, and it possesses the strongest spiritual power. Qin Mo decided to start a war after making sufficient preparations in order to allow the rebels to launch a full-line attack. After the full-line attack, the rebels would inevitably use the psychic network belonging to the Genestealer group. Then the psychic network of the entire group of Genestealers will be detected, and the location of the Genestealer clan leader will be determined by following the clues. Qin Mo had even thought about what to do after finding the clan leader. Of course, he would immediately use all his cards, bring all the warriors wearing power armor, and eliminate the clan leader at all costs. And if the clan leader cannot be eliminated no matter what, then find a way to obtain its blood. Qin Mo believed that as long as he could get the blood of the clan leader, he could create weapons that could exterminate their entire clan. No matter what you want to do. Gray assured Qin Mo with his head held high, you can always use me as a weapon and throw me into a battle with no return, as long as this can benefit the entire war situation. I will. Qin Mo nodded. Chapter 24. Speculation. Planetary Defense Force Defense Line, 87th, 31st Regiment Station. After Qin Mo came to support and built a small fortress, the rebels had not launched an attack for a while, but no one relaxed their vigilance. They were ready to receive orders from Qin Mo at any time and rushed to where he needed them. The place to rush to. On this calm day, the two regiment commanders Duncan and Albert and the soldiers gathered outside the fortress, watching the logistics machinery that kept coming and going from the position. These black spherical machines used to transport food and ammunition, but now they transport weapons. The giant black metal box was hoisted by the logistics machinery and placed on the ground. Then they began to recycle the metal from the metal box, and improved laser rifles appeared in front of everyone. Is this a laser rifle with a scope attached? You'll know if you try it. The soldiers happily picked up their laser rifles, then walked to the shooting range outside the small fortress and shot at targets made of rebel equipment and wooden figures. Then they were surprised to find that the laser rifle had a faster rate of fire, and the battery capacity was significantly increased, allowing it to shoot more beams before the energy was exhausted. This is just the tip of the iceberg of weapons and equipment. Half a month has passed since I heard that Kato City was stabilized, and all kinds of weapons and equipment are being sent to the position. Including but not limited to, a lemon rust tank, several ordinary power armors, unmanned transport aircraft, and even unmanned self-propelled artillery. Those self-propelled artillery were built on anti-gravity suspension platforms. They did not require human control and did not leave room for the operator. After being hoisted by logistics machinery and placed on the position, these artillery pieces will automatically gather together. Lemon rust tanks. Your Majesty is above. Albert, who was an armored soldier, looked at the lemon rust tanks parked with unmanned artillery outside the fortress in amazement. The passage to the lower nest has been blown up. Well, I really don't know how this tank was made. The lemon rust tank is a heavy tank equipped in the Imperial Astra Militarum. Not just any hive or industrial world can build this kind of war machine. If Tyrone Hive had the ability to produce lemon rust tanks, the Empire would have sent troops to deal with the rebels long ago. Just like this fortress. Duncan looked at the small fortress, it should be a product of creation magic. As one of the positions that Qin Mo personally saved, everyone here has seen the magic of creation performed by Qin Mo. In just a few minutes, a fortress can rise from the ground. Everyone here has also seen the power armor worn by Qin Mo and the survivors of the 44th Regiment. Taken together, it is not particularly strange that the lemon rust tank was created. Did you notice that those artillery pieces were unmanned? Just like those black eggs. Albert suddenly lowered his voice with a mysterious look on his face. Duncan understood what Albert meant. Ever since the emergence of the black eggs, logistics machinery, rumors have circulated on the battlefield that those black eggs contain hate intelligence, because they have no one to control them and no one to guide them, but they can do anything. The current unmanned artillery makes this rumor more convincing. Maybe, but we need them now, otherwise we can't even guarantee the logistics, can we? This is the truth. Keep silent on this matter. Sometimes knowing too much and talking too much are both bad things. Ah. After a few words, Duncan and Albert ended the topic tacitly and changed the subject. What do you think these weapons and equipment are used for? Albert asked. Obviously, build a combined regiment. Duncan expressed his judgment. Our entire regiment is an infantry regiment, and the armored troops have long been lost in the offensive plan. We need weapons and equipment that can be used to attack fortresses. Synthesis Group. Albert's view was exactly the same as Duncan's. I can even imagine what it will be like after all the weapons and equipment are rationed. Duncan pointed at the Lemon Rust tank. Each regiment has a Lemon Rust tank as its core, with a small number of elite infantry wearing power armor, and fighting in unmanned aerial vehicles. We advance under the cover of artillery, and maybe those soldiers wearing more powerful power armor will arrive to lead our counterattack. You said counterattack? Albert was a little surprised. That's right, otherwise what else can the synthesis group be used for? Is it held in the fortress? Duncan said calmly. Speaking of this, Albert suddenly felt that Genestealer was brewing a war. A counterattack. Now that the defense line has been integrated, and according to the latest news, the Cato settlement has been relieved. Everyone has been stationed until now and has a firm foothold, and it is time to counterattack. Although the number of our own side is now very small and the troops are not elite, they have been passively beaten so far. Just thinking about the concept of counterattack is enough to make people's blood boil. But our numbers are too small. Do you think a counterattack is realistic? Albert asked. Rather than being passively beaten, we should counterattack. Duncan lowered his head and looked at the scorched metal ground under his feet. We are actually just trapped animals still fighting. If we must die, why can't we bite the rebels hard? Die? Maybe someone will record our heroic deeds in the future. This sentence contained deep pessimism. After hearing this, Albert frowned and lowered his head in meditation, but the result of his meditation was completely consistent with Duncan. In fact, everyone is still fighting in a corner, but they just don't want to sit there and wait for death. No one really thinks they can win. If death is inevitable, then punching the rebels before death is indeed a wise choice. Taking everything into consideration, although no counterattack or other war orders were sent from the communicator, the answer is obvious: counterattack is inevitable. We will be like shooting stars, shining with the most dazzling light in the night sky, even if this light lasts for a very short time. Duncan said, very literary. What is a shooting star? Albert asked. I'm a layman, man. If this thing called a star is in the sky, I've never seen it. Meteor is an astronomical phenomenon. It will burst into the sky from the bottom of the hive, and then draw an arc like being shot out by a slingshot. Duncan answered very seriously. Albert suddenly understood and nodded. I have never seen a meteor, but I know that if tanks are used to bombard the rebels, the effect after the rebels' bodies are blown away should be similar to the meteor you mentioned. Duncan nodded in approval, thinking that the effect should be similar. After all, he had only heard of meteors but never seen them. The two friends were silent for a while. Duncan suddenly said, the effect of us being blown up by the rebels should be the same. Chapter 25. Creation Printing Technology. Another half-month passed. During this period, Duncan discovered a strange thing, that is, the number of power armors delivered by the logistics machinery suddenly increased, enough for each person to have one. Of course, Duncan didn't think that everyone would have one piece of power armor. He thought that this was just a logistics machine that sent power armor here in order to reduce the workload, so that people here could distribute the power armor. So Duncan and Albert discussed it, and they decided to leave only one piece of power armor for the squad leader of each infantry squad in their 2 regiments, and distribute the rest to friendly forces in nearby positions. After doing this, the two of them always felt uneasy. When the power armor came into his hands, he first gave one to each of his squad leaders. This behavior was obviously excessive. The more serious thing was Mao's friendly army equipment. The two of them had been worried about accusations from other friendly armies, and then Genestealer came to the door with someone. And this worry became a reality half a month later today. At this time, in addition to the logistics machinery that came in and out every day, an unmanned transport aircraft suddenly arrived on the position. When the transport plane changed from level flight to a suspended state, everyone who heard the sound gathered under the transport plane and looked nervously at the people who were about to jump off. Boom! Boom! At the same time as the sound of the power armor legs colliding with the metal ground was heard, 2 people wearing advanced power armor landed on the ground and slowly stood upright. The people present immediately recognized that these were Genestealer and Grey who had come to support them. Duncan immediately stepped forward to salute Genestealer as an eagle, but Albert did not dare to come out. Genestealer walked forward while scanning the people present, with Grey following behind him. While observing, Genestealer discovered that some people here were wearing power armor and some were not. The power armor worn by the soldiers was not the kind of power armor he and Gray wore, but an ultra-low-end version. It just helps the wearer increase strength and speed, and then there is a battlefield information processing system to help in combat, as well as integrated thermal imaging and biological detection functions. But even this kind of power armor is not worn by everyone. Why isn't everyone wearing power armor? Qin Mo lowered his head and looked at Duncan, asking in confusion. Hey! Duncan was stunned when he was asked. He thought he was hallucinating. Qin Mo's words should be asking about the power armor he handled a few days ago being distributed to the squad leaders. If anyone could get a piece of power armor, it would be like the Emperor's power. He's asking you something. Gray frowned and looked at Duncan. According to his plan, ordinary power armor is a piece of equipment for each person. Why don't all your soldiers wear power armor? Duncan lowered his head and fell into deep thought. He recalled the uneasiness of these days and felt mixed emotions. I thought it was too much to give one piece of power armor to each of his squad leaders, but now that he learned that it would be one piece for each of his squad leaders, this change of mood left Duncan speechless. Seeing Duncan thinking, Qin Mo could probably guess what was going on, so he reminded, don't send power armor out next time. The logistics machinery will accurately deliver the weapons and equipment to your door instead of just pile them here for you to distribute to others. So, in fact, those ordinary power armors are really capable of being used by everyone, right? Duncan asked in surprise. Otherwise? Qin Mo asked back. He improved the production process of logistics machinery half a month ago, with the purpose of enhancing the combat effectiveness of ordinary soldiers as much as possible and ensuring that each of them has a piece of power armor to wear. The previous production process was that logistics machinery ran around collecting materials, opening treasure chests from the ancient ruins of the bottom nest, or going to Kato to find materials. Once the materials were found, they were collected and concentrated in one place for smelting and manufacturing parts, and then send the parts to a place for splicing and assembly. Qin Mo's improved production process is based on a technology called creation printing. Logistics machinery can directly print materials into weapons and equipment, which greatly improves productivity. Why didn't you pick up the communicator and ask when you received the extra power armor? Gray asked. Who would have thought that everyone could have one of those power armors? Duncan looked confused. Who would have thought that you would be willing to give away the power armor you got? Gray asked again. Sorry, I'm going to get them back now. There's no need to go. The power armor you generously gave away should be reserved for others. When Duncan wanted to immediately go to a nearby position to get the power armor back, Qin Mo dissuaded him and then asked the logistics machinery to supply the newly produced power armor to the people in this position. Finally, Qin Mo turned around and walked towards the transport drone. Before boarding the drone, he said to Duncan, I am here to inspect whether the people in each position are using new weapons and equipment. I have to rush to the next position, and you must arm your soldiers as soon as the new power armor is delivered. Yes. Duncan nodded in a daze. He still feels that this is an extremely happy dream. When Qin Mo finished saying what he needed to say and was about to jump onto the unmanned transport aircraft, Duncan suddenly asked, I know you have miraculous creation magic, but does it mean that everyone has a power armor? Power armor can greatly increase the survival probability of ordinary soldiers. Qin Mo turned his head and looked at Duncan. His tone was flat, no one's life is superfluous to me. I want everyone to live, so I build it for everyone. Got power armor. After that, Qin Mo jumped on the transport plane under Duncan's admiring gaze. After Gray also jumped on the transport plane, the two quickly flew to the next position to rule out whether the situation like Duncan's happened in other positions. When the transport plane disappeared from Duncan's sight, Duncan still stared at the direction in which the transport plane left, with Qin Mo's words echoing in his mind. No one's life is unnecessary with me. No one's life is unnecessary with me. On the transport plane, Gray looked at Qin Mo with a smile. How do I remember that you told me that you wanted to test the productivity limit of the creation printing technology? When did I say that? Qin Mo raised his eyebrows and looked at Gray. Creation printing technology is just a trivial creation, just like my improved laser rifle and ultra-low profile power armor. Why should I specifically test its productivity? Upper limit. A trivial creation? I remember that on the night when the creation printing technology was born, a cheer rang out in someone's room. This cheer even caused the gravity in the fortress to be reversed. Okay, I admit that I only made so many power armors for testing, but this doesn't conflict with my idea of valuing the lives of soldiers, does it? That's true. Chapter 26. Missing. In the following period, various positions on the defense line continued to receive weapons and equipment. Duncan and Albert also received power armor that was enough to arm everyone. But power armor and other weapons and equipment are still being sent in a steady stream. Outside the fortress, Albert sat on a piece of metal and silently watched the logistics machinery searching for materials on the position. The materials they searched were old weapons and equipment that had been replaced by soldiers. Those black spherical creations floated in front of the weapons and equipment. After a scan was performed to confirm that they were not weapons and equipment improved or independently manufactured by Qin Mo, a beam of light was projected to disintegrate the weapons and equipment. The weapons and equipment on the ground were gradually disappearing, and Albert couldn't see where the decomposed things went. He speculated that they might have entered the bellies of these black balls. Because these black balls gathered immediately, lined up in a long line, and projected a beam of light at the empty ground, and then a brand new weapon and equipment was gradually born in the beam. Creation printing technology. Albert murmured, observed, and analyzed. He tried to determine through guesswork how the material was decomposed, and how the decomposed material was reorganized by the beam projected into reality. But it is impossible to guess, because there is no basis for even guessing. The process of logistical mechanical decomposition and manufacturing seems so abstract, like witchcraft and magic. Are you sitting here in a daze again? The voice of his friend came from behind, and Albert turned around and saw Duncan. This place is 200 meters away from the fortress. Rebels may appear nearby at any time. It is dangerous for you to stay here often. Duncan sat next to Albert and reminded him with a frown. Albert raised his head and looked up at the sky. He could only see the endless darkness and the huge twisting pipes. He said, "If the rebels appear, I will fight them until I emerge from this gloomy place." Liberation in the dark cesspit. Duncan was silent. He knew that his friend had always had a slight self-destructive tendency, and this self-destructive tendency became more serious in the desperate situation, but was suppressed by the responsibility of the regiment leader to the soldiers under his command. Now no one on the defense line is as eager for Qin Mo to launch a counterattack as Albert, because he can justifiably die at the beginning of the counterattack. While you were in a daze, I used the communicator to contact the 47th Regiment. Duncan changed the subject. Albert's deep and numb pupils became lively and he immediately asked, "Has the counterattack begun?" "No, it's us survivors who need to expand our organization." Duncan then relayed what he heard from the communicator. The number of existing regiments will be expanded to 10,000, and each regiment must have 10,000 combatable soldiers. In addition, all our regiments will be reorganized into one legion, and the commander of the legion will naturally be Qin Mo. Duncan reminded Albert that he had previously called Qin Mo by his first name because he did not have a military rank yet, but now that he has proclaimed himself the commander of the legion and has been recognized by everyone, he must call him by his military rank. Albert was confused when he heard this decision. Weapons and equipment can be easily manufactured, but how can people make them? Our two regiments together have less than 10,000 people. Where can we find sources of troops? Just when Duncan was about to reply, Albert suddenly remembered that there were more than 300,000 people in Kato City. "I know, they must be going to Kato to recruit troops, right?" "Yes." Duncan nodded, "I just learned that the new city construction plan on Kato's side is being formulated." After learning about the new Kato construction plan, the civilians decided to take action and repay the Legion commander. They have been recruited and about to go to various positions. "That's it." Albert nodded thoughtfully. He has never been to Kato nor participated in the battle to defend Kato, but the civilians in the bottom nest definitely have fighting capabilities. They have food and weapons and equipment, but it is not easy to gain their loyalty, but as long as gaining their loyalty is equivalent to having an army that provides its own dry food. Great. Albert looked into the distance. "I have a hunch that all of this is preparing for the counterattack. After months of preparation, we are finally going to start the counterattack." Yes. Duncan thought so too. The two of them didn't speak for a while, just staring at the metal wilderness ahead. Until Albert suddenly looked back at the logistics machinery, pointed at it and said, "If I am turned into ashes by that thing, can you tell Qin, the Legion commander, and ask him to throw my ashes into the nest? Go out into the world." "But we are in the bottom nest, what can he do?" "He can create magic and use various advanced technologies. Can't he make a slingshot to eject my ashes?" "Okay. If you die fighting, I will." Duncan agreed to his friend's request. Late at night. "Duncan, who was sleeping soundly, was shaken awake. He looked blankly at the two soldiers in front of the bed. One soldier was his guard, the other was Albert's guard. "Do you know where our leader is?" Albert's guard asked. Duncan rubbed his face to wake himself up, and then asked, "I remember that Albert was still in a daze outside the fortress during dinner. Didn't you go find him?" "I went, but couldn't find it. All of our group wore power armor and searched within 500 meters of the fortress, but couldn't find a single shadow," the guard replied tremblingly. Duncan came to his senses instantly, quickly put on his clothes and rushed out of the room, heading straight to the weapons warehouse where the power armor was stored. Seeing that he was so nervous, Albert's guard also guessed the approximate result, but he couldn't believe it. "You don't think that our regiment leader was kidnapped by the enemy, do you?" "Of course not. The fortress's shooting position is always manned. If the rebels appear nearby, they will definitely be seen," Duncan said as he walked. The guard breathed a sigh of relief, but Duncan's next words made him even more worried. Albert should have left the position on his own. As for the reason, there are psykers on the rebel side. It is not surprising that anything happens within the range that is not covered by the Chinook suppressor in the fortress. I've warned that bastard a long time ago not to go to secluded places to daze, damn. With that said, Duncan walked into the weapons warehouse, came to the bracket hanging the power armor, and began to put on the power armor by himself. "I'll go look for it with you," the guard said. "Are you a scout?" Duncan asked. "You're just dragging me down by coming with me." After putting on the power armor, Duncan immediately walked out of the weapons depot and rushed out of the fortress alone, releasing bioscanning while moving forward in the shadows. The radius of the biological scan is 500 meters. After the scan is completed, only a large number of dense red dots can be seen in the fortress. Duncan continued to move forward, changing direction from time to time and running to another place, scanning continuously during this period. Chapter 27. I need a psyker. "Where are you, bastard?" "The Emperor's blessing, the Legion Commander's blessing." Duncan was so anxious that he began to pray to Qin Mo, asking his creation to exert more powerful capabilities at this time, such as broadening the range of biological scanning. However, this function was not originally used to find people. The design concept was for infantry to clean up nearby surviving enemies after the battle. While monitoring the HUD in the visor, Duncan ran wildly at the increased speed of the power armor. When he headed due north, there was finally a red dot on the biometric scanning interface. Humans, 1. When the result appears, the location of the red dot is directly marked in the HUD field of view, allowing the power armor wearer to see the target more intuitively. Duncan breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously moved towards the location of the red dot. He did not forget to hide while ensuring high-speed action as much as possible. After 2 minutes of tracking, Duncan hit on a metal slope and observed the situation directly ahead. Albert was walking alone, his eyes glowing purple in the dark environment. He kept walking, like a zombie. Duncan subconsciously wanted to rush over and pull Albert back, and his brain thought quickly and concluded that this was feasible. If Albert's blind march was caused by psychic energy, then the psychic suppression device integrated into the power armor could slightly isolate the influence of psychic energy. But just before Duncan was about to rush over, he saw a group of rebels on motorcycles galloping from a distance. After approaching Albert, one of the bald women jumped off the motorcycle and looked at Albert excitedly, sizing him up and down, and talking while moving her mouth up and down. He was too far away to hear what she said, but Duncan's HUD zoomed in on the woman's mouth and then analyzed her mouth shape. A string of text appeared in the field of vision. "We finally caught an enemy, take him back, I want to find the location of the human freak through him." After Albert got on the motorcycle and was taken away, Duncan did not rush over immediately but followed silently and kept a distance. Duncan didn't stop until after 2 hours of tracking, Albert was led into an abandoned metal gathering well. Looking at the deep hole of the metal collection well, Duncan squatted on the ground in anger and worry, holding his head and thinking about what was the best decision for him next. Eventually Duncan chose to return and report what he saw. The fortress where the 47th Regiment resides. Qin Mo was building a machine in an underground cave to deduce the location of the Genestealer clan leader, and then he learned from Klein what was reported from Duncan. Qin Mo understood the whole thing in an instant, which was easy to guess. It was obviously Albert who ran out to show off, and was controlled by the rebel psyker when he found the opportunity, and was then taken away. It would be extremely outrageous and surprising for something like this to happen to the Imperial Astra Militarum, but not to the Planetary Defense Force. Qin Mo knew clearly that the combat effectiveness and quality of the Planetary Defense Force were not even comparable to Kato's militia. With all due respect, I have long said not to have high expectations for our Planetary Defense Force. Klein said helplessly, and then asked habitually, what should we do next? Psychic. Qin Mo looked at the machine he was building. I need a rebel psyker, very much. Klein didn't know why Qin Mo needed psykers, but he knew that Qin Mo's needs must be reasonable. Let Gray and Grote clean the collection well. Qin Mo raised his head and looked at Klein. I only have one request, bring back the psyker, or they can bring back the psyker's head. The premise is that the brain tissue is not dead. Yes. Klein turned around and walked out of the cave. Qin Mo continued to enjoy the process of creation. 2 minutes later, an unmanned transport aircraft flew over the metal collection well. Gray and Grote immediately jumped off the transport plane and entered the collection well. They were 2 meters apart to prevent their own gravity shields from hurting each other. I'm responsible for the front, you are responsible for the rear. Gray said. Leave it to me, brother. Grote turned his back to Gray, and the picture behind him immediately appeared on his visor HUD, allowing him to walk backwards freely. After going deep underground, Gray turned on thermal imaging and started life detection. As the life detection wave scanned the entire mine, Gray suddenly heard a rustling sound, and then several crawling monsters appeared directly in front of him. These monsters are very different from humans and are collectively called aliens in the human empire. The alien crawled along the walls of the collection well at extremely fast speeds. Gray raised his hands and released shotgun lasers with his right hand to block the path of the aliens. The prosthetic left hand built for him by Qin Mo himself released its core function at this time. After clenching the fingers of his left hand, all the aliens in front exploded, and biological tissues were scattered throughout the passage. At this point the biometric scan is also over. We've hit the alien nest. Gray said, looking at the scan results on the HUD. In the scan results, there were densely packed red dots nearby. After the specific locations of these red dots were marked in the field of view, those red marks had to be diluted to prevent Gray from seeing only all the marks. I can't even see the way out. Grote calmly watched the two people's retreat. A large number of aliens had blocked the exit and crawled towards the two people. When the first alien approached and was crushed by the gravity shield, Grote charged forward a few steps and crushed several aliens, then stopped in front of one of the larger aliens and swung out the gravity hammer in his hand. After the aliens were smashed into 2D patterns by the gravity hammer, the gravity shield was turned on again, crushing the aliens that were about to pounce on Grote. The alien offensive was temporarily blocked. Gray turned off the gravity shield and approached the corpses to inspect them. These aliens are different from most of the rebels, with only subtle human-like biological structures present in them. Gray photographed the corpses of the creatures and removed biological tissue collection equipment from the jetpack. This is a device distributed to everyone who wears top-level power armor. It looks like a pistol and can automatically extract biological tissue when inserted into a corpse. This was Qin Mo's backup plan for his big plan. If he couldn't kill the clan leader, he would at least find a way to get his blood and biological tissue. Gray believes that it is necessary to extract the biological tissues of these new aliens. Keep going, brother. Gray reactivated the gravity shield, raised the shoulder cannon of the power armor and pointed it forward. We don't have time to fight with these things, hurry up and complete the mission. As soon as he finished speaking, the shoulder cannon, which was adjusted to cannon mode, released a torrent of beams, directly melting the metal on the upper wall of the channel directly in front until a straight channel was ejected. This passage originally went downwards, but thanks to Gray's kind help, a straight passage was now made. Chapter 28. Efficiency. The two continued to move forward in the passage, while constantly activating biological detection, following Qin Mo's orders to find the psykers he needed. After traveling about 1,000 meters, a purple mark appeared on the HUD. Psychic reaction detected. Target marked. A cold electronic sound sounded in the visor. Gray looked in the direction of the purple mark, controlled the shoulder cannon to aim in that direction, and burned a path on the metal wall. Since there could be no aliens inside the wall, Grote at the back was responsible for the main attack. Originally, Grote thought he could defeat these aliens with a gravity hammer, but he saw the combat systems analysis of the aliens on the HUD. The claws on the aliens' hands are enlarged and marked with the word danger. Grote immediately inserted the gravity hammer into the weapon slot behind him, raised his hands and used the shotgun laser to aim forward. Once again, a large number of aliens emerged at the end of the passage, and Grote easily blocked the aliens' path after firing. Those aliens were very resistant to being beaten, but unfortunately there were too many shotgun lasers and they were too dense, and in the end they could only leave corpses on the passage. These aliens smashed a lot. Grote raised his hands and waited for the shotgun laser to dissipate heat. The heat energy generated by the weapon fire is quickly absorbed by the energy engine, and in less than a second, Grote can pour firepower on the alien again. You can just stand there and wait for the gravity shield to crush them. Gray reminded as he walked. I know, but I just like shooting them. Otherwise, why would this power armor be equipped with weapons? Grote said with a smile. After walking to the end of the opened passage, Gray once again used his shoulder cannon to clear the way. Grote was still shooting at the rushing aliens. It was more like a walk than a fight, and the two of them could even chat for a while. Didn't the brothers encourage you to ask the Legion commander to name the power armor before? Grote asked, what is the name of this power armor? Power armor, the name of power armor is power armor. That's what he said. Gray replied indifferently. Then our power armor must be distinguished from that of ordinary soldiers, right? That's what I said at the time, and then the Legion commander was annoyed by me and made up a name at random, called the Imperial Guard. Prisoner? Sounds okay. After half an hour of walking down or to the left or right, Gray saw that he was only 10 meters away from the psychic reaction mark point. When the shoulder cannon fired again, emitting 70% of its energy and 2%, a path leading to the underground cavity was melted open. The enemy already knew that the two men were coming, so they were prepared here. When Gray scanned the entire underground cavity, he saw large groups of rebel soldiers hiding behind bunkers, pointing laser rifles or live ammunition weapons at themselves. In the corner of this underground hollow, a soldier of our own was holding an alien long knife and waving it weakly to fight with two rebel infantry. Albert. Gray recognized the identity of his own soldier. He still remembered the time when he and Cheen Mo rescued Albert and Duncan. Albert's fight with the rebel infantry was more like an execution. He was suppressed unilaterally, lost an arm, and was covered with wounds. The focus of this mission is not to rescue Albert, but Gray is willing to save him, but only if he completes the task of catching psychics given by Cheen Mo. The rebel psyker stood behind the rebel infantryman, with another psyker beside her. When he observed them closely, Gray discovered that there was not only one psychic reaction mark, but two overlapping marks. Fire! One of the psykers roared. A large number of beams and live ammunition were fired at Gray and Grote, and the two stood in the hail of bullets and reacted calmly. Gray raised his hands, while Grote turned off the gravity shield and pulled out the gravity hammer from behind. After the shotgun laser fired from Gray's hand, the rebel infantry and the bunker were riddled with holes in 2 seconds, and not even a single intact body could be found. There may still be people who are not completely dead, but the defenses they deployed have indeed been shattered. The jetpack on Grote's back spurted flames backwards, and he rushed towards the two psykers at great speed. As he ran, one of the psykers raised his hand, and a large amount of debris floated up and flew towards Grote and wrapped it around him, temporarily stopping his forward progress. Just as Grote tried to free himself from the debris, another psyker unleashed fire. I'm a guard. By Chi! Grote roared in the flames. The jetpack behind him was fully powered and he quickly broke free from the restraints. He swung the gravity hammer and smashed the psyker's dog's head hard. When Grote smashed one of the two psykers into a flat surface, Gray had already raised his left hand to pull the other psyker over and grabbed her neck fiercely. The Sonic suppressor integrated into the power armor took effect, leaving the psyker Gray was choking, unable to fight back. He could only weakly tap the armor to show that he could not breathe. The battle ends here. Grote ran to Albert to check on him. After a biometric scan, the outline of Albert's body was highlighted, with a line of words floating in the center of the outline. Excessive blood loss, survival probability 0. He's dead, Gray said. Yes. Grote nodded, his eyes falling on Albert's face. He had a smile on his face. He must have seen the scene of us slaughtering the rebels. Gray silently released biological detection, found the enemy who had not been completely killed, and blasted his head with telekinesis. After there was no one alive in the underground cave except for the two of his own and the captured psyker, Gray turned around and looked at Grote. You can't leave his body here, take him back with you. The two of them didn't kill all the aliens on their way here. When they set out on their way back, the passage was already crowded with aliens showing their teeth and claws. Grote was ahead this time, clearing the path with his shoulder cannon while carrying the body. After the beam is fired from the shoulder cannon, the aliens in the front channel are instantly reduced to ashes, which is more efficient than using a gravity hammer or shotgun laser. No one spoke on the way back. Gray and Grote were thinking at the same time that the difference between themselves and other ordinary soldiers might just be that they wore guards' power armor. Without this power armor, they would have died countless times. Grote was a man who looked reckless but was delicate at heart. He began to worry about the soldiers who were only wearing ordinary power armor in various positions. Gray was wondering if he should undergo more transformations so that he could still fight even without the guards' power armor. After walking out of the collection well, the two jumped on the transport plane and returned to the fortress where the 47th Regiment was stationed. Chapter 29. A mission that can turn the tide of the war. The whole process from Chien Mo's order to Gray and Grote's return took less than 10 minutes. The two of them could even find time to go to Aachen and hand over Albert's body to them. After Chien Mo obtained the psyker, he immediately sent him to a room equipped with a sonic suppressor. "Let me out. I'm going to kill you." Whoa! The psyker kept beating and mutilating herself in the room, and she was furious because she had lost contact with the sonic network of the Genestealer race. Gray and Chien Mo stood at the door, watching indifferently as the psykers flipped around inside. After looking at it for a while, Gray couldn't help but ask, "What is her use for?" "It's very useful." Chien Mo replied with a smile, "I can use her to find the location of the rebel clan leader." "But didn't you say before that you wanted to build a device for detection and positioning?" "Yes, but if there is this guy, the efficiency and accuracy will be greatly improved." Looking at the psyker in the room, Gray felt disgusted. After thinking for a moment, Gray asked, "Do we need to take out her brain?" "No need." Chien Mo shook his head. "Then how do we make her obey orders without killing her?" Gray asked. Hearing this question, Chien Mo did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the psyker with a smile for a moment, then turned his head and said, "You know, the psychological endurance of any living thing is limited. Once the limit is exceeded, the living being will collapse and become insane." "Of course." Gray nodded. He almost collapsed when the 44th Regiment was almost wiped out, but he didn't like to show his emotions. "But everyone knows that living things will collapse. What does this have to do with controlling the psyker in the room? I will find a way to make her collapse and become insane, and then I will find a way to tame her and make her submit and obey." After saying that, Chien Mo turned around and walked towards the underground cave, and motioned for Gray to follow. "You should learn from this. This way you will know how to interrogate enemies more efficiently in the future." "Is this what we have to do?" Gray asked. "No, of course not." Chien Mo immediately shook his head. "I can tie her up and stuff her into a machine and get the results I want, but I need to let you learn interrogation techniques. So this is a teaching session." "Of course." 2 days later. During the past 2 days, Chien Mo and Gray had been busy interrogating the rebel psyker. Although Chien Mo always does things in an orderly manner, Gray did not see how orderly he acted in this matter. Because Chien Mo just formulated a lot of inexplicable psychological questions, and then kept asking the psychic to give her answers. The only change was that the psyker would irritably resist answering at first, but now he began to answer questions honestly. This work lasted for 2 full days. Even now. "What kind of starch do you like to eat?" Chien Mo asked him a carefully designed psychological question. Gray stood next to Chien Mo, watching the psyker squatting in the corner, making sure to crush her head if she dared to make even the slightest move out of bounds. But the psychic just huddled in the corner and answered honestly, "Starch has no taste, sir." "Answer me." Chien Mo emphasized. But it really has no taste." "Really? I don't believe it." Chien Mo smiled and shook his head. The psyker curled up and hugged his legs, looking very pitiful. After hesitating for a long time, he still insisted on answering, "It really has no taste." "Okay." Chien Mo stood up and left the room. After Gray followed out, he saw guards standing outside entering the room, holding metal sticks filled with electric current in their hands. Then there was a burst of roaring and screaming. This has been the practice for the past 2 days. After Chien Mo asks what he wants to ask, the guards outside will come in. "Do you understand?" Chien Mo said. "I don't understand." Gray shook his head helplessly. "I will explain it to you in detail when I am free one day, or I can make you a chip and let you read it directly." Chien Mo did not force Gray to learn interrogation techniques immediately. He knew his interrogation behavior and his own like those creations. In Gray's eyes they are not much different from magic. Gray was silent for a moment and suddenly asked, "Why don't we just plug her into the machine? If you want to teach me something, I will learn it, but in this situation. In my previous order, I asked each regiment to expand to 10,000 people. These people need weapons and equipment, and they also need spare weapons and equipment, so now we have at least 2 days for teaching, or we can use these 2 days to start training." "A banquet," Qin Mo said. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Mo's teaching has yielded results, and he plans to test the locator he made. So Gray took the psyker out of her room, and even outside she couldn't use her powers because she still had a psychic inhibiting collar around her neck. The psyker was escorted into an underground cave. When she entered the cave, the door behind her was immediately closed and blocked by Gray. She looked around timidly and saw that there were 5 other people wearing powerful power armor here, including Qin, who had been interrogating her these days. Inc. Powerful power armor, this is what the rebels call the guard's power armor. Come here. Qin Mo waved. The psyker walked towards him, trembling. Qin Mo grabbed the psyker's neck and forced her to look at a spherical machine in the corner of the cave. "Did you see that thing? I need you to go in, put on the helmet inside, and then sit on the chair and relax." "Yes, yes." The psyker nodded tremblingly. Qin Mo was very satisfied and untied her psychic suppression collar. At this time, Gray and others present either grasped the gravity hammer or prepared to raise their hands to fire. But their worries were completely unnecessary. The psyker couldn't even adapt to the feeling of not wearing a psychic collar. She glanced at the collar with a trembling look, and then walked into the spherical machine. Submission, submission, this is her current state. Gray was very surprised. He didn't expect that those strange interrogation questions and psychologically damaging methods actually worked. When the psyker put on the helmet and relaxed as Qin Mo ordered, her body straightened instantly and she was connected to the psychic network of the entire group. Resistance, strength, unyielding, these concepts that she had forgotten for a few days came back to her brain, and her face that was originally full of fear now became determined. "Where are you, sister? Don't give up, don't give in, for the Lord of Evolution. We are always behind you. Be strong." The psyker felt the message coming from the psychic network. She reached out and tried to rip off the device on her head, but the entire seat suddenly became twisted, holding her firmly in place until she lost consciousness. Qin Mo, who was outside, was operating the display screen of the connected machine, which had projected the locations of many individual Genestealers. The brotherhood between chicken thieves is quite touching. Qin Mo slid on the screen. He filtered out most of the useless information, expecting to find the information he wanted most. But this was just a test after all, and Qin Mo didn't expect to get the results immediately. But the results of this test were unexpected. The owners of all the Genestealers in the Tyrone Hive had already noticed that an important individual was missing. After this important individual restored the connection with the psychic network, the owners of the entire group instinctively conducted an investigation, and this time the probing was captured. Due north of our current location, 340 kilometers away, 2,000 meters underground. Qin Mo raised his head and looked in that direction, but his vision was blocked by the cave wall. "And in the location," he said, a huge alien opened its eyes. 2 seconds later it closed its eyes and issued commands in the psychic network. The surrounding heirs immediately began to prepare for relocation and transfer, while the psyker struggling in the machine on Qin Mo's side was brain dead. Under the gaze of Gray and others, Qin Mo began to put on the guard power armor and at the same time issued an order: "After the full-scale counterattack begins, I will personally lead the team. Let's complete a difficult task that can turn the tide of the war." Chapter 30. Counterattack. A full-scale counterattack began. Since this was a counterattack that everyone could predict and see, all units were prepared even though it started very urgently. The unmanned artillery automatically rushes to the best shooting location under the dispatch of the main control intelligence, preparing to pour artillery shells on the rebels after the ground troops are ready. The infantrymen entered the weapons depot, put on power armor, and quickly picked up the neatly displayed laser rifles. The armored soldiers drove the Lemon Rust tank out of the parking spot under the command of the logistics machinery. They had long learned how to drive this war machine in the training system integrated in the tank. Duncan was prepared faster than all friendly forces. When he learned from the communicator that other friendly forces were ready, he immediately entered the Lemon Rust tank and ordered the entire regiment to move forward. "How should we fight?" The voice of the acting commander of the 31st Regiment came from the tank cockpit. He was a young man highly respected by his comrades. He took over command responsibilities after Albert's death, but he still needed to learn more from his predecessors in this aspect of war. Advance. Duncan responded with only 2 words. This is Qin Mo's order. There is no specific war plan, no detailed order for which troops to fight where, only advance. This has to make people wonder what the real purpose of this counterattack is. No chatting in the communication channel. More detailed orders have been issued. The order of all our troops is to advance, to attract the main force of the rebel army as much as possible, and to create better battlefield conditions for the Legion commander and his guards. Brian's voice came from the communicator. Duncan was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but ask, "Can I ask, what are the Legion commander and the others going to do?" "They wanted to assassinate the leader of the rebels. I didn't know until they wanted to avoid the plan being leaked." Hearing this, Duncan suddenly realized, and he leaned half of his body out of the hatch to check the situation of his troops. The infantry, all wearing power armor, gathered near the 10 tanks of the regiment and marched forward. The unmanned artillery in the rear had already opened fire, and after the thunderous rumble, dense explosions appeared on the horizon directly ahead. Before the flames of the explosion faded away, the second round of artillery salvo had begun. A moment later, 2 firepower drones flew into the sky, hovering above the ground troops and advancing slowly. There are even logistical machines joining the ranks. When everyone in the group was getting closer and closer to the rebels, another drone flew to the front of the team and deployed a horizontal gravity shield. There were red warning projections around the range of the gravity shield to warn others not to get close to within the scope of action. The white medical drone roared overhead and flew into the distance. It was probably that the troops there had exchanged fire with the enemy and there were injured people. "Your Majesty, the Emperor." Duncan was a little surprised. The counterattack was more powerful than he imagined. He thought it was just a suicidal counterattack launched by everyone before they died. Counterattack. Duncan raised his chainsword and shouted over the 87th Regiment's internal communication channel, "For the Emperor. For the Legion Commander. The 87th Regiment is getting closer and closer to the rebel forces. These rebels were purged by artillery, and there were not many people left, but they were still fighting back, except that all bullets from live ammunition weapons were stopped by the gravity shield, and only a small amount of lasers hit the power armor or tank armor. Infantrymen activate biological detection to search for any surviving enemies, then clear them and move on. The situation on the 87th Regiment's side is not unique. Other regiments on the entire front are even advancing faster. While the ground troops were advancing steadily, Qin Mo, Gray and others were already riding transport drones towards the interior of the rebel front. They had already passed many rebel units, which seemed to know what they were going to do. They set up anti-aircraft positions and opened fire on the transport aircraft. Standing on the transport plane, you can't even see the ground below. You can only see a huge amount of anti-aircraft fire blocked by the gravity shield. Occasionally, 2 missiles will fly over, but they will also be crushed by the gravity shield. Friendly forces have helped us contain most of the rebels, but we may still face tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of rebels. Our next battle will be very difficult. But we have to finish, no matter how many people we sacrifice. If I die you will complete the mission. As long as the clan leader can be killed, the situation will be reversed." Qin Mo spoke to the other 5 people wearing guard power armor to boost their morale. But the morale of these men needed no boost at all. "As long as you're here, there's nothing we can't do," Gray said. "Of course." Qin Mo smiled and nodded. Everyone else smiled and nodded. After waiting for a while, the transport plane changed from flying to floating state, which meant that the target location had been reached. This is the location of the rebel clan leader that Qin Mo found through the locator. Qin Mo got up and walked to the transport cabin door. Gray and the others immediately got up and followed. "Let's go down in line and activate the gravity shield immediately after leaving the transport plane," Qin Mo said, turning off the gravity shield of the unmanned transport aircraft and jumping out first. Since his fall wasn't perfect, his jetpack cushioned him a bit, allowing him to fall in a better position. Others have fallen behind. In the dense anti-aircraft artillery fire, the gravity shield also protected the wearer of the Praetorian power armor as usual. The rebels on the ground could only see 6 figures falling from the artillery fire. They immediately dispersed, looking for or building bunkers, and prepared heavy weapons. Gray fell to the ground first, then the second person, the third person. Qin Mo, who finally buffered in the air, landed at the front. The 6 people stood up straight and looked at the rebels ahead. Intensive attacks immediately swept towards the 6 people. These attacks were so intensive that they had to turn on the thermal imaging vision, otherwise they would not be able to see what was happening outside the gravity shield. Psychic reaction detected. A prompt sounded, and a purple mark appeared on the HUD of the 6 people. Through thermal imaging, you can see that it is a huge alien 7 meters tall, and its psychic attack may be coming soon. Qin Mo led the other 5 people and rushed out. The jetpack behind him provided strong thrust as he ran. Skip all unnecessary enemies and go straight to the clan leader's location. Qin Mo ran at the front, ready to resist the psychic attacks. His eyes were fixed on the clan leader. But the strange thing is that the clan leader failed to release a psychic attack. Its huge body suddenly trembled and fell to the ground. Qin Mo didn't have time to think about what the hell this was. He immediately controlled the shoulder cannon and fired at the clan leader. The same goes for everyone else. 6 beams of light shot towards the clan leader and vaporized the enemies along the way, followed by 12 light balls flying out to release a rain of beams. The Patriarch's huge body reacted immediately and rolled twice to the left on the ground to avoid the incoming beam. It was not dead, but most of the rebels around it were dead, which made it very angry. The clan leader's anger also led to the anger of the entire rebel army. At this moment, whether it was Qin Mo's side or others, all the rebels on the front were in a rage, and they began to counterattack regardless of the cost. Qin Mo advanced while constantly shooting at the clan leader and purging the rebels with shoulder cannons. Countless rebels were crushed by the gravity shield, but they seemed to be crazy and kept squeezing into the scope of the gravity shield. The leader seems to know the trajectory of the shoulder cannon before it fires, and it always dodges. Until it tried to release a psychic attack again after another roll, and suddenly fell down as before, being hit by the beam that flew in front of it in the blink of an eye. Chapter 31, Kill the Chicken with a Dragon-Slaying Knife. In a frightening roar, the Patriarch, who had lost his lower body, rolled on the ground. The beam hit its lower body, leaving a smooth and flat wound. Hit! Qin Mo sped up in surprise and rushed straight to the injured clan leader. Gray and Grote stood beside Qin Mo, using shotgun lasers to clear a path for him in the torrent of rebels. The other 3 people followed behind to clear out the rebels who were surrounding them from behind. As they advanced, they discovered that every rebel infantryman had tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. The pain of the Patriarch is transmitted in the psychic network. Although other individuals cannot empathize with it, they are willing to pay any price to avoid the pain of the Patriarch again. While the rebels were attacking the gravity shield like a torrent, the peripheral rebels began to gather towards the clan leader. They stood in front of the clan leader, Qin Mo, and others, acting as human shields while pushing the clan leader forward. The rebels were crying, wailing, even begging. But Qin Mo just wanted to increase their pain. Human shield? Why do you think I designed different shooting methods for the shoulder cannon? Qin Mo pointed the shoulder cannon at the position of the clan leader again and fired again. The beam plowed a straight line through the sea of rebels. But just as he was about to hit the human shield and the clan leader himself, a psyker suddenly stood in front of the clan leader and released a purple barrier. The beam bounced off the barrier, plowing another straight line among the rebels until the energy contained in the beam was exhausted. This psyker was obviously not the other weaklings among the Genestealers. She blocked the beam with ease and stood in front of the clan leader as if she was untouchable. Qin Mo realized that she was a bishop. Beside the bishop were 6 guards wearing purple robes and holding long swords, which made Qin Mo more sure of his identity as bishop. The Genestealer guards are so powerful that they can kill their targets before they even notice them. But Qin Mo is not afraid of them, because this group of people can't do anything now. Could it be that they rushed directly into the gravity shield range? The Patriarch stretched out his claws towards the bishop and put them on her shoulders. The bishop raised his hand and released psychic lightning. The lightning gathered together and exploded, and the gravity shields on Qin Mo and others stopped functioning. This sudden move caught Qin Mo off guard. He could not figure out how this psychic lightning caused the gravity shield to stop working. But no matter what, purely material creations are still reliable. After a large number of rebels seemed to be squeezing Qin Mo and others to death, the gravity shield was restarted under the control of the combat system and was once again able to crush the enemies rushing nearby. The restart speed was astonishingly fast, and it didn't even give the guards a chance to launch an attack. They still stood there with dignity, as if they were an insurmountable line of defense. The bishop is not the only one who can release lightning on the battlefield. Qin Mo still maintained the momentum of charging and raised his hand at the same time. A bolt of lightning struck the bishop's position, covering the enemies within 100 meters of his position. The power of this lightning is not as powerful as the shoulder cannon for the time being, but it is the power of the god of the material universe. The bishop's psychic barrier was penetrated, but the patriarch blocked her body, blocking the blow that was not fatal to it. But there were doubts on the patriarch's twisted and terrifying alien face that Qin Mo could decipher. Both sides have doubts about the other that they cannot understand. For example, the clan leader cannot imagine why someone could make so many terrible weapons in the bottom nest, and even be able to locate its existence. Qin Mo also couldn't understand why the bishop could stop the gravity shield just now. But it doesn't matter. Qin Mo has arrived at a position only 200 meters away from the clan leader. This distance can be covered quickly by a jetpack. The jetpack's nozzle turned downwards, causing Qin Mo to fly into the air. As he fell, he could see the panic on the faces of everyone around the target. The bishop was first rescued by the guards and disappeared on the battlefield in the blink of an eye. This seems to be the order of the patriarch, otherwise the bishop and the guards will give priority to ensuring the survival of the patriarch. Then Qin Mo fell down. Puff! There was no attack action, but the enemies in a small area around Qin Mo's landing point were still dead because they were within the scope of the gravity shield. The patriarch lasted less than 3 seconds under the squeeze of the gravity shield, and his huge body turned into a 2D pattern on the metal ground. The patriarch dies. Reach the goal. The rebels on the battlefield collapsed in an instant. They were either running around or kneeling on the ground and crying. Some even wiped each other's necks. At this moment, Qin Mo had time to think carefully about his plan. Achieving your goals is no fluke. The Genestealer group in Tyrone Hive has not grown and grown. The reason for their rebellion was only discovered and exposed. Otherwise, they would not be hundreds of thousands but millions or even billions. It is difficult to use creations such as guard power armor and locators to deal with this kind of chicken thieves without being effective. I hope the first person to discover you bastards is safe and sound. Qin Mo turned off the gravity shield, took out the biological tissue extraction equipment from his backpack, and extracted biological tissue from the clan leader's body. First up is the first tube. Then Qin Mo also wanted to take away Gray's extraction equipment, and extracted the second tube, and the third tube, until the extraction equipment of the 6 people was all filled with the biological tissue of the clan leader. These biological tissues include limbs and muscles, shell and brain tissue, and of course blood. There's not much energy left. Gray reminded Qin Mo while firing his shoulder cannon. From the beginning of the war to now, everyone's shoulder cannons have almost never stopped. While Qin Mo is focusing on dealing with the clan leader, others are responsible for using shoulder cannons to kill the rebels on a large scale and reduce the overall pressure as much as possible. I know. Qin Mo nodded, then stood up and called for the unmanned transport plane. Do you want us to scoop it up and put it on the transport plane? Grote asked. It's not necessary, it's enough. Qin Mo shook his head. In the extremely chaotic rebels, the 6 people waited quietly for the transport plane to arrive, then jumped on the transport plane and returned. This war is not over yet. Gray looked down at the rebels being chased by his own ground forces below the transport plane. The bishop is still alive. Of course it's not over yet. How many rebels have we killed? Qin Mo nodded, and then took out the biological tissue he extracted, but it will be over soon, I promise. Qin Mo is confident that he can use these biological tissues to create genetic weapons against Genestealers, which will spread like pesticides in the Tyrone Hive. When in the distant future, another patriarch falls on this planet and prepares to spread its bloodline, it will be killed by the remaining genetic weapons in the environment. Chapter 32. Masterpiece Creature. Night. When news of the victory in the daytime beheading operation was just announced, the front had already advanced 100 kilometers across the board. The combined regiment commanded by Duncan was moving too fast and had to stop at dusk to wait for friendly forces. It was undoubtedly a good day for the ground troops as they did win. But when they were sitting around the campfire waiting for food, everyone's faces were not only excited but also a little dazed. Did we win a little too easily? I thought this was a fight to the death. By the Emperor's grace, we have indeed won, no matter what. As his men discussed the outcome of the battle, Duncan recalled the day's events. Advance. These 2 words are enough to sum up the entire day and the first victory since the launch of the all-out counterattack. The resistance of the rebels was fierce at first, then became particularly fierce, and then their front suddenly collapsed, and only those rebels who were running wildly could be found on the march. If Duncan wanted to write a memoir, he could only write one sentence. We are advancing under the cover of unmanned artillery units and a large number of drones, advancing continuously, we clean up the enemies remaining in the bombing, and we occupy key areas. When we have strong firepower and are fully prepared, our battle should be so smooth. I don't believe in genius command tactics and strategies, and I don't like to bet against the enemy in war. I only believe in the strongest, the most advanced weapons and equipment, the most ferocious firepower, and the strongest armor. A voice interrupted everyone's discussion. The soldiers sitting around all the campfires all stood up when they heard the sound and looked in the direction of the sound. Qin Mo and his guards wearing Imperial power armor walked over from a short distance away. Everyone immediately gathered around Qin Mo and bowed to him respectfully. Qin Mo's eyes swept across everyone and finally landed on Duncan. I heard about your heroic performance during the day. You were the first to advance here with the troops, and you also annihilated many rebels on the way. Well done. Your recognition is an honor for me and my soldiers. Duncan was very happy to be recognized. We already know the story of your execution of the beheading plan. If you hadn't annihilated the rebel leader, we wouldn't have been able to advance so smoothly. I have to admit that it is indeed the case. Qin Mo nodded with a smile, then began to look at the other people present and continued walking forward. Duncan followed silently, thinking about why Qin Mo came in person. There must be an important combat mission. Do you need anything? Qin Mo turned around and asked Duncan. We just need more to annihilate the rebels, Duncan replied. This is your idea. You are not a psychic. You cannot understand the thoughts of all your subordinates. Now let them answer me. Qin Mo said. Then the soldiers gathered in front of Qin Mo and made various demands. Many people expressed the hope of adding a backpack to their power armor, some expressed the hope that the power armor could have a larger capacity battery, and some expressed the hope of getting some wine after the stage battle. After the soldiers made various requests, a guard named Anruda wearing a guard power armor recorded these requests. Anruda is one of the survivors of the 44th Regiment. His original duty was to be Bull's secretary, so he was very good at this job. I will ensure that all your requirements will be met. Qin Mo said to everyone. This is not a boast, but it is really possible. These requirements couldn't be easier for back-office machinery that uses material printing technology for production. After recording everyone's needs, Qin Mo said to Duncan, the purpose of my coming is to inspect and ask about your needs. Next, you only need to do what you should do, which is to attack and occupy. Yes. Duncan stood at attention and saluted. At this time, the transport plane had already flown overhead, and the momentum generated by the anti-gravity engine was not great. Those present could only hear its hum. Keep fighting spirit, stay efficient. Qin Mo gave the last instruction, turned around and led his guards to jump on the transport plane and leave, heading to the location of the next regiment. This idea of showing up after the war was not Qin Mo's own idea, but was proposed by Klein. Klein believed that by showing up to each regiment at this time and giving some benefits to the soldiers, he could consolidate his authority in the army. Since the guards' power armor appeared everywhere during the previous integration of the defense line, the soldiers were also happy to see the appearance of these guards' power armor. However, the biggest benefit of showing up everywhere is to stabilize people's hearts. After all, Qin Mo will study weapons against Genestealers next, and it will be impossible for him to appear in the war in person in the short term at least. After spending an entire Terra day traveling through all the troops, Qin Mo returned to his cave laboratory in the fortress. While putting the blood extracted from the clan leader into the material analysis machine and waiting for the results, Qin Mo watched the operation of the machine he made and fell into deep thought. He was not thinking about weapons, but about beheadings. The Genestealer's Patriarch's Chinic powers far exceed those of any other individual, but it fails to even use its Chinic powers in combat. It really wanted to use psychic energy, but every time it mobilized its psychic energy, it seemed to be interrupted, and every time it tried, it ended up falling to the ground. The clan leader seemed to be silenced. Qin Mo knew very well that it was not his own power that caused this situation, because although he was immune to the psychic influence of psychic energy, moving the black stone did not prevent the release of psychic energy. Otherwise, the bishop who came from behind would not be able to release spiritual energy. Who in the end interfered with the clan leader? Ding ding ding. The results of the analysis have come out while thinking about it. The analysis results of hundreds of thousands of words were displayed on the screen of the analysis machine. Qin Mo stopped thinking about those weird things and walked to the screen to check the results. The information on the screen was scrolling rapidly. After Qin Mo finished reading the information, he came to a conclusion. It was the right decision to extract biological tissue from the Patriarch rather than from other Genestealer individuals. The genetic information on his body was far more comprehensive than that of other hybrid individuals. The weapons made using his genes must have the widest strike range. But the Genestealer Patriarch is constantly adapting to changes, and its genes have changed as it adapts to the environment of Tyrone Hive. To put it simply, the clan leader's genes can be used to make weapons, which can indeed have the effect of ending the war. But this kind of weapon will only be applicable within the environment of Tyrone Hive. Even on other planets in the same galaxy, if there are Genestealers on other planets, it is unlikely to be effective anymore. Because just the difference in air concentration or pollution level may cause many changes in the genes of the Genestealer Patriarch. Who made you? What a masterpiece! Qin Mo turned his head and stared at all the biological tissues from the clan leader, sighing from the bottom of his heart. Qin Mo even began to think that if he wanted to create a biological weapon species, if he could, he would create biological weapons like the Genestealer Patriarch. The Genestealer Patriarch could already call it a masterpiece, but the Tyranids would have to call it a work of art. It cannot be ruled out that the Tyranids are a naturally evolved race, but the chance is extremely slim unless the Tyranids' evolutionary environment is perfect. For example, they were born on a planet where the environment often changes drastically. They had to evolve in a short period of time to adapt to the environment and evolve into their best skills. It's better to focus on the things in front of you. Qin Mo cleared his mind and focused on researching and making weapons. Chapter 33. Firefighters. The full front counterattack led by the Corps Commander has lasted for more than half a month. We have made rapid progress in the past half-month and the situation has been completely reversed. But the rebels have suddenly been able to establish defensive positions recently. While the 87th Regiment was cleaning up the small city that had just been captured, Duncan sat in the Lemon Rust tank writing notes and recalling the recent situation. For at least half a month, the rebels had no organization at all, and they could not even react in the same way when faced with an attack. Some people were running around, some were in retreat, and some were howling and strapped with bombs for a sneak attack. It wasn't until half a month later that the situation changed. The rebels began to organize an effective defense. Although their operations were still quite chaotic overall, they did regain a little combat effectiveness on local battlefields. Unfortunately, this still poses no threat to ground troops. Just like this small city where the 87th Regiment and the 31st Regiment cooperated to attack, unmanned artillery and fire drones carried out horrific bombings, and others only needed to advance and clear the rebels in the city. My brother, I will let your ashes see the sky, but not now, because we cannot leave the nest yet. Duncan wrote the last words and closed the journal. Albert's name is written on the cover of the diary. Looking at this name, Duncan felt a little guilty. When Qin Mo came to ask for his request before, he didn't tell him Albert's last wish, but he felt guilty, and Duncan didn't think he had done anything wrong. The counterattack is now underway, and the bottom nest war is not over yet. People come on a first-come, first-served basis, and things are prioritized. But I feel that we will win, everyone thinks so, and then I will personally help you fulfill your last wish. Duncan muttered to himself and put the diary into the metal box under the seat. This metal box is one for each person and is used to store relics. It is extremely hard but not very spacious. Captain, you have to take a look at this. Duncan heard someone calling him, followed by the sound of knocking on the tank armor, and he immediately got out. You have to see this. A company commander held a piece of power armor debris and lifted it up. Duncan reached out to take the wreckage, then took out a wire from under the helmet of the power armor and plugged it into the interface of the wreckage, and then the video started playing in his visor. This seems to be an underground bomb shelter for the gang headquarters. Be careful. I know. Your bloody coxcomb gang headquarters also has an underground bomb shelter like this. The picture is from a first-person perspective, and you can see a soldier with a red comb head and other soldiers. This is an infantry squad. Why don't you wear a helmet? Show off your coxcomb hair. No, I'm afraid that the Legion commander won't be able to see my face when he looks at the entire battlefield. The infantry squad chatted as they advanced in the underground dugout. There are many rooms here, and the soldiers explore them one by one. Until they reached the deepest point. When the flashlight on the shoulder of the power armor shone towards the dark front, the infantry squad saw densely packed aberrations gathering here, and they were all surrounding the door of a room. The beam attracted the attention of the aberrations, and the infantry squad began to escape. When they were about to rush out of the air raid shelter door, the screen rotated and flew far away. Apparently, the soldier who filmed the video had his head blown off. What should we do? The company commander asked expectantly. Report the situation and ask the Legion commander's guards to come over. Duncan replied. Hearing this answer, the company commander could not conceal his disappointment. He said slightly dissatisfied, with all due respect, Commander. This is our opportunity to gain credit. Why don't we send 2 companies and 2 tanks to take out the troops inside? The aberrations were lured out and killed. I want to take credit, but the question is, do you know how many aberrations are there? Do you know if there are more terrifying creatures in the room blocked by them? We must eliminate any possibility of things getting out of control. During the evening break, all the soldiers in the regiment copied the function manual of the power armor 10 times. The part about the biological detection function not only had to be copied but also recited. After speaking, Duncan went back to the tank without giving the company commander a chance to continue persuading him. The company commander reluctantly carried out the order. 2 minutes later, outside the gang headquarters, which was blocked by infantry and tanks, the transport plane changed from flying to hovering. In the impression of other conventional troops, the Legion commander's guard is always responsive and very timely, but this time it was Grote. The soldiers present were frightened when they first saw the power armor on Grote. Because Grote was holding a gravity hammer at this time, and his power armor was covered in blood from top to bottom. He had obviously just experienced a battle, and this battle was fought in his favorite form. But when they saw Grote's face, the soldiers relaxed instantly. Because Grote is very kind to his own people, not only is he not as stern as Grey, he will even encourage others after the battle, or make a fuss. No, brothers. Grote carried the gravity hammer and glanced at the people present. I will respond to everyone's calls for help as much as possible, but can't so many of you handle a group of aberrations? In addition to 2 companies of infantry, there were also 2 tanks present. The aberrations have no brains, especially now that the Patriarch is dead. They can kill them all by just thinking of a way. There are indeed many aberrations here, but there is a strange situation, that is, these aberrations are all surrounding a room. An officer came forward to explain in detail. Oh, that's it. Only then did Grote know more details. When he saw the application, he just knew that these people asked him to deal with the aberrations. Come along. Grote walked into the building carrying the gravity hammer. This way you will also have a share of the credit after this is over. The officer was overjoyed when he heard this, thinking that Grote was indeed a particular person. If Grey had come, he would have gone in without saying a word, and he would still be thinking about supporting others. The group immediately entered the building and walked toward the underground air raid shelter. I'm driving the gravity shield, guys, don't get too close for a while. Although Grote was willing to take these people with him, he was not willing to let these people interfere with his enjoyment of the battle. Hearing that he was driving the gravity shield, those who had planned to follow nearby to provide fire support immediately stepped back, fearing that they would accidentally be crushed to death by the gravity shield. Grote strode forward and used biological detection to detect all non-humans here. The enemy's location is marked on the HUD map, totaling 231 aberrations. Grote observed the map and found that these aberrations were indeed very dense and seemed to be blocking something, but the thing blocked by them was obviously not a living thing, otherwise it would have been detected. Of course, the inability to detect may also be due to other reasons. What the hell? Grote turned around and reminded the others, if something goes wrong, run away immediately. I have a gravity shield and you don't. Don't worry, if the captain hadn't had to find you, we wouldn't have fought hand-to-hand with the aberrations in this hellish place. We would have lured them out and exploded them long ago, the officer said helplessly. Chapter 34. New Psychers. After walking to the place where a large number of aberrations gathered, the infantrymen who were calm and composed just now had serious expressions and did not dare to breathe. Before and after the counterattack, these extremely difficult to kill and incredibly destructive monsters left a terrifying impression on everyone. But Grote's impression of this thing is that the thickness of the aberration after being crushed by the gravity shield is higher than that of other enemies crushed to death. Boom! Grote stood behind the aberrations and made a sound to attract their attention. The aberrations turned their heads numbly, and seemed to remember something after seeing Grote, and suddenly rushed towards him with a furious roar. Come on, bastards! Grote gripped the gravity hammer and charged forward with the jetpack behind him providing propulsion. He knocked away the two deformed bodies, and swung the gravity hammer to sweep around. The gravity hammer will not be blocked. All aberrations within the sweep range of the gravity hammer will be squeezed by gravity and swept aside, and then hit the wall and never be able to snap down. Grote then showed off his proficient melee combat and control skills. Sometimes he dodges and prances around, and sometimes he bumps into the aberrant body with his shoulder. And when he launches an impact, the jetpack behind him will be controlled by him to provide thrust, allowing him to knock the aberrant body staggering. This seemingly simple action is actually not easy to complete, because the control of the jetpack is achieved by detecting movements. If it cannot perform an action similar to forward jumping during a shoulder collision, the jetpack will not provide propulsion. Every aberrant body he hits will lose balance, and then be hit on the head by the gravity hammer, and the head will be directly pressed to the waist. When another aberration launches an attack, Grote will dexterously squat down, put his left hand on the enemy's waist and fire shotgun lasers. When the dense ball of light penetrated the body, and the organs and blood of the entire body were instantly heated to boiling by thermal energy, another aberration collapsed. Grote skillfully kills the aberrations and only activates the gravity shield at the most critical moment. Until such close combat made him tired, he hung the gravity hammer on his back, and fired the weapons and shoulder cannons on both hands at the same time, instantly destroying all the aberrations within the fire coverage. It's over. Grote was satisfied, admiring the masterpiece he had left here. You should see what's in there first. The officer stepped forward to remind him, pointing his arm towards the room that was previously surrounded by aberrations. I'm sorry I forgot about the business. Grote immediately walked to the room, took out the gravity hammer and hit the door. The door was an iron door, a common door made of scrap copper and iron welded to the bottom of the nest, but such a door did not move at all after Grote hit it with a hammer. Hey! Grote was confused. He stepped back 20 meters and assumed a posture ready to charge. The jetpack roared, providing enough propulsion to send Grote gliding forward on the ground. Then Grote ran with all his strength, and after approaching the room, he slammed his shoulder against the iron door. The moment the power armor shoulder came into contact with the iron door, Grote felt resistance, and then he directly turned on the gravity shield and tried to crush it with gravity. The iron door did not break under the influence of the gravity shield, but the wall did. Grote looked at the iron door standing within the scope of the gravity shield in astonishment, then walked around it and entered the room. The furnishings in the room are very simple, with only one bed. There was no terrible enemy in the room, just an unconscious blonde woman. The woman wore tattered and ill-fitting rebel uniforms, but she was human. Because in the HUD of Grote's mask, the woman's body was outlined, her head was compared with a normal human head, and then the outline showed, human. Your Majesty, the Emperor. What is going on? Grote felt like he had seen a ghost. I don't know who she is, but I think she should be sent to a safe place. The officer stepped forward and put his coat on the woman. Grote agreed very much with the officer's opinion. He immediately took the woman out of the underground air raid shelter on his shoulders, sent her to his transport plane, and ordered the transport plane to return to the 47th Regiment fortress. To ensure the woman's absolute safety, Grote even called in a firepower drone escort. We don't know what condition this lady is in, she was unconscious when she was brought here. I don't want to interfere with your research, Legion Commander, but it is really necessary for you to know this. In the corridor of the fortress, the soldiers who stayed behind to garrison led the way, and Qin Mo silently followed him through the corridor. The two finally arrived at a room on the top floor. This room is a room with a better environment in the fortress. It was previously used as housing for lawn. Soldiers stood guard at the door. Qin Mo opened the door and entered the room, where he saw the woman sitting on the bed and the officer in front of her, asking about her situation. The officer spoke softly and even prepared a glass of relatively pure water for the woman. Legion Commander, she just woke up. When the officer saw Qin Mo, he immediately stood up and performed the Sky Eagle salute, and then silently exited the room. Before leaving, he glanced at the woman worriedly. Qin Mo stared at the officer in confusion until he left and closed the door. There may be many reasons why these gangsters treat a woman with respect, but in Qin Mo's opinion, there is only one possibility now, and that is that this woman is a psychic, and she is interfering with the consciousness of people nearby to make them treat her well. Qin Mo walked towards the woman and sat in front of her. At this time, Qin Mo could feel that this woman was indeed a psychic, but she was not hostile, so although he had aversion to psychic powers in his heart, he was not as disgusted as when he was on the rebel position. You are a psychic. Qin Mo said, commons are very rare in the bottom nest. Are you a member of the bottom nest gang or a bounty hunter? You can call me Vanessa. The woman answered the question inappropriately. Qin Mo suddenly felt dissatisfied. Just when he wanted to ask his question again, Vanessa suddenly smiled and said, you have led the army that should have been wiped out to fight so far. Well done, prisoner. This sentence brought a strong mental impact to Qin Mo. This was only the effect of the language itself and not caused by spiritual energy. After a brief silence, Qin Mo stretched out his hand to strangle Vanessa's neck and asked her in a deep voice, why do you know my identity? Answer me within 3 seconds, otherwise I will burn you to charcoal. From. Vanessa struggled and hit Qin Mo's arm, from the head of your guard named Grote. It seems that I have to advance my plan to research psychic shielding devices. Qin Mo not only did not let go of his hand, but pressed harder, do you have any last words, psyker? Chapter 35. Tailong Special Insecticide. Don't be impulsive. Do you want to know anything else? Vanessa couldn't get into Qin Mo's head, so she didn't know what to say at this time to calm Qin Mo down. Qin Mo didn't react at all. His hands became hot, and the hot air waves were distorting the space at hand. The gene, the patriarch, its spiritual power, was interfered with by me. After Vanessa said something out of sheer urgency, Qin Mo let go and let her fall to the ground. The psychic energy of that Genestealer clan leader was interfered with by you? Who are you? Qin Mo seemed to have heard a joke. That was the leader of the Genestealer clan. But Qin Mo didn't continue to take action, which proved that he really wanted to listen in detail. Vanessa sat on the ground and coughed for a while. After she recovered her breath, she explained, you and your guards carried out the beheading operation. I was hiding nearby at the time. I used my spiritual energy to interfere with the clan leader so that he could not be released on you. Psychic attack. Then Vanessa began to describe the situation on the battlefield in detail, even specifying how Qin Mo fought, hoping to prove that she had indeed interfered with the clan leader's spiritual energy. Qin Mo was very surprised when he heard all the details that he could not tell, but he still doubted in his heart whether Vanessa had used her spiritual power to see what was going on the battlefield. There is such a thing as psychic vision after all. Some psychics can even predict the future. Qin Mo pointed outside the fortress, there are 10 tanks parked outside the fortress now. If you crush them, I will believe you. I can't do it. Vanessa shook her head, my spiritual power is not a tool, and I can't use it just as I want. Okay, just pretend that you helped me that day, but you are a psyker. Have you been certified by the Empire? Do you know how dangerous you are? You are at least Zeta level or above. I'm afraid you run away. Qin Mo showed his malice toward Vanessa, a psyker. Although Qin Mo himself suffered a lot because he was misunderstood as a Shinnik person, he would not have mercy on psykers because of this. Psykers are walking bombs. If they just have difficulty controlling their psychic powers, that's it. Destroying buildings and killing a few people is still within control. The key is that psykers may also become the entrance for the subspace chaos god to invade the material universe. If Vanessa opens a portal, the entire Talonhive and galaxy will be ready to be slaughtered by demons. I can help you fight the rebels. Vanessa said. No, I prefer you to squat down. I'm afraid you'll lose control on the battlefield. Qin Mo quickly shook his head. Then you try to kill me, use your power. Vanessa suddenly lost her fear of death, grabbed Qin Mo's hand and put it on her neck. Suppose you are facing a bomb now, do you choose to try violence? Destroy it and gamble that it won't explode when destroyed, or choose to delay for a while and survive for a while? Qin Mo thought carefully and was in a dilemma. Maybe it was impossible to kill Vanessa with one blow, causing her to go berserk in an extreme crisis situation. The best way to handle this matter is to send Vanessa to the Black Ship and let the Empire's professionals take care of her, but how to find the Black Ship now? After thinking carefully, Qin Mo replied, I will put the bomb into the static force field, and then study the bomb, and try my best to find a better way to dismantle the bomb, so as to ensure that I can easily dismantle it when I encounter a bomb in the future. This answer stunned Vanessa for a moment. Then Qin Mo turned around and walked out of the room, and ordered to the guards outside, put on her a psychic suppression device. Wear as much as you have in stock. Are we really going to do this, Legion Commander? The guard glanced at Vanessa hesitantly, trying to persuade Qin Mo to change his mind. Before I find a way to defuse the bomb, yes, we have to do this. Qin Mo nodded. Okay. The guard nodded, then turned to look at Vanessa. The Legion commander is always right. This is also for your safety, madam. Qin Mo does have the idea of making a psychic shield by studying Vanessa, but he can't do it yet. Perhaps because the star god's power does not involve subspace at all, the research on psychic energy will always consume more time and energy from Qin Mo. His existing psychic energy suppression technology is just an enhanced version of the Tyrone Galaxy's psychic collar. Since an important thing cannot be completed in a short period of time, Qin Mo can only do what can be done quickly and continue to research weapons against Genestealers. The results of research on this weapon have been produced. This is a liquid weapon that is sprayed on any place where Genestealers may be hiding. Any Genestealers who are exposed to these liquids will have their bodies dissolved until they become a puddle after a week or two. Water dissolution also spreads among Genestealers. Moreover, Qin Mo also distorted the law of this weapon, changing the probability of diffusion that is affected by many factors into an absolute law that is not affected by any factors and will inevitably spread among his ethnic group no matter what. Suppose that the Genestealer individual born in Tyrone Hive was sent to the other side of the galaxy for some reason. This individual is very far away from its kind, but as long as its kind dissolves, it will also begin to dissolve after a period of time. Even if it's on the other side of the galaxy. This is the weapon called Talon's Special Insecticide. The only flaw is that Qin Mo must make this weapon himself. Qin Mo immediately began building prototypes of the weapon, starting with dissolving the liquid and ending with a device to contain and eject the liquid. I read in Grote's head that you were making weapons against the Genestealers. Then you made something like this, a weapon that sprays a liquid that can kill Genestealers on them. Why don't you just make a flamethrower? Vanessa didn't know when she appeared behind Qin Mo. She looked at what Qin Mo was studying and asked questions. The psychic suppressor was effective on her, otherwise Qin Mo would have felt uncomfortable when she got close. Do you know who you are discussing about weapons? Qin Mo turned around and asked. I'm discussing with a person who makes a liquid flamethrower. Guess who this person is? Vanessa looked indifferent and a little helpless. Fire and poison will cause collateral damage. It's hard to guarantee that they won't hurt you. But the weapon I made has no collateral damage. It can accurately kill every enemy who deserves death. Qin Mo defended himself. In Qin Mo's opinion, Vanessa just didn't understand the specifics of the weapon. She regarded the thing used to activate the weapon as the weapon itself. The method of spraying the insecticide is not the point. The point is that as long as it is sprayed out, the Genestealers can be treated harmlessly. I really don't understand the difference between this and building a flamethrower. You might as well let me find a way to use my psychic powers to help you. Help me with your psychic powers? Don't force me to violently defuse your bomb. Qin Mo stood up and took Vanessa out of the cave, and then said to her in the corridor, if you see any guards over there, walk over and tell her that you are a prisoner, not a guest, and then go where you should go. Chapter 36. Effect. The next day. Except for Qin Mo, the rest of the people wearing guard power armor gathered together and went deep into the rear of the rebel sphere of influence. All 5 people were dispatched, which was very rare. What is the order from the Legion commander? Grote walked beside Gray, looking at the flamethrower-like thing in his hand, and asked doubtfully. Just as Gray was the only one present with the new weapon, Qin Mo only told him the order and asked him to convey it when he gathered with the others. The order is very simple. Gray picked up the weapon in his hand. This is something similar to a flamethrower, but it has been modified to spray liquid. We have to find the rebels and spray them. After hearing Gray's detailed explanation, Grote and the others were confused and looked at each other, completely unable to understand what it meant. So this is for testing new weapons, right? Anruta asked. Yes and no. Gray shook his head. Actually, this weapon is the final version. We are using it, not testing it. Of course, we also have the responsibility to observe the effect. This is even more confusing. It wasn't until Anruta brainstormed for a while that he asked the most critical question. This should be a weapon aimed at the rebels, but what I don't understand is why we should spray it on individual rebels. This will at most killing a few rebels is of no use, right? Gray wanted to continue explaining, but it was not easy for him to speak the truth, so he could only remain silent. Although Qin Mo said that he could spray this weapon on any rebel individual, Gray still thought it would be better to find some higher-level rebel individuals. That's why he led his team to the rear of the rebels' sphere of influence. Everyone moved on. After traveling about 12 kilometers, Gray stopped in front of a house, and the others also stopped and prepared to fight. Biological detection showed that there were a large number of rebels hiding in the house. These rebels were all gathered together and it was unknown what they were doing. Block every window and every door. Gray walked toward the building carrying the insecticide. Grodd blocked the door with a gravity hammer, and the others stood by the window. The rebels inside the house were praying and did not realize that they were surrounded. They surrounded a handsome male statue with 4 arms, kowtowing and kneeling in great piety. Good opportunity. Gray pushed away Anruda who was standing by the window and set up the weapon containing insecticide on the window edge. This is a thing that is very similar to a flamethrower, but also a bit like a sniper rifle. It looks very cool. Gray couldn't help but fantasize about the power of this weapon before he fired. He imagined that once he fired, a torrent of energy would spray on the rebels, and then they would be instantly corroded into residue by pesticides. Stop inking and shoot quickly. Grodd urged. Gray immediately pulled the trigger. Nourishes. A blue liquid drew an arc in the air and landed accurately on the back of a rebel infantryman. The infantryman rubbed his back and turned his head to look out the window. Eyes facing each other. Gray quickly launched the remaining insecticide, and then ran away immediately with Grodd who wanted to fight. Why can't we kill them all? Grodd asked dissatisfied. Because we may need time to wait for the pesticide to take effect, Gray replied. After seeing these people wearing guard power armor, the rebels in the house immediately stopped praying and ran towards Gray and the others. Gray walked the rebels like a dog, observing their condition as he ran. These rebels followed for a long time, and then suddenly something happened. Some people's feet suddenly swell, some people's chest, and some people's heads. Then other parts begin to swell as well. Until they burst like balloons and turned into a puddle of blue liquid. Your Majesty, the Emperor. The power of insecticides is not bad. If this could be mass-produced and used as a flamethrower, wouldn't it be more efficient to clean up buildings? Grodd and the others were discussing the effect of this weapon, but Gray did not interrupt. Gray clearly remembered that he had only hit a small part of the rebel infantry. The rest were clearly not hit by the insecticide, but they still died. Guys, Gray said slowly, this weapon is stronger than we thought. This will be the first and last time we use it. Well, because the only rebels we face are those in the houses, right? Grodd laughed. Gray didn't explain much, turned around and led the team away. No one recalled what Gray said as they boarded the transport plane back. Everyone except Gray believed that pesticides would be mass-produced and installed. Until the transport plane flew over a battlefield. Grodd literally saw a rebel infantry blow up into a blue liquid on the battlefield. He thought it was an illusion. But then came the second, then the third. Who else is using pesticides besides us? Grodd asked. No, we are using the prototype. Gray shook his head. Grodd lowered his head and fell into thought. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Mo sat in the underground cave of the fortress, looking at the witness reports compiled from the battle lines. All regiments claimed to have seen the rebels they were fighting dissolve into liquid, and as they advanced into new areas, they would see traces of the dissolution of the rebels in local buildings and desecrated churches. All this proves that pesticides are very effective. There is no need to make adjustments to the pesticides next, just wait for the rebels to gradually disappear. While waiting, Qin Mo plans to research anti-Chinook technology. The samples and experimental subjects used for research are naturally Vanessa, a psyker. What exactly is the principle of pesticides? Why can they spread so fast? Don't the rebels isolate infected individuals? Vanessa was restrained on the operating bed and kept talking. Qin Mo was disgusted with psykers themselves, let alone a talkative psyker. Vanessa quickly shut her mouth when she saw Qin Mo's expression was not good. She could vaguely hear a voice these days asking her to compromise and comply. Qin Mo performed a biometric scan on Vanessa, and then carefully checked the scan information. You are as self-taught as a genius in both biology and engineering. Why don't you know anything about psychic powers? Vanessa asked. Shut up, psyker. Qin Mo lowered his head and continued to check the information, but in his heart he had to admit that Vanessa was right, he just knew nothing about Chinook energy. Qin Mo knew clearly that he was able to create guard power armor and other weapons and equipment, not because he had these technologies in his genes like the greenskins, but because he could study and learn at the same time, which was probably the effect of self-enlightenment. But when it came to researching psychic powers, Chin Mo felt like he was wading through a quagmire. "Let me teach you," Vanessa said. "Pull her down." Chin Mo only thought that Vanessa was talking nonsense. Chapter 37. Psychic Knowledge. Always stay humble and don't be carried away by power and knowledge. When Chin Mo turned around and concentrated on research, Vanessa suddenly said this. Chin Mo's back trembled, and then he slowly turned his head and stared into Vanessa's eyes. "What did you say?" "Always stay humble and don't be carried away by power and knowledge." Vanessa calmly repeated her previous words. If it were anyone else, Chin Mo would be able to accept even Gray's words of education. After all, the words themselves make sense. But coming from the mouth of a psychic, it was very difficult for Chin Mo to accept it. "Do you think I'm in a good mood now?" Chin Mo pointed at his brain. "I'm full of disgust and hatred. I can't get along with a psychic." Chin Mo clearly knew that these hatred and disgust for spiritual energy were side effects of the star god's power in his body. Although not all star gods hate the warp to the point of being unable to control themselves, the differences between star gods are greater than the differences between gods and humans. It is not surprising that there are star gods who hate the warp extremely. "You hate subspace and psykers? Then shouldn't you do some research on Chinook energy and develop weapons to restrain Chinook energy?" Vanessa said, walking in front of each instrument and equipment. The auxiliary tools are all amazing creations, and the physical science of the material universe is like a plaything in your hands, but you have no talent in spiritual energy, and you cannot even feel the existence of subspace, but I am different." After hearing this, Chin Mo thought seriously, and finally chose to suppress his hatred and disgust. "Tell me what you know." Vanessa nodded immediately, and then began to explain everything she knew to Chin Mo. Starting from what the warp is, to how psykers use their psychic powers to influence reality, and how to turn psychic powers into means of attack or reconnaissance. When Vanessa imparted the knowledge she knew, she treated Chin Mo as a person who knew nothing about psychic powers. She even explained some very taboo knowledge to Chin Mo. For example, the chaos gods in the subspace and their power. Chin Mo did not interrupt Vanessa's narration. He listened quietly, just filtering out what he knew in his brain and remembering what he didn't know. This narration lasted the entire Terra day. Fortunately, Chin Mo's head is quite smart, otherwise Vanessa would have to break up all the knowledge and teach it to him, which would take an unknown amount of time. The power of a psyker does not come from itself, but from the subspace, so if there is one word to describe the process of using Chinook power, it is extraction. "Do you have any inspiration?" After telling the story, Vanessa looked at Chin Mo quietly, waiting for him to ask questions or suggest what he had thought of. Psychics themselves exist in the material universe. I can find ways to block their connection with the subspace before they extract spiritual energy. Chin Mo closed his eyes and meditated as he spoke, inspiration emerging. Chin Mo stopped listening and immediately turned around to record his inspiration on paper. Vanessa nodded in approval, and then talked about other things. "Speaking of which, can people like you only stay in the Tyrone galaxy for the rest of their lives? The Empire's warships all use subspace engines to enter the subspace." "Yes, if you want to enter the subspace, won't you go crazy? Why do I have to use the subspace engine?" Chin Mo raised his head and looked at Vanessa. "Then what do you want to use? Web tunnel? Are you kidding me? Inertia-free engine? You can build it, but have you used it? It's not like your body is made of metal." Vanessa said. "I have a better idea, but I need time to research and learn. In my vision, I will use a faster and more direct way to sail across the galaxy." "Oh." Vanessa nodded thoughtfully and couldn't help but ask, "Can you reveal a little, for the sake of me teaching you psychic knowledge?" "No. I don't think you've thought about it at all, have you? You're just talking tough. In fact, we will still have to use subspace engines in the future." "Yes, you are right." Vanessa was very helpless and decided not to continue questioning, but gave Chin Mo a warning. "You are lucky. The rebels used a battle to help you select suitable cronies. Almost all of your guards are qualified, except for Ge Lot." Hearing this, Chin Mo stopped writing on the paper and turned to look at Vanessa. "He enjoys fighting too much." Vanessa said, "You can regard my words as sowing discord, but I am telling the truth." Chin Mo was silent for a moment and nodded in approval. "You are right." When Vanessa wanted to further remind her of the dangers of enjoying fighting too much, Chin Mo pointed to the door. "Go back to your cell." "Okay." Vanessa nodded, turned around and walked out of the underground cave. The guards outside immediately put a large number of psychic suppression devices on Vanessa until they were layered on her body like armor, and then escorted her back to the cell. After the person who disgusted him left, Qin Mo began to devote himself to research. He was multitasking, doing research on psychic interference technology while thinking about Grote. Of course, the possibility of Vanessa's sowing discord cannot be ruled out, but she is indeed right. Grote enjoyed fighting too much. Compared to the destructive shoulder cannon and the shotgun laser that can kill a large number of enemies in an instant, Grote prefers the gravity hammer. The gravity hammer is just a backup self-defense weapon, just like a dagger. It is of little use but cannot be left without. But it is this kind of weapon that Grote particularly likes to use. What he likes is not to make a huge crater in the rebel position with one shot, but to use a gravity hammer to smash the enemy into a pulp. If it is allowed to develop, a terrible result may occur, that is, Grote is targeted by Kern, one of the four gods. Guard, call Grote back. Qin Mo called out the door, but no one came in after waiting for a long time. Qin Mo suddenly felt something was wrong, so he walked out of the room to check the situation, and then saw the guards lying in various directions in the corridor. They were snoring loudly. Qin Mo quickly walked to the cell where Vanessa was held. There was still someone locked up in the cell, but it was not Vanessa, but the rebel bishop who had escaped on the battlefield. At this time, the bishop's body was swollen, but her vital signs were still strangely maintained. She was still completely alive, and her eyes even turned to look at Qin Mo. Qin Mo could read the confusion in her eyes. The bishop didn't know why he was here. Vanessa should have brought the bishop here, Qin Mo thought. In less than half an hour after this guy left the underground cave, she completed her escape and sent the bishop to the cell. It was obvious that her psychic powers were very powerful. But fortunately, no matter how powerful Vanessa's psychic powers are, she is not an enemy, at least not yet. Chapter 38. The Forger. Late at night, Grote, who was fighting on the battlefield, received an order from Qin Mo himself, asking him to return to the fortress immediately. Even Gray was confused about this order, but Grote went back honestly. When he was led by the guards to the cell, he saw Qin Mo testing a new device inside, and the rebel bishop he was looking for and wanted to kill was being restrained. "Isn't this the bishop of the rebels? How did you catch her?" Grote was very surprised and walked into the cell and looked at the bishop provocatively. The bishop glared at Grote and gritted his teeth, but she could do nothing. Qin Mo didn't answer, but raised his finger and pointed at the bishop's face, "Punch her and force her to release her spiritual energy." Grote was happy to do so and without hesitation punched the bishop in the face. When the fist wearing the guard's power armor gauntlet struck the bishop's face, her entire face was sunken, and she struggled crazily to bite Grote. "It works." Qin Mo nodded with satisfaction. Grote didn't quite understand why this worked, but Qin Mo immediately gave an explanation, "This is my newly researched psychic disruptor. Within its scope of action, the spirit of psychers will be disturbed and they will not be able to use psychic powers." "What is the difference between this and the anti-psionic device integrated in the power armor?" Grote asked in confusion. "The interference ability is stronger. It is an advanced version. For example, it could not interfere with the bishop before, but now it can," Qin Mo said. Grote looked at the equipment Qin Mo was playing with in great surprise. "This device is still a bit big, but it is in the prototype stage and is mainly used for testing. It will definitely be miniaturized and multi-purpose in the future." Although he was overjoyed, Grote was also confused. Could it be that he was called back just to view the new equipment? "From today on, you will stay at the fortress," Qin Mo ordered. "Yes." Grote accepted the order habitually, and then he realized what this order meant. Now the war is still going on, and staying in the fortress means missing the battlefield. "I will obey the order, but can you tell me why? People like me wearing guard power armor can greatly increase the advancement speed of the troops," Grote asked. "I have more important things for you to do," Qin Mo replied. Grote was even more puzzled. "Isn't the most important thing now the war? Besides, what can you do if you stay in the fortress?" But Grote noticed that Qin Mo's expression was not very good at this time, and he did not dare to ask any more questions. "I will obey your orders, Legion Commander." "Okay, let's go and rest." "Yes." Grote turned around and left, but when he put his hand on the door handle, he remembered something again and turned around and asked, "Am I not going to be able to fight in the short term?" Qin Mo did not respond and concentrated on research and manufacturing. Grote pushed the door open and left, closing the door gently. How were you arrested? Qin Mo asked the bishop his biggest doubt. The bishop did not want to answer, and could not answer, because her entire face was severely distorted and she could not speak. But Qin Mo could tell from the angry and confused eyes of the bishop that she didn't know what was going on. Qin Mo stopped worrying and concentrated on research and experiments. Later in the night, Qin Mo was sleeping soundly on the table in the underground cave of the fortress, but he didn't think he was asleep, because in his eyes he was still awake, but he had just come to a strange place. Here is a magnificent bedroom. There is a big green tree growing in the corner of the bedroom. It looks completely out of place with the environment. When Qin Mo approached the tree, a ferocious face appeared on the bark. The expression on the face quickly changed into a smile. Ha 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 ha. Did I scare you? You think this is interesting? Qin Mo looked at the tree expressionlessly. Dash's smile disappeared instantly, and he seemed to be bored. Then its body rapidly changed, transforming into a girl. Qin Mo recalled that this girl looked exactly like the girl he had dreamed of turning into a tank and a middle-aged man. I remember who you are. The girl looked at Qin Mo seriously, with a look of maturity that she should not have at her age. You are the forger. Adding a new word? Didn't you call me insight or mimic last time? Qin Mo asked. No, the mimic is me. The girl's body changed rapidly, and she turned into grey wearing a guard's power armor. It's all because the damn Necrontyr turned me into pieces, so my memory is intermittent. Continued and incomplete, I am mimicry. After saying that, the mimicry began to change the surrounding environment. The room turned into thousands of stars. In the center of all the stars, a god whose body was made of blue energy was raising his hand. In front of him, the stars gathered together like a sword. If we only talk about its own strength, the forger is the youngest and weakest among all the star gods, but that is because it does not rely on its own strength to fight. The terrifying creations it forges can even mobilize the powers of other star gods. Powerful. The stars changed, and a purple energy body floated in front of the caster. No words could describe its shape. That's me, Mimic. We are originally the friendliest star gods among the stars. You are responsible for casting, and I am responsible for providing you with inspiration through changes. Although you merged with a human being, you are still complete, but I have become the ghost I am now, and I have even forgotten my original form. This is all because you betrayed me. Hearing this, Qin Mo looked at Mimic. What do you say? The weapon that the Necrontyr used to crush me was forged by you. Mimic said through gritted teeth, my power is not strong, but I am ever-changing, and the Necrontyr could not have broken me. The environment changes again. The forger stood behind the Necrontyr, looking at the shattered mimicry with a smile. It was already ready to devour the mimicry. Many changes followed. There are various other star gods. Sarola the seer, Avro the painter of the stars, many of our kind have been devoured by you. As he said that, he looked at Qin Mo with his mimetic gaze, watching his reaction. At first, Qin Mo was very shocked. What he heard was beyond his imagination. He had always thought that he could only mobilize the power of the star god, or be fused with a fragment of the star god. Qin Mo was lost in thought and didn't notice the smile on Mimic's face. No, something's wrong. Qin Mo suddenly felt that the story told by Mimic was not true at all. Qin Mo frowned and thought. If the forger forged weapons for the Necrontyr to crush the Mimics, and was on the same front as the Necrontyr, then why didn't he even know that there was such an important star god as the forger? After thinking about this, Qin Mo raised his head and stared at the Mimic. You are actually the deceiver McFetlan, right? Today is still the 7th update. Please leave more messages to give me some motivation. Chapter 39. Passage. What are you talking about? How come I don't know who the fraudster is? When Qin Mo mentioned the fraudster McFetlan, his mimicry eyes stared straight at Qin Mo, his ever-changing face full of confusion. Qin Mo thought that the mimicry might defend himself or curse him, but he never thought that it was completely unaware of the fraudster McFetlan. However, this does not completely prove the identity of the mimic, nor does it prove that what he told before is true. It is impossible for any Citan to be unaware of McFetlan the deceiver, who once deceived the Necrontyr, also known as the Necron. It also makes the star gods believe that the most delicious thing in the universe is not the souls of intelligent creatures, but their own kind, that is, other star gods. The fraudster's ability to defraud is the best in the universe, and it can even reach the highest level of fraud. He can even deceive himself. Qin Mo believes that the mimicry is either the fraudster McFeederlan, or it has fragmented memories and blurred memories, and everything it says is half truth or half false, or it may even be completely false. I will give you 2 hints. Mimicry stabilized into a human form and raised 2 fingers. First, your strength is gradually recovering. The longer it takes, the better it is for you. What about the second one? Qin Mo asked. Second, don't think that the war is over if you kill all the bugs. How to say? Although he knew that what Mimic said might be false, Qin Mo still wanted to get more information from him, which could at least be used as a reference condition. The planet you are on is being corroded. The Genestealers and you are actually just victims of the game between many forces. I can predict the future to a certain extent. I must remind you, be careful of the first person you see when you come out of the nest. He is a follower of the evil god. The mimetic voice is also ever-changing, but what it says are the most straightforward words. Although Qin Mo didn't completely believe what Mimic said, he believed that the most praiseworthy thing about this star god was that it was not a riddler. For this reason alone, it was n times stronger than the so-called prophets of the Spirit Clan. Thank you for the tip. This can no longer be called a tip but a clear answer. I will refer to it as appropriate. Qin Mo said. You will know that I am right, and I will help you become the ruler of those humans, but you have to atone for your past betrayal. Mimicry stared into Qin Mo's eyes, trying to find a trace of guilt in it. But couldn't find it. Qin Mo pointed at his head and said, you know that I am still a human being, right? I was not taken away by the caster you said, right? Yet. Mimic nodded. Then why should I atone for my sins? I was dragged into this universe inexplicably, and I merged with a star god inexplicably. I didn't help the Necrontyr to create weapons. Qin Mo said with a smile. No, 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 no. It shouldn't be this way. Mimic shook his head repeatedly. Goodbye. Say it next time it enters my head. Qin Mo waved to the mimicry and voluntarily exited the dream it created. After waking up, Qin Mo looked at the wall and fell into deep thought. He felt that he was a bit unkind in front of the mimic, but he clearly knew that most gods in the Warhammer universe were not good things. Even if the mimic is not a fragment of the deceiver, then its word cannot be taken at all, and it is best to be cautious when communicating with these supernatural beings. Bang bang bang! A knock on the door interrupted Qin Mo's thinking, and he looked at the door. The door was pushed open through a gap. Klein looked through the gap and pushed the door in after discovering that Qin Mo was not conducting research. What's wrong? Qin Mo asked. Do you have time? Let's go see the passage to the nest together. Klein said and took out a blueprint. It was a drawing he drew himself, depicting what he knew about the passage. Of course. Qin Mo felt that now was the time to prepare for leaving the nest. After a while, the transport aircraft slowly descended under the command of ground personnel and parked in a place specially designed for parking vehicles. Since the war is going very smoothly and has now entered the cleanup stage of the remaining rebels, a group of people has been transferred to the outside of the entrance of the passage to provide security support for the subsequent work of opening the passage. Qin Mo and Klein walked straight to the passage after getting off the transport plane. The two also passed by the position that the 44th Regiment was once responsible for establishing. The fortress that Qin Mo, Gray, and others once guarded still stood there, looking shabby. This place was originally going to be demolished. Klein pointed at the fortress and said, but considering this is the place where you fought as a soldier, it will be preserved forever. Tear it down, I have no nostalgia for this place. Qin Mo responded calmly. Qin Mo has no feelings for people and things in the 44th Regiment other than the survivors, because he was once just a prisoner who was beaten and scolded, and lived in darkness every day on the battlefield. Bull was my classmate in the military academy. What do you think of him? Klein asked with a smile. The best fool, only those who are least concerned by the Emperor will serve as soldiers under him. Qin Mo said subconsciously. Klein smiled and nodded, the word approval seemed to be written on his face. The two continued to move forward and entered a giant man-made building with a height of more than 1,000 meters. This building is like a huge version of a checkpoint, with all kinds of abandoned instruments and equipment in the passage that is enough for 4 regiments to march side by side. A railway was built in the middle of the passage that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were also trains on the railway with carriages large enough to accommodate lemon rust tanks. This is the latest construction of a logistics machine controlled by a master controller. Because the main control intelligence believed that sooner or later, it would have to go to the nest, so in order to ensure the supply of supplies, it built this railway. Qin Mo and Klein got on the train again and rushed on their way. After traveling about 10 kilometers, the train reached the end of the railway. When Qin Mo and Klein stepped off the train, Anruda, who was wearing guard power armor, walked towards them. The clerk, who didn't like war, arrived before the two of them and was responsible for supervising the subsequent tunnel excavation project. As we can see, it is not an ordinary difficulty to open this channel. Andrita said. Qin Mo raised his head and looked straight ahead. The giant passage has been completely blocked. It is larger than the checkpoint, with a height of 2,000 meters and a width of 7,000 meters. The engineering technology of ancient times is always amazing. We, the descendants, don't even know why such a large passage was built. Klein took out the drawings he drew and spread them on the ground. Thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago, the bottom nest may have been an arsenal, using technology we have long forgotten to build giant war machines. Qin Mo looked around and expressed his speculation. Chapter 40. How to get in and out of the bottom nest. No matter what this place was originally used for, the things built by ancient people have become our trouble now. As far as I know, there are ancient self-destruct mechanisms left in the metal above and around the passage. Klein squatted on the ground, gesturing with his fingers on the drawing he had drawn. This self-destruction mechanism is not fancy, but it is reliable and effective enough. In short, they are bombs placed in metal walls, connected to a self-healing detonation button. When the button is pressed, the bombs in the wall will be detonated. The giant metal fragments peeled off are enough to block the passage, but what's even more terrible is that there is a second ring of bombs in the wall. This ring of bombs has a similar effect to the melt-a-gun. First, the metal fragments peeled off, and then the torrent of molten metal poured into every gap, turning these metal fragments into a hole, blocking the 900-kilometer-long channel. My lord, I can't imagine what the person who designed this was thinking. After speaking, Klein picked up the drawing and handed it to Anrita. Do you know the self-destruction mechanism of this channel quite well? Qin Mo asked in surprise. Of course, my family is the oldest engineer family on this planet. Klein had an unconcealable pride on his face. The story of my family's prosperity is all related to these self-destruct mechanisms. About 1,700 years ago, my ancestors undertook a secret project formulated by the governor at that time and spent 30 years taking out a melt-a-bomb from the wall. At that time, a war broke out in Tyrone Hive. Rebels organized by an unknown sect were fighting fiercely with the planetary defense forces. Just when everyone thought that the then governor would use the bomb for military purposes, he used bombs to blow up the area where another noble family was located, turning a large number of buildings into molten iron. After listening to the story told by Klein, Qin Mo said with emotion, it seems that this is also a skill passed down by governors from generation to generation. Their family's skills passed down from generation to generation are not just about playing with bombs, Klein said. The three of them stood together and stared at the obstacles in the passage. When the chat was over, Qin Mo raised his hand and tried to see if he could use his ability to get through here quickly. Klein had no hope for this. After all, he was present when Qin Mo built the fortress. The outer walls of the fortress were attached piece by piece. Compared with the obstacles blocking the entire passage, the fortress was like a small house. But you have to try everything. After Qin Mo concentrated on mobilizing the power of the star god, the metal in front of the three people began to flow, flowing down the slope like a liquid, and then was controlled by Qin Mo to stick to the walls around the passage. The giant walls made of metal fragments solidified together are rapidly recovering. At this time, Qin Mo recalled what Mimic said and realized that his power was indeed gradually recovering. If instead of digging this giant passage and building a fortress, it would only take a second for the fortress to rise from the ground. Half an hour later, Qin Mo gave up. It's a drop in the bucket, I feel like I'm trying to fill the ocean with stones. Anruta didn't know what an ocean was, but Klein did, so he could understand what Qin Mo said. Could it be that the insides of these obstacles are all seamless? Qin Mo had a whim, if you can enter the inside of the obstacles and install melt-a-bombs in the gaps. As he spoke, Qin Mo walked towards the obstacle and distorted the physical laws in a large area around his body, allowing metal to be penetrated like air. Klein and Anruta were already used to it when they saw Qin Mo penetrate the wall and enter. After waiting for 10 minutes, Qin Mo came back and explained the situation to the two of them. The inside was filled with molten iron, and it's gone. What if we stop digging? Klein asked. Just like you enter the metal, let others walk around you, and then enter the metal together, digging a big hole every kilometer for rest. This way is that possible? You don't think I'm always on call like him, do you? How are you going in without me? Qin Mo pointed at Anruda. That's true. Klein was completely at his wits' end. Qin Mo began to think about ways to dig the passage. In fact, it is very simple, just make construction machinery to dig, research small construction machinery and efficient metal excavation devices to dig, or build giant construction machinery equipped with energy beams to melt through the metal blocking the channels little by little. But just when he started thinking about what kind of construction machinery to build, Qin Mo suddenly had another idea. Since we want to create a way of interstellar navigation that is not based on subspace in the future, why not start researching it now? Start with relevant technologies and make some basic things until you expand the entire technology tree and become proficient in its use. Qin Mo himself didn't know what this technology would be, but he felt that this passage was like the distance between galaxies, and there was always a way to cross it. Qin Mo looked at Klein. Not only will I not dig this blocked channel, I will also strengthen it so that it cannot be broken through and destroyed. Are we going to stay in the bottom nest forever? Klein suddenly felt something was wrong. No, we can still go in and out, but we don't need to go in and out through this passage. Qin Mo walked towards the train. Others, don't waste time on this passage. If each regiment can't find rebels who can attack, then just do training and drills. After returning to the fortress, Qin Mo decided to conduct a long study, and before that he had to settle everything. If, as Mimic said, there is a bigger conspiracy on this planet and it is being corroded, then we must make plans to live in the bottom nest for a long time, instead of everyone leaving the bottom nest together and never coming back. The establishment of the new city of Kato was imminent. Qin Mo instructed the main control intelligence to drive the logistics machinery to build a new city. This city should be built like a fortress, and ensure that electricity and water can be connected to every corner of the city, and there should be a large number of arsenals and forts. Civilians will live under various forts in the city. They will usually be workers in the arsenal. During wartime, they will operate the forts as a family unit to participate in defense. There would be a shelter in the center of the city, which would be a shelter for children in times of war, but in normal times it would be a school. Physical arts will not be taught in schools, because these are too extravagant, and students will only learn how to tell who is the enemy and how to fight the enemy. Qin Mo will not dream of building a utopian city, but he will ensure that people in this city can easily get what they have to pay to get, which is food and fresh water. After arranging everything, Qin Mo devoted himself to research. He quickly thought of the direction in which he should conduct research. That is to create shortcuts that can travel through alternate spaces and dimensions, the human application version of Necron phase transfer technology.